All right. What is up, everybody? And welcome into day 2 of the NFL Draft with your friends from the DLLS Cowboys podcast. Oh, it is good to see you guys, and we are ready to go make this a Super Bowl winning football team.
Let's go.
You just got to get 2 players.
Got to start. We got a good start.
We got a what?
Got a good start.
Did we?
Got a good start.
You know, I heard your conversation with Hellman last night.
Okay.
You know, did they get a Super Bowl team? Was this about winning a Super Bowl when they don't really do everything to put a Super Bowl team on the field?
No, I think this is a piece for the future Super Bowl. It ain't coming this year.
Can we get Clarence back at the Star where stuff doesn't work?
What?
Which player did you want him to pick that was going to make him a Super Bowl team? That's just not a real question.
They
need 10 of them.
Right. So you're
going to hate whoever it is.
I'm not hating. I'm having a conversation. We're see, I listened to the show. I saw with him. It's about being a realistic fan, right? Being realism, right?
Right.
I'm not hating on anything. I'm just
But
saying,
no matter who they pick, your
your
same question would have had the same answer.
But your statement was, are we building a Super Bowl team? I'm saying,
I was just having fun to start the show.
I'm having fun back.
Yeah, they were going 7-10.
I'm having fun back.
Yeah, they're going 7-10. I'm just saying.
I'm reacting to your initial statement. You know.
Yeah. They're going 7-10 for the moment. They haven't done nearly enough this offseason. They're counting on this draft to be a huge part of why they win games, because the rest of their offseason has not. This is a great way to start the show. Really improved their team. The players they lost are better than the players they've added. So they are banking on this draft is going to be the reason they're a better team, and that's why they are off to a good start, because they are better at right guard today than they were yesterday.
They are, and it's funny or interesting.
It better be funny.
Better be funny and or interesting.
Much of their don't do that.
Oh, we can do it. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff. Next to me is former Cowboys wide receiver Jesse Holly.
Oh, Jesse Holly went 77 yards. It must be a reality show.
And next to him is greatest beat writer in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, Mr.
Clarence Hill is a psychopath.
Thank you, Dave Hellman. Yes.
Dave Hellman.
I want y'all to see that drip. I got to move that mic out the way. See that drip.
And for those, he has hard bottoms on.
I did that because I saw y'all. I had tennis shoes on.
Yeah, no.
And I switched them when I got out the car. That's what took me a minute longer.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I switched them.
Okay.
I'm glad you did.
You know, I switched them because till I got out the car.
And we switched up. We got Clarence in studio today. Joe Hoyt is at the Star.
Tell him something, Joe.
Yeah.
Tell him something, Joe. So
It's time to party, baby.
we got boots on the ground everywhere, baby.
So as I was trying to say earlier,
Yes.
what's interesting to me is that
I apologize. I came at you hot,
No,
right?
you did.
You did.
I'm not gonna lie.
You did.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You're my boy. You came spicy.
So
I was offended by the
You
answer.
came spicy.
And I
well,
smacked.
it was only response to your question, though.
Which once you pointed that out, I apologize.
But it's interesting that much of what they did now, we laud them for doing more this offseason than last offseason. A lot of the resources they did in the offseason was right guard, was competition up front. You know, this is why we're going to get better. We shored up right guard, right? And
but that's like saying you short up wide receiver with Paris Campbell.
No, I know.
You did.
I'm getting there, but I do like the fact that they didn't let, hey, we got this right guard, we got this competition, we like our guys, stop them from going and doubling down and getting Booker, is what I'm saying. They didn't let that stop them. But again, we got to start cutting some of them guys. Let's not take them. So the stuff we did in the offseason don't even matter anymore because 2 or 3 of them guys don't even go to camp. They don't need to be at a mini camp.
But I think they're going to do the same thing to Miles Sanders. They're going to do the same thing to Paris Campbell. Like, there's a lot of guys that they added just in case we don't get better. Like, you'll be here, but also we might actually get better.
Yeah,
but you're not going.
But they want credit for what they did in the offseason. So you can't get credit for guys that we can getting ready to get rid of.
That's true. I mean, I don't know. I didn't give them credit for Robert Jones.
They want credit for it, though.
Adeniji.
They're talking about what they did and the moves they made and how they were more active.
What is the quote that you always use?
Just because I said
that too. You have a lot of quotes, but one of the many quotes that you use: "Don't confuse movement with progress."
Yeah, activity will get something done. All the same things in the same family. You're right.
Yeah,
but they want to. Our eyes are wide open. We woke on that.
Right.
Can I say that?
Yeah, I think we can say we're woke on
okay,
that.
because that's how it originally meant to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Our eyes are wide open on that.
Yeah.
But they want credit for it. They keep talking about what they did off season and the moves they made, and
I think that was in defense of because everybody pushed back and hammered down and really swung at them You did nothing the year before, right?
After-
When you said all in.
Yes.
It was like you didn't do anything, and you said all in, but you didn't do anything that matched the words all in. And so this year was kind of like, you see, I call it like here, man, damn.
Yeah.
Right? Like here, man, damn.
Yeah.
Y'all said we didn't do nothing the year before, so now we're gonna go get all the other players that we probably won't keep heading into the season, but we're gonna have activity, we're gonna have movement, we're gonna have guys in here, we're gonna have legible things that you can see, tangible things that you can see that say we moved differently this year than we did a year ago, even though the moves didn't quite make our team better, but it did feel needs because they didn't have a roster filled with enough players to actually go play football.
And what's also interesting in your here man damn, I think Jared did a here man damn, Jeff. You love them Eagles so much, right? You love them damn Eagles so much.
Yeah.
We're gonna do something to combat them Eagles.
Yeah.
You know, we Tyler Booker was specifically picked, not just because he was the best player left and they couldn't get the trade they wanted, to combat them Eagles, to combat Jalen Carter. He already got his talking points. He's at the press conference today and said somebody asked him, who's the player you're most excited looking to go against? Jalen Carter. You know, and they talked about it last night.
Yep.
They talked about Jerry talked about with Booker and Tyler Smith and BB. We can push ourselves. So all the hate or all the criticism and pointing out what the Eagles are doing, here, man, Dad, we're gonna do some Eagle stuff, Jeff. This for you. We're gonna do some Eagle stuff.
Well,
I'll do some stuff to combat the Eagles.
Well, I'll tell you, thank you. I mean, it starts with winning your division, and the best team in football is in your division.
Right,
The
you
reason
focus
they
on it.
smack everybody is because they smack you on the line of scrimmage on both sides. Got to beat them.
Yeah.
Brock
I mean,
Hoffman ain't beating them.
But also, young fella, don't start writing checks that Tail can't pay for just yet. Because Jalen Carter,
My guy's ready.
He full grown man.
My guy's
they
ready.
call it boy dog.
It's
Boy dog.
Has
My
everybody
guy's
been
ready.
telling me
Okay.
this is Alabama offensive lineman? He played in the SEC.
All right.
He played in the SEC too.
Y'all just gonna tear down?
No, I
man's
love
ready.
it. I have the ambition, have the credit. Go for it. Go for it. But again, this ain't Alabama.
No.
This ain't Alabama.
No,
This
Bama.
is a different ball game. So when you start talking about you want to see certain guys,
What if he had come in and just been like, I'm looking forward to practicing against Mozzie because I like looking good.
hey,
Somebody asked why we have a gigantic pretzel here, and the answer is because if you can't tell, there's 2 H's on that pretzel. It's from
Hot
friends.
Holly.
No, it's from our friends at Happiest Hour.
Oh,
Yeah, we
my
got some
bad.
appetizers up here, the
Ooh.
chicken. We got the pretzel,
Someone wants to know why you always wear capri pants too.
fried pickles. 'Cause
his
they're more
profile.
they're comfortable.
His profile.
Because where he got his haircut the other day.
They're comfortable.
Supercut.
Jesse's pants don't go down to his foot. That's not what we do in
No,
2025.
Last week, where'd you go? Didn't you get caught up somewhere on Oakland the other day?
No, I was not. Somebody texted.
Shit.
Somebody texted. Does Jeff get his haircut on Oak Lawn?
Oh yeah, you weren't there.
Oh, they caught you down there on Oakland?
No, my place is in
They
Lake
was Skip
Highlands.
Bayless.
But that was what one of the messages said. And you know, Clarence, if anything resembling anything about gay comes through, it stops him down for 15 minutes.
You saw he's laughing. You think Jesse would have
stopped him
You
for
think it would have stopped?
15 minutes.
You think it would have stopped Jesse down? Look at him. He's about to follow.
Everybody here doesn't know what Oakland stands for, what it represents. Those in Dallas do. Those in DFW do. Those that don't.
So yeah, Happiest Hour is our presenting sponsor, and we love them very much. We also announced yesterday our brand new partnership with
Yes.
Big Brothers Big Sisters, and that is an amazing organization. And just to remind you of how awesome they are as we get this thing started, we're going to throw you to our little video, and then the big draft gets going.
30 minutes over a cup of coffee. A laugh, a smile, a message. Thumbs up emojis, clapping emojis, confetti emojis. Loaded nachos at halftime. It takes 1 try, 2 tries, 3 tries, and a girl, you got this. It takes a queen to H5 at the park. Best 2 out of 3. A spin dash for the win. A Sunday morning gift, a bright splash of color. This is how you make an impact on a kid's life. It may sound small, but it's all they need. A word of encouragement. Someone to talk to, advice. And the time it takes to enjoy a slice or two, you can make a difference. So go ahead, share a few hours a month. Share your skills, share a song, share your thoughts, share a moment. Share a dance and share it with the world. Because yeah, mentorship sounds huge, but the truth is, It takes little to be big.
And now it is time for our Big Draft segment. Welcome to the Big Draft, presented by Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater Dallas. Learn how you can be a big by visiting bbbs.org/ALLCITY. Big Draft. I don't know if Clarence is done chewing, so I'm going to start with Jesse. What is the big thing that needs to get taken care of tonight for the Cowboys?
For the Cowboys, they got to still the gift and the curse. Whatever they do, they're going to fulfill a need that they have. They have so many holes in this football team. They have to fill them. And so with this pick coming up at 44, I think the next thing that if we're talking about the theme of where this draft is going to go, you saw all the offensive line they signed in the offseason. You saw them use a first-round pick for another offensive line. You hear the things that Brian Schottenheimer has talked about with this, with it being here, his time in Seattle is running the football, right? And so now it looks like if you're going to make this number 12 overall pick right and fit the theme of where you're going, running the football, controlling the line of scrimmage, I think now is the time in this second round is where you go and get your running back.
By the way, the 33rd pick is the Cleveland Browns, and that selection is Carson Schwessinger out of UCLA. He's a nice little linebacker.
He is. You know what also means?
Huh?
They didn't go for the quarterback. That means Shedeur is still falling.
That means Shedeur is still falling.
Well, I got to pick at 36. So the Browns can come back.
Well, I know, yeah. But right now, because everybody, Shedeur could be the first one off the board because the Browns need a quarterback, and they said we want that linebacker.
It will be interesting. And it better be, and will be, and better be, to see how far Shedeur goes.
It makes sense, right? Because you look at, if I'm the Browns at 33, I look at the next two picks before I pick again at 36. Texans, C.J. Stroud, don't need a quarterback. Titans, Cam Ward, don't need a quarterback. So I don't have to necessarily jump right now to go get him. I can go get a player that maybe the Texans might take because, of course, DeMeco Ryans likes defense, likes linebackers. And the same thing with the Texans. Maybe they want to bolster their linebackers. We got one of their linebackers and Kenneth Murray, so they might want to replenish that as well. So I don't know. It could happen at 36, but it could happen at 37.
I just think if you like him and he's a quarterback, you're not going to let those two spots between where somebody could jump up and take him.
If they want
but just my gut would be
that's a good point.
He ain't going at 36 because if you wanted that quarterback,
you would take it.
You'd have taken that quarterback.
My thought process coming into tonight was Cleveland, Saints, Seattle, and Pittsburgh would be his landing spots. If he's going to go somewhere, those are the teams I would say.
What about 44?
Come on, man! Don't do that.
What?
Don't do that. See
what?
See, now you really want to come after me. They're not taking a quarterback at 44.
Uh-oh.
They're not.
Uh-oh.
You 0 for 2 on those definitive statements now.
They're not taking a quarterback at 44.
You 0 for 2 on those
Jerry
definitive
talked
statements.
about how much he paying Dak. They're not taking a quarterback at 44.
34 to the Houston Texans is Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins, who I talked about a little bit yesterday. If you wanted the Tetaroa McMillan type wide receiver, Jaden Higgins was the other one in this draft, and he'll be heading to the Houston Texans, all 6'4" of him. And so that is a wide receiver off the board. So if you were looking for a wide receiver for the Cowboys at number 44, we'll have to see what in the world is going on. Clarence, you've told us about some things you heard about Luther Burden, the Missouri wide receiver.
Yeah, we talked about that he's wonderful talent, and we know that. But, certainly he's more Debo than a true wide receiver. But more importantly, he's a back-of-the-line guy. He's a guy that doesn't really give it his all in practice and is not the first one in line to take the reps. And, Jesse, you play, you want to be that. If you're that dude, you want a guy, and teams watch them in practice. Can't watch them practice. He's just too laid back. He's a nice kid, no off-the-field issues, but just a back-of-the-line guy.
And that's enough that a guy who talent-wise probably should have been one of the first, honestly, 2 wide receivers taken, is now you've had 1, 2, 3, 4.
He was top 2.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And I don't think the player has changed. Missouri wasn't very good. The way that they used him wasn't very indicative of any sort of skill set that he has. It was very much like, all right, can we just throw it to you right this second and see what happens? Like, he had an incredible year as a sophomore, but the fact that Jaden Higgins goes before Luther Burden, and I like Jaden Higgins.
I was gonna say he's one of your guys that you were talking about yesterday.
I would have enjoyed him as the 44th pick, but him going before Luther Burden is just like, how far is he gonna fall? Like the NFL teams clearly are just
thinking
like,
about Houston for a second. One side you're gonna have 6'4" Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
The other side you're gonna have 6'4" Nico Collins.
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud, you better get it together, my boy. You're running out of excuses why you can't get this team to where you. And I know you're still young, but there, I don't know if Tank Dell's going to be able to come back from his knee situation.
He got some bad.
But who knows? There'll probably another slot guy somewhere in here. To have two really big receivers that with the catch radius that he'll be throwing to, and Nico Collins being anywhere top 5 to 8 receiver in the league.
Yeah.
You got to start putting some things together.
Getting back to your initial statement about what the Cowboys should come away with, and I was thinking about this. I think defense tonight, in 2 picks tonight, I think they can get the running back in the 3rd round. I think if you're going to get something, receiver, defensive tackle, cornerback here with these 2 picks.
By the way, the Titans had the 35th pick. It now belongs to the Seattle Seahawks. So to what we were saying earlier, if they are coming up for a quarterback, then you're jumping Cleveland to go to 35, and Seattle is coming in. And if they're taking a quarterback, this could be a Shadur.
And Seattle could be an option because their quarterback is on a 1-year deal.
Right.
Gino.
No, Darnold.
I'm Darnold. Excuse me. I'm sorry,
yeah.
Darnold.
And
Darnold.
and again, the Raiders could be an option because Gino's on a small deal. So yeah, we'll see.
Seattle's coming up. I'm trying to see. Let me get my
pick is in.
my little board pulled up. It could be for lots of different things. Will Johnson, Mike Green if you want to rush the passer, Izaraku if you want to rush the passer, Luther Burden if you want a wide receiver, running backs. I didn't love options at number 12, which is part of what made it. Like, we talked about it leading up to this whole draft. Whoever they took at 12, I was going to be like, I probably could have got him at 18, 20, and it happened. But it's what made me more okay with what they did because I'm like, but Tyler Booker, very safe pick. He's going to help you win football. At 44, I'm going to really like the level of player available. So, there are really good players that are still available in this draft.
On Tyler Booker, the consensus board had him like 33, 32.
I can't control the hating the other people are doing.
I'm just asking.
I can't control other people's hating.
Because the Cowboys claim he was one of their first-round picks. Yeah. They also claim there's still some first-round picks available.
Will Johnson would make sense.
Okay, but they only had 12. The numbers don't add up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and people could disagree on who those first-round players are. Because the no doubt first-round graded players in this draft, I think there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
I think there were 5. And most years my number is like 14 to 17.
Right.
Weird year.
Right.
Weird year. I am interested in who Seattle is going up for, though. I would like.
Seattle jumped.
Yeah. Seattle is coming up to make this pick, and I need to have another tab open so I can have my needs open for all these dang teams, which I don't have. But it's what's that?
Pick is in.
Oh, Nick Emenwari, South Carolina. That is a good player that was a combine freak. Emenwari is 6'3", 6'4", 230. Ran a 4.39 or something.
Dude,
jumped out the gym. More of a playing forward than playing backward guy, but he did have interceptions. Just size, speed, athleticism, that combination is super rare. Super rare. So you know what? There's their new Cam Chancellor.
Or he could be the other guy from Clemson that played for the Cowboys a long time. Number 1.
J-Ron Curse?
J-Ron Curse.
Could be J-Ron Curse. So it's going to be Nick Emenwari at 35, and we are onward to 36, the Cleveland Browns.
Come on, Shadur.
Are you cheerleading?
Yeah.
Cheerleading for Coach Prime's kid?
Not just, it's just a story. I mean, he's going to get a chance to play. The drop is nasty.
Well, you can't. It's the hard part is that he was so polarizing that you have people who dislike him for either no reason, or because of his dad or the attention he got or whatever.
Or all of the above.
And then you also have it gets pulled in the other direction.
Because of the hate he's getting. Right.
Where because of the hate he's getting or because you do love the personality or you do love Dion. And the truth is he was always a prospect that wasn't going to be a top 10 pick most years.
Yeah, but that was, he wasn't a top 10 pick. But he could. But people act like he can't play. And my thing is, a lot of just watching the draft analysis coming into the draft, watching the tape breaking, it's all on Twitter. I did not see any tweets from anybody who highlighted flaws of any other quarterback. And every quarterback got flaws. I never saw a tweet breaking down the bad plays that Cam Ward made. I never saw a tweet breaking down the bad plays that Jack Stark made. We only saw tweets and film breakdowns.
You need to follow more accounts.
I mean, I follow a lot. I'm on Twitter a lot. I'm sorry. I follow a lot, but I'm just talking about specific, especially in the days leading up to the draft, though. It was only, this is what should do it does wrong. This is what it should do, should do it does. So
36 is the Cleveland Browns, and they took Quinshon Judkins, which is Jesse's guy.
My baggy Jabot jeans wearing Quinshon Judkins. God darn it.
So that means Nick Chubb's going to be available.
Hey, I'm in. I'm in. Quinshon Judkins at 36 to Cleveland. People want to see my big board. I sent my big board. My big board's ready to rock now. Yeah, we replaced big board number 1 with Jeff's big board.
I like it.
Because mine was never in number order. I have them by round. And so I was like, screw it. And this morning I was like, in each round grade, I'll put them in the order that I would pick them. And so now we got a big board. So there's you a big board according to Jeff.
What did you have Judkins at? You had
as we count down to 44, he'll probably be a decent ways
24
down it.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah. So because there's other running backs that I actually like better than Quinshon Judkins, including his teammate Travion Henderson, who is still available. And Judkins is a nice player. It's a really deep running back draft. I just think Henderson offers more at his own school in terms of big play, receiving ability. Honestly, despite the size difference, Judkins being bigger, Henderson's a better pass protector. I just like Henderson better. Judkins is very much a hammer.
Yeah.
Like watching him play, he will sometimes, it kind of drove me nuts. Instead of how many yards can I get on this play, it'd be like, oh, it's one-on-one with me and that guy, and he'll hang a right to go run into that safety.
Punish
like, I bet I can hurt him. I'm just like, damn it. What about just keep running?
Just keep running away from him.
But that is, with the Cowboys being in the market for running back, being in the market for wide receiver.
You know what you made me just think of? I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
That one of the most famous, I could run away from you, but I'm going to hang a right and destroy you.
Yeah.
Happened to a teammate of mine. You guys remember Greg Jones?
Greg Jones, former Florida State running back?
Florida State running back.
Yeah.
You remember Greg Jones, the arms?
Yeah.
My freshman year at the University of North Carolina, Friday night game against Florida State.
Yeah.
You guys remember this play? He's running down the sideline, kind of looks, safety's coming over.
Lines him up.
Our all ACC first team, leader of our team, Dexter Reed.
Oh, got him.
Lined him up.
Knocked his helmet off. I mean, Greg Jones had the sideline and the angle where he just goes straight.
Yeah.
He walks in the end zone. But he looks over, and I don't know if he realized who Dex was.
Maybe that was the point. Like, I want the team leader.
Right. And it was like, if this is the tone setting, that's their leader. This y'all king? This y'all king? And I remember distinctly saying to myself as a young buck freshman,
Self.
He ain't had to do that.
Self.
If this is what college is like, at that time, Florida State was still Florida State. They still were they were dominating Florida, right? Like in the sense of they got all the recruits in Florida. Like they didn't leave Florida. So I was seeing dudes run around with sizes and muscles that shouldn't have been moving that fast. Buster Davis. Who was the defensive lineman that played in the year for a long time for the Cardinals?
From Florida State?
From Florida State. It doesn't matter. But they just had a bunch of dudes, and I saw that and I was like,
Miami Dolphins, number 37.
Trade alert from Miami. They traded in.
Oh, Miami's trading.
They traded in.
Oh,
they traded in to the Titans.
Okay, the Raiders had that pick.
Wow.
And now
how far back did they go?
Miami's coming in. I mean, if you want to just do some agendas, I mean,
to Miami.
I mean, two
a one.
I mean, every time Tua takes the field, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
I doubt that's what they would be. That's not who they would be doing it for, I wouldn't think.
That eggshell a little soft on Tua.
But yeah, every time Tua gets hit, I get scared for him.
Miami's not taking the
quarterback. No, I don't think that's what they're doing either. But the Cowboys are going to be at 44. If you are the Cowboys watching this in your brain, are you just cheering for please don't take wide receiver, please don't take running back? No?
No, you're not. Please don't take. Is Henderson's there? Why would you say please don't take a running
No.
back?
I mean for Miami.
For
For like the teams that hit the
Miami.
clock,
Yes.
you're just rooting against running back and receiver.
Okay, so we've spent this exercise saying that you're not getting a number 2 wide receiver 44, right?
The odds of getting a number 2 wide receiver at 44, I think, are way lower than if you had gotten one of those.
Well,
Luther's
but
still
Luther
there.
Burton's
Luther's
still on the
still
board.
there.
But is he gonna get it 40? So is Luther the only one? Is Luther the last hope to get a impact
Yes.
wide receiver?
To me.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's not.
No, to me it's just an odds thing, right? If you told me that you had Emeka Ibuka, if you told me that you had Tedero McMillan, if you told me that you had Matthew Golden, I would say when we get to camp, that's your number 2 wide receiver at the end. There's probably 6 other guys that I'm like, I no longer am going to camp saying there's your number 2 wide receiver, but I'm going in interested. Like, can this dude outplay Tolbert?
Right.
But yeah,
There's your trade compensation for the Dolphins and Raiders.
Dolphins are going up to 37, and they're getting pick 143 in the 5th. They're giving up 48, 98, 135. What you hunting there, Miami Dolphins?
That tells you a lot. That I don't think the Cowboys got a good offer. And as I was telling you guys, they not going to lose no trade. And Jerry said that the trade that they had on the table was the last minute. It was better for the other team than them.
Yeah,
And-
Steven said the same thing.
And if
Yeah,
it was
both said it.
Houston that was calling,
Yeah.
you don't like 25 is honestly just too far. 25 is too far. I would have liked players there, but if you have, if Tyler Booker's the guy you want, then you want somebody to call you from 16, 18,
Right.
25, and it's a team that needs offensive line
but-
help. You're like, you might be calling me to take my player. So I can't do that. Oh, Jonah's from Zona. We like that pick.
What how you say his last name?
From Zona. Yeah, Jonah from Arizona. Yeah, Jonah from Arizona. He's one of the tackle prospects that's going to end up being a guard in the NFL. And he's not bad. There was chatter. I think he was a Cowboys visitor. There was chatter about him potentially for the Cowboys, but as the Cowboys have already picked their right guard, watching an offensive lineman who's going to play guard in the NFL get picked before you pick, that's good. Pick them all. Pick more offensive linemen. That would be wonderful. We got Joe in the green room. Let's check what Joe Hoyt is up to out there at the Star. Look at Joe. Look at Joe. Tell us something, Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey guys, how you doing? Just kind of watching the draft going right now. And one thought kind of is coming to my head. Are we on potential Luther Burden watch for the Cowboys here? I thought he was going to go a little bit higher. But the fact that he's not gone yet is kind of eye-opening for me. Maybe Travion Henderson or maybe Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame or Trey Amos. I think those are kind of the guys I'm looking at right now as we go. The one spot I think maybe Luther Burden could go is San Francisco, which kind of feels like a very San Francisco Deebo Samuel replacement pick. But anyways, I just want to hop on and say I'm kind of on that watch right now.
I agree. I like the names. I like the names that you're throwing at us, and it's good to see your face. More importantly, it's nice to see you. You know, we'll be cheering. We'll be cheering for the same players. It sounds like.
I saw you, Joe, earlier the day out at the Star. You're looking good, Joe. You were waiting for Booker. What did you get from Booker? You were at the press conference, and what did you get that stood out for you from what he was said?
Yeah, no, I think Tyler Booker might have had one of the most impressive press conferences, frankly, I've ever seen. And and I haven't been around on the beat, that long, but I mean, he was very impressive. I asked him about the quote that he had last night where he said, "Hey, players get pre-workout and pump up music to get amped before games, and I love to just take that excitement away and steal the joy from the game and watch that leave their eyes." I asked him about that and just what his pregame routine is for himself and moments where that's happened. And he went on a 5-minute answer detailing every moment of his pregame routine. Talking about how he loves to visualize running inside zone, inside duo. He gets to visualize players that he's going up against and, putting them in the ground and taking away their souls. And but he starts his day off with gospel music. He was a very impressive guy. I think one thing that really stuck out too is just the amount of effort that it took from the entire Booker family to get him to this point. He talked a lot about the sacrifices his family made. He grew up in New Haven, Connecticut. Originally went to high school an hour away in the other side of Connecticut. Then he transferred to powerhouse Bergen Catholic over in New Jersey. And then he had to transfer all the way to IMG, the biggest brand in college football. And one thing
had to.
He did.
He had to go to IMG.
He had gold.
He had
gold.
He did. But one thing someone at Alabama told me is that the Booker getting to this point has been an executed plan since he was in about 5th grade. The family had bought in. They had a lot of sacrifices. They changed jobs, to help him get to this point. This is a very well executed plan to get Tyler Booker to this point. And, he's got a burning desire to help change the narrative here in Dallas. So very impressive press conference. Obviously, we'll be able to judge Tyler Booker once he gets in the field. But this was an impressive start, I thought.
Does drafting Tyler Booker fit the agenda of what Brian Schottenheimer had talked about during his many press conferences from the time that he was hired to now? And how do they continue to, I guess, support whatever narrative that Brian Schottenheimer has as a new head coach?
Yeah, no, great question, Jesse. And I think one of the cores of storytelling and
good question.
cliches. Yeah, good job, Jesse. Thighs are looking thick too. I think one of the cores of storytelling is show me, don't tell me, right? And I think with a lot of things with the Brian Schottenheimer era so far, has been a lot of talk about, hey, we want guys who love football, and we're gonna have a culture, and those are not novel concepts. But watching Tyler Booker kind of explain all the details of why he loves football and how he's executed it, and watching the soul leave players' eyes, like you saw Brian Schottenheimer, like he was getting pumped. He even got emotional a little bit, during that 5-minute answer. He was like, yes, he was loving every second of what Tyler Booker was saying. And he told us, now you guys are seeing why we fell in love with him. So I think that Tyler Booker truly kind of embodies exactly what Brian Schottenheimer is trying to do from a philosophy standpoint. And I think they can add to that tonight. One thing I was kind of told is I wouldn't expect them to leave day 2 without getting a running back. There's Saad. Wouldn't expect them to leave day 2 without getting a running back. And I think, Quinshon Judkins is gone. I think that guy probably would have been the top of their board, actually, for running backs at 44. I think he's gone. So Bashal Tutin's a guy to keep an eye on, and then Travion Henderson, too.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Joe. Have a great time.
Take care, guys.
Oh, never mind. Clarence still going. He got
enjoy yourself, Joe. Appreciate you.
All right. Peace out, Joe. We're going back to buy. See you later. I was just eating my happiest hour chicken.
I was going to say I guess the pick's not in yet, but just piggybacking on some of that. I was golfing today with Dak and
that is a sentence right there. I was golfing with Dak today.
Just slide that in there.
I saw the pictures.
Fancy pants.
I saw your pictures. You weren't golfing though, were you? You
No,
were in the cart.
I'm definitely not the caddy.
You were Dak's caddy.
He was washing them golf balls off.
He had his best day, so he said, I need to bring you out here more often.
What was the Will Smith? What was the Bagger Vance? You were Bagger Vance?
But Will Greer was there, and Dak was there, and they were talking about the Booker press conference, and they were highlighting the stuff that Booker said about making people want to quit football. So they paid attention to that. Well, one other thing that I want to know, because we keep talking about culture, and I asked Dak, y'all had a good culture? He said, yeah, we did have a good culture, but we needed a different culture. Because that's what he said. When I came in, I was a young guy, and I just kind of fell into the culture. And he said, yeah, we probably need a culture because it wasn't like they had a bad culture. You had brotherhood. We talked about that under Mike McCarthy, but he talked about what Shotty's bringing, and it's just a different feel to it. And he said he probably need that. It's what Micah talked about, getting rid of. It's a new generation. And even though it wasn't a bad culture, they need a change in culture. And he said that's something that he's seen. It's a different change, different feel, different family thing that's going on, especially with Shotty, and everybody just loves what Shotty's done. We talked about Jake Ferguson, and just everybody enjoys being in the building.
New England's pick, Travion Henderson, Ohio State running back. Here go the running backs. Is both of the Ohio State running backs going here early in the second round. And so for the Cowboys, honestly, if you're going to use a second-round pick on a running back, I think you are getting down to very few names. I know one that's been hot, at least on the internet, is Bashal Tutin. And
darn tootin'.
I hope they don't. But
rootin' tootin'.
I think there's a few better running backs than that available in this draft. But if you are looking for a running back in this draft now that Quinshon Judkins is gone, Travion Henderson is gone, I think your names should be down to Caleb Johnson at Iowa, Dylan Sampson at Tennessee, maybe R.J. Harvey at UCF. It's a bunch of dudes.
I saw some stuff about Caleb, like stuff he did at Iowa. He's like a one-cut guy. I don't know, that he won't play well. I don't know what you're saying.
He reminds me of DeMarco Murray. Yeah. He goes this way, and he's going to read it and see it absolutely perfectly. He's going to make his cut.
Does he break tackle?
Exactly.
DeMarco was physical, though.
He's physical.
Okay,
Caleb doesn't get his pads down, really.
Yeah, DeMarco was really physical. Jason, y'all said, them dirty runs, them dirty. DeMarco did a lot of dirty runs, and it was 1 and 2 years. He was physical.
I think Caleb Johnson is very much a everything that you want everything that you want a running back to do, he does it exactly as you're supposed to. Like there's nothing unique or special, but he will do it exactly right. Every single thing. What's that? All right, we'll hit you with the draft so far. Here's what we got in the second round. Carson Schwessinger, the UCLA linebacker, goes to Cleveland. Jaden Higgins to the Houston Texans. That's an Iowa State wide receiver. Nick Emanwari, safety out of South Carolina, to the Seahawks. Quinshon Judkins goes to the Cleveland Browns. Jonah from Arizona goes to Miami. And Travion Henderson to the New England Patriots, which means that Luther Burden is still on the board, which is exciting. You want to pop up the best rankings in the history of draft? we have a big board with the best rankings that anyone's ever done for a draft.
The bestest.
You want to see me riot?
Oh, yeah, I'll just pop them up. Some of these people are gone, but Will Johnson's not gone. Luther Burden's not gone. Mike Green's not gone. Trey Amos is not gone. Mason Taylor is not gone. The 7 of my favorite players that were still available to be picked coming into this round are still sitting there, which is lovely. That is lovely.
So are you okay if the Cowboys decide to go with Will Johnson, knowing the thing that you kind of know behind the scenes?
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, hurt stuff, I don't know. I don't know enough. And then if it doesn't work out, I'll just be like, well, they were idiots. They drafted a hurt guy. And if it works out, I'll be like, yeah, hell, you should supposed to take him.
And okay, so we start talking about history and how things repeat themselves. Jalen Smith, Bruce Carter, Sean Lee. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. The Cowboys picking
second round.
What round did Leighton Vander Esch go in?
First.
First round, that's right.
19 overall.
That's right. So, I mean, there is history for the Cowboys looking at a guy and saying, you know what? This hurt guy. And a lot of those guys they talked about, if this guy wasn't hurt, he would have gone in the first round.
Right.
And maybe that's for Will Johnson the same. If he would have ran and able to be able to see, and they didn't, the medicals were where it was supposed to be, maybe he goes in the first round.
Slow.
Slow. He said his hamstring was tight. That's what he said.
Sir.
Or his knee that the team's worried about was probably bothering him, and maybe his toe. Now, I would say that based on the way this is going right now, I think the Cowboys are barreling towards not taking a running back at 44 because
not many big names are left.
Because I just think you're going to have better players at, like we talked about in the first round. It's going to happen at 44. You're going to have better players at premium positions than running back, and it's going to be hard not to take a corner.
Third round.
Yeah, it's going to be hard not to take a corner or a pass rusher, or even I think one of the best players available is a tight end, which isn't a premium position, but I do think it's a better player.
Well, if they go Cam Scatterbo,
no, not this early.
They're going to sell some jerseys.
Not this early.
They're going to sell some jerseys.
Mike Allstar ain't playing this ain't Mike Allstar no more.
I don't think Scatterbo's game translates well enough to the NFL.
I
think he's a third. I think he's a tomorrow guy. But somebody might pick him today.
When this pick comes in, I do have some running back intel.
Oh, we like that.
Further my agenda from a year ago.
You're trying to get Derrick Henry again.
You're trying to trade for Derrick Henry now?
You
should have called Derrick Henry?
Yeah, is that your insight that they should have called Derrick Henry last year?
That's kind of based. I was gonna let this Bears pick come in. It looks like it's coming. Des White.
Yeah,
that's who was announcing.
That's who they picked in 2000.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
They sure did.
I forgot the question.
God, I heard that on the way home. Cowboys had their press conference after the round. Luther Burden.
What's happening, Luther? Look at them saying, what's happening, Luther?
Say what you guys want. My boy is putting together a damn good squad in Chicago.
What's happening, Luther?
Oh, Ben Johnson's gonna have a good time.
Ben Johnson has put together a damn good squad in Chicago.
Yeah, he's gonna have a good time. Luther Burden's
He gonna have some
What's
fun.
happening? Look, no receiver.
Luther Burden's super good. No, that is absolutely the end of the wide receivers that I would feel
So
like
that
when we showed up to camp.
That
we would
Texas
say,
defensive tackle coming now, huh?
Alfred
I don't know.
Collins?
I heard
Alfred
I
Collins.
don't know. I heard some stuff about him. We might be waiting a little bit on him.
Oh, what did you hear?
Don't worry. I can't be saying all the stuff that you hear about stuff.
His sources said
Just heard that there might be some body part stuff, and
One
there might
source.
be some how much he loved to do the football kind of stuff. I just heard some stuff.
You had him high. He's
that
one
I
of your
can't
favorite
substantiate.
guys.
The tape got him right there. The tape got him right there in the second round.
Okay, you
I
got
can't
him
control
high.
the rest.
You got him high.
I got him
second
high.
chance Valley Ranch.
I got him in the second round.
What's happening, Luther?
So yeah, Luther Burden is going to help. He went to the Bears, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna help the Chicago Bears. Look at that! Look at that dude play football. I don't know, but
He made some college
he
guys
didn't line
miss.
up in the front of the line. He's a better player than multiple receivers that got picked before him. That dude is hell on wheels to try to tackle.
I hope so.
Hell on wheels. Why are you showing Jaden Reed?
That was a comparison. That was a comp that they showed.
Oh, well, you should show a better player if you want to have a
Exactly.
comp for Luther Burden.
Look at that,
That's what
look
you
at
should
that
do.
receiver room.
That's gonna be good.
That's a good group.
That's
Can
a
they?
good
But can they?
group,
But the issue is protecting too.
They took Colston Level.
Oh,
They brought in a whole new interior line.
Remember all the picks they brought in the offseason?
Yeah.
Those are the fun teams to cheer for. You bring in a new
they
coach.
were active.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, like they went and added players that helped them,
Yeah.
which is a really good plan. So there goes Luther Burden, which means
Not Luther.
that the wide
What's
receivers that
happening?
I really like. Look, there are still wide receivers the Cowboys could take at 44. Ayomanor at Stanford,
Everybody was talking about Jack Besh.
Jack Besh at TCU, Trey Harris at
It's
Ole
a
Miss.
second round guy, third round guy, Jack Best.
I mean, it depends who you ask. People say
I'm-
he's going in the second. My
I'm-
little thing
I'm-
right here says third round, Jack Besh.
I'm asking you.
I say third round.
Okay, there you go.
But also, once all the guys start going, it's like, well, if he's the next one up and somebody's going to take a receiver, they might take him. I could see Besh going in the second round. I got him as a third round guy. Either way, he's a good player.
And what a great story.
We are at number 40, and that is the New Orleans Saints. So we got 40.
Jesse
One,
Garcia
two.
says, we have Mingo.
We do have Jonathan Mingo. Shadur. So yeah, we got 4 picks left before the Dallas Cowboys hit the clock, and there's going to be a whole bunch of really good
I think the
football players still
Cowboys,
available.
like we joke about Mingo being
What's that,
here.
You got a mouse in your pocket? Who's we?
Oh,
You speaking
Oui,
French?
oui.
We joke about Jonathan Mingo. I've run into some people over at the Star, and I'm not saying that I have all these sources, but I talk
That
to
love
some
him?
folks. They like him.
I'm sure.
You know,
They're going to tell us that too. Once his draft is over, they're going to tell us that too.
They like him, and I think if the opportunity was there to upgrade it in a way that wasn't reaching, they would.
Richie.
But they're going to hang their hat on Mingo taking that step that they think he can take.
Well,
Well,
they're
somebody
hoping-
better tell Micah Parsons to chill out on the live streams.
Yeah.
When you're getting mad that McMillan's gone, like,
Oh.
hey, Mingo and Tolbert don't need to hear you yelling about how we have to have a better receiver.
But then he like, you know, the move they did make.
What?
He did like the move they did make. He was excited about the Alabama
yeah.
call.
After he was like, that was my guy.
Yeah,
I
you're
wanted-
supposed to be opposite
You know,
city.
that's the thing. He's a fan. He just most like most Cowboy fans at that time. I would say this about Mingo. As we talked, and I said when I first saw him, just because I had a conversation with some people today,
Mhm.
Dak and Will Greer, and they don't know, but they talked about his size. And he works hard, and the size is what stands out on Mingo. And of course, it didn't work in Carolina, and he said that because he wasn't the quarterback, he didn't really get a chance for it to work here. But they like the size. And of course, they'll see. But he likes Tolbert, but he also thinks they need to get another receiver too.
Oh, so he's hating on all of his teammates. The Saints are making a pick, and I believe, based on whispers that I've been hearing in the background, that people are going to be surprised by this pick.
He won't be Shador?
How about Tyler Shuck, the Louisville
Oh
quarterback?
my God!
Wow.
They took another quarterback over Shador.
Boy, when Jalen Milroe goes before him too, we're going to get crazy.
That's
Wow.
crazy.
So that's who Kellen Moore wanted. Tyler Shough. I tell you, he looked good throwing the ball at the combine. I can't claim to have even watched his tape because the Cowboys have a quarterback, so I wasn't really all that worried about it. I just watched Ward and Sanders. Tyler Shough is going before Shedeur.
Man.
I don't know when Shedur's going to get picked. I don't know when he's going to get picked.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but here's the thing. As I'm looking at the picks in this round, I don't see the Steelers.
They don't have a second-round pick.
They don't have a 2.
Wow. Don't the Browns have another one? Did we talk about that earlier?
Did they trade out of 36?
Or did
They picked at 33.
Yeah, you have the Jets at 42. That's a possibility.
I thought you said the Browns had 2 picks.
They did.
They did already. 33 and 36.
36.
Yeah. Maybe the Rams.
Seahawks comes back up at 50 again, right?
Yeah. We'll just see.
Wow.
More fuel for the fire.
Buffalo is trading up to 41, so that is a trade up with the Bears.
I don't think Shedeur going to Buffalo.
Not going to Buffalo.
I could see Shedeur going to Buffalo.
No,
Get ready for when Josh is done.
I don't think Shedeur is going to Buffalo.
You groom him for 6 to 8 years.
Yeah.
And then on the way out, let me see. What does it say? What do we say?
I just had a feeling like if Joe was here and they said Buffalo and Shedeur, he would say something like, "Oh, like Shedeur," something like that. Like,
yeah.
I don't know why I thought like that what Joe would say.
Buffalo.
He also would hop too.
Yeah, like Burr, Shedeur, Burr. Like he would do something like that.
I'm not doing that.
Who is Buffalo already? Y'all are goofy. Who is? Hold on, I got to see who Buffalo's already picked because I don't remember. Buffalo.
They took corner or safety? No,
took Maxwell Hairston. So they took a corner in the first round at number 30. Corner, D-line, receiver.
Kentucky, right?
Corner from Kentucky.
Yeah, from Kentucky.
I remember when the Cowboys took a cornerback from Kentucky.
Shout out to the.
You know the vibes.
You know the vibes.
Boss man fat. Mm-hmm.
So as I was saying regarding the running backs, and I talked with Four about the running back today, and he feels sorry for Zeke and how things transpired. And Four.
Oh, Four. Okay.
Why would Dak feel sorry for Zeke?
That's his best friend. Came to the league with
So why didn't you tell somebody not to bring him in? To protect your best friend. You put your best friend on the field, and he couldn't play.
He didn't put him on the field. We're just talking when he feels sorry. But I did ask him about my agenda.
Yeah.
Especially since my agenda has the same agent. He said King Henry called him and told him to give him a call. He was interested. He wanted to come play there.
Dak didn't call him back.
Well, he's telling Dak to get Jerry to give him a call.
Dak didn't call Henry back either.
He got the message. He got
the message.
Dak didn't call.
No, he got the message.
Dak
but my
didn't
point
call
is,
Henry back because he said, my friend is paying running back, and if you come here, my friend won't have a job.
It was the free agency. It was before the Zeke thing came out.
Him and Zeke was working on that behind closed doors.
Before the Zeke thing came.
I'm going to get you back here.
But they had
I know that King Henry tried to call me because we got the same agent, so my agent telling me to call Henry back. But I ain't calling him back because I want my friend to get a job.
That's not what happened. But I'm just saying, though, that
you ain't deny it, though.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. And he also says, for the people who think that Henry would not have had success, he said, I'm happy for him. He had a career year, but he would have helped the Cowboys. The idea that he wouldn't help, he says it's crazy when we act like he wouldn't help the Cowboys. Now, we're not saying they'd have been playoffs, but he would have been better. He would have helped the Cowboys. But
he would have helped the Cowboys, so Dak should have called him back.
He did not. That's not the.
And he didn't call him back.
That's not what we're saying. But I'm saying that the notion that Henry was really trying to come to Dallas, and he was not just telling people. He was calling Dak and people to say, "Hey, tell, I'm interested. Let them know.
Yeah,
give me a call. I'm ready to go."
Yeah, you want to be here.
Colt Zeiler, what's up, my boy? What's going on?
Let's knock out the super chats and then we'll answer who's the best on the board right now. Dave's in the super chat. The Cowboys are not a serious team. Grow up, fans. I can't see the far right side of our chats unless it is all. You party with sexy, but your partner is both. That was a serious draft pick. Yeah, Ozzy. Jeff, are you related to Logan Stankoven? I'm not. Otherwise, I would have the last name Stankoven.
Not necessarily.
Or he would have the last name Cavanaugh.
Not really.
Well, yeah, we could
be cousins.
Well, then I guarantee you we're related because we're all related. Brett's in the super chat. Is day 2 the most fun day of the draft? LFG Cowboys. Day 2 is absolutely the most fun day of the draft.
Is it?
Absolutely. Oh, I love it.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on how you football. because like once I've watched about, I don't know, between 150 and 200 players, I'm about tired. So like I'm not trying to be sitting here on day 6 and 7 when 40%, 50% of the players, I don't know anything about them. I'm not trying to do that. But on day 2, I'm going to know them.
Okay.
I'm going to know them.
I get it.
Let's see. Where was
you were a
that?
child when they had those 15-round drafts or 12 rounds, whatever that was.
I wouldn't have cared about them.
Hey,
That
I don't
was-
think I don't think. Yeah.
That was
When-
murder.
when did they
See,
do
Black,
that?
you can't play with this wide receiver core. Terrible. Cowboys
went to
picking top 10
17
next year.
last
Mingo
10,
is wide
15
receiver
years.
2.
When
Well,
I started this thing, it's like 12, 15 rounds, this thing.
They used to pick-
27 years ago.
they used to pick until you were done. Like teams could keep picking until they're like, we're good
wow.
here.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you could pick 100 rounds if you wanted to. Let's see. Mo Surge.
12-round draft.
The think we reach here and get Alfred Collins.
It's not a reach guy.
Alfred Collins is a good player. I got him as a second round guy. If he's healthy and if there's no questions. If there's no questions. You know what I'm
Second
saying?
chance Valley Ranch.
And somebody asked who is the best player available. Let's see. Let's get the let's pull up the big board.
Pull up the
Just
Jeffrey Big
let's pull up
Board.
the Jeffrey Big Board.
And everybody has
questions.
questions.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
everybody
we'll
has
get-
questions.
We'll get the big board in a second. The
got-
Buffalo Bills are picking at number 41. Then we will have
like
the
Luke had
Jets. Then we will
questions.
have the
Everybody-
Niners.
I think
Then we will have
first
the
few picks.
Cowboys.
Got questions.
You're just going to keep saying all the words while other people are saying all the words.
My bad.
The Bills are picking a number. I mean, I guess it's we got food and stuff. It's very chill today. We don't have to be professional. Just kind of do whatever. Buffalo Bills are picking TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina. TJ Sanders, if you want a scouting report on TJ Sanders, I got one for you. When they snap the ball, he's going, wee! And if you are trying to block him one-on-one with the guard, you are in trouble. However, if you snap the ball and you are running the ball, he goes, ah! And he gets thrown that way.
What?
Yeah, he's a 3 technique. He's a win quick or get thrown around. That's his whole deal. Which there's a place for that in the NFL. Winning quick.
Well, I mean, when you talk about winning quick and having a guy that can beat those defenders quick, you think about, okay, who are the Buffalo Bills playing against? Lamar Jackson, Burrow,
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, right? Like, so
Yeah.
it's in the.
Go ahead and win quick.
You got to win quick. You got to win quick, and then you have to have the ability to go chase these guys.
Yeah.
You got to go chase Lamar. You got to go chase Patrick Mahomes. Even Joe Burrow got a little bit of wiggle to him. You got to go chase him as well.
Yeah.
And so when you're looking at what your division is going to be, it makes sense why I want guys quick off the ball so that now, especially from the middle of the pocket, I need to get Patrick Mahomes off his spot. I need to get Lamar Jackson off his spot. I need to get Joe Burrow off his spot. They're good off their spot,
Yeah.
but they're great if they have time to stand in the pocket and deliver the ball down the field. So you start looking at how those pieces come together. Yeah, a guy like that for Buffalo.
Go get him. Go get him. Here comes the big board for you now. Will Johnson is still available. Mike Green is still available. And by the way, those two names, if the Cowboys said they still have first-round grades on their board, I'll bet you those are them. But Will Johnson allegedly has questions about a knee, maybe a little something about a foot. Mike Green has questions about things that allegedly might have happened in high school, and he played at Marshall. But that is 2 premier positions and 2 nice prospects in Will Johnson and Mike Green. Trey Amos is a corner out of Ole Miss that I absolutely love. Mason Taylor is a tight end from LSU that I think is a really good player. Xavier Watts is the free safety from Notre Dame. Donovan Iziraku is a pass rusher from Boston College. JTT, because dang it! To you that wasn't it. That wasn't it. What was it? Say it again. Tia Mulao. Whatever. His tape's good. He's an Ohio State edge. Azarie Thomas
Here's
is
your good story.
is
Here's your good
Wanye's
story.
brother.
This is your Deuce Vaughn.
Azarie.
This is your new Deuce Vaughn. Go get.
That's Wanye's
go
little
get
brother.
Wanye's little brother.
He's a
Pair
corner
them
of
together.
Florida
And now
State.
you got stories.
He's right there in the top 10.
No, I know he's
dude
saying he
can
can't
play.
play. No, I'm not.
Wait, are you saying
all right.
Wanye can't play?
No.
He said
I said-
it's Deuce story. I'm like, this
I
ain't
meant
Deuce.
more of this
Oh.
storyline.
Okay, but this
I
dude
went
can-
more
this ain't
storyline.
this ain't charity.
I went. Wow.
I mean, come on, man, stop it.
Wow.
Don't do that.
Deuce Vaughn was a hellified college football player.
But you know that was a charity. I mean, come on.
I
let's-
honestly thought it was a good pick.
It was a good pick, but it was
I
more.
thought he would be
It
able
was
to
an
play
old
NFL
to
football.
dad who worked for an organization, which it was a.
Let's get
Nicholas
this- Yes.
says, please read this. Shout out to my wife. I love you, Sarah.
Oh.
And is everyone forgetting we have Joe Milton? We don't need Sanders.
Bazooka Joe.
Oh, boy, when they take
Oh,
Shadeur.
Sarah, we love you too, as well as Nicholas.
Now, Sarah, you send in a super chat and say that you love Nicholas. Adrian's in the super chat with the 44th pick. Pop selects a 6-piece wing. Shout out to Happiest Hour.
My boy hungry. My boy been working today.
We still got this big old double H pretzel that we wanted to not have in the way, but I want it.
I didn't really want to eat wings on the air because somebody gets me confused with the guy that ate wings on the air and went viral.
Oh, and had a Twitter thing?
Yeah.
It wasn't about eating wings on the air. It's about what he posted on Twitter.
I know, but I'm like, that's the other Black Cowboy report. That ain't me. You put the wings in my face.
Yeah. Oh, wow. You're going to go all the way to that with it. Yeah.
You don't know about this.
I know.
You do?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, that's
not
funny.
wanting to go all the way there with you.
Yeah.
James is in the super chat. How doomed are we today? Steven is still here when Jerry goes. Can we draft a GM with the second pick? We don't have. No, you can't draft a general manager with your second round pick.
But
no, Jets. No. No.
What?
They took Mason Taylor. When Mason Taylor has as good or better a career as the 2 tight ends that were picked in the top 15, just remember who told you he's really good.
I just hope I just hope that when they flash to his party at the house, his auntie's there.
Who?
Joy.
Oh, yeah, I never remember that.
Peanut butter.
Joy is he is the nephew of Joy.
You don't want to be associated with that man.
Peanut butter.
Mason Taylor's a baller. That dude's a baller. Where did he go? Jets?
Jets. Jets. Jets.
Okay. All right. Onward, which means it should be San Francisco on the clock, and then after that is your Dallas Cowboys.
So what do you think the 49ers are going to do?
Let's see. What have they already done, and what do they need?
They got a defensive tackle early.
Okay.
The first round.
Okay. Yeah.
Any more offensive line?
Oh, they took Michael Williams.
Yeah, they took Michael.
You say offensive line?
Yeah.
Trent can't play
Ursery, the Minnesota offensive tackle.
Trent can't
Tate Ratledge, guard out of Georgia. I don't know. Nothing all that inspiring. The best players, it's weird, but the best players left to me play pass rush and corner. And normally those get snapped up. It hurts my heart watching Bobby tear up this gigantic pretzel, and I can't go get that gigantic pretzel. I'm going to come get the pretzel, but we're getting close. You know, we're getting close. All right, that was the Mason Taylor pick. Okay, so we'll have one more pick, and then the Dallas Cowboys will have a shot at Caleb Johnson if they want him to run the ball, Dylan Sampson if they want him to run the ball, R.J. Harvey if they want him to run the ball, Cam Scattaboo if they want him to run the ball.
I'd rather have R.J. Harvey of those guys.
I would tell you my 2 favorite players for the Cowboys. I'm going to give 3 because Will Johnson, I just don't know about knee things and things like that.
Will is slow.
But Will Johnson, Mike Green, the pass rusher at Marshall, and Trey Amos, the Ole Miss corner. Those would be my 3 highest ranked players, and then honestly, there's a gap after that to the rest of the top.
And you know, Mike Green is Cowboys' agenda. It's just on brand to take a guy with off the field issues and think you're getting a bargain because you got him in the second round.
Well, I think you're innocent until proven guilty, and high school allegations shouldn't have to follow you into your adult life all the time. Of course, I also never really looked into what they were, and I'm pretty sure it was pretty offensive.
It's probably domestic, some domestic.
I'd like to apologize for everything that I've said, but innocent until proven guilty. So, yeah, the 49ers pick is in. That is at number 43 overall, and then the Cowboys will be at number 44 overall, and we can cheer. I did tweet out before this thing started. I said my pick at 44 while everybody wants a receiver or a running back. I hope Trey Amos makes it to number 44, and that's an Ole Miss corner, and we are 1 pick away from having a shot at it. So whoever this is coming out to make this pick, please don't pick Trey Amos. That's all I ask. If they pick Caleb Johnson, you ain't taking a running back at 44. Well, unless there's something to this rootin' tootin' stuff that's been on the internet with the Cowboys.
What about RJ?
I like RJ. 44 might be early, but I like RJ, so I wouldn't be too mad at it.
RJ be hunting them home runs, though, don't he?
RJ will definitely turn down a 2-yard run to see if he can get to the sideline to go 70. Yeah. Saquon did the same thing in college. When the game's too easy for you, you go crazy. There
he goes.
Alfred Collins.
All them problems. You got all them questions.
I just said,
before the count. Everybody got questions.
I heard some stuff about some stuff. Alfred Collins. Yeah, but look, on the board, I just turned in purple. That was the top defensive tackle on the board. That's a good time to take Alfred Collins. Next pick would have been a good time to take Alfred Collins. Cowboys could still use a nose tackle. Although we used a first-round pick there, so we obviously can't do that. You used a first-round pick 2 years ago, so you can't be using a first-round pick
that what the
or a
rules
second-round pick on a nose tackle. Huh?
That what the rules are?
Yeah, that's the rules. What's that? Cowboys War Room celebrating. Looks like they're making a pick according to Joe. What you need this to be is either Will Johnson and then them to tell you after the round that don't you worry about it. Just had a little something. He's going to be fine.
Dr. Cooper checked it out.
Mike Green. Okay. Who did?
Who? So defensive
D-line coach. Mike Green, Marshall pass rusher.
Mike Green.
Iziraku, Boston College pass rusher.
Mike Green.
Tui Muluau, the Ohio State defensive end. Could be Landon Jackson, Arkansas edge. Could be Nick Scorton, the Texas A&M defensive end. It could be a bunch of dudes. There are so many defensive ends that are worthy of this pick.
Landon Jackson this high?
Jordan Birch, not for me, but I do expect that he's going to go somewhere in this range for the NFL. Jordan Birch, the Oregon guy, I like him too.
I think it's Mike Green or Trey Amos.
The D-line coach got a fist bump.
D-line coach
We're trying to chase down clues here. But the D-line could appreciate having a good corner.
What's interesting
That's Mike
to me,
Green, ain't it?
Yeah, Mike Green.
Have we seen a war room where they weren't happy about their pick? Everybody's happy. They're everybody's happy. Everybody.
We've seen them in a weird place.
Huh?
We've seen them when we had an accident. When I was doing the draft show on Cowboys.com, I forgot what happened in the war room, but it was weird and it was clear that they panicked. And after that, they covered the camera for like an hour. They're like, screw that. You shouldn't be reporting that.
Yeah, but
it's like, you put the camera in.
But outside of that, after they screwed up something, but everybody is happy about that. Every war room, every time you watch it, everyone hugging and high-fiving. We saw the Jets war room. We love every pick. We love that guy. That's our guy.
Yeah.
And they're all in the best shape of their lives. What if it's Shadur?
Who?
What if it's Shadur?
He's playing defensive line.
White Cotton would not. I thought we were getting tea leaves with White Cotton.
Yeah, but maybe he just likes Shadur.
You know how many texts I got that Shadur's coming to the Cowboys? Like, it's not happening.
0, I would imagine.
No,
you had real life people texting you.
I'm talking about people. People, and I mean,
real
people are
people?
so fascinated. Yeah, fans, friends, everybody. Shadur coming to the Cowboys. No, it's not. Stop it.
Okay, I want to see. I want to know. I want to know.
Not happening, people. What's happening, Luther? Not happening.
Was that the phone is ringing? Dion said, I want to know who that called. Michael Crabtree.
He's out in Canton. They're out in Canton, right?
Huh?
They're in Canton.
Who?
Oh, and
they're at their house in Canton, Texas.
The States.
The Sanders.
The Shadanders.
Yeah,
the Shadanders?
The Sanders family is in Canton.
Is that in Texas?
How do you not know what kids on the side of 40 going to Tyler?
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, picks in. Hey, Donovan Iziraku. Straight up pass rusher.
241. He's light. We talk about Micah wearing down.
He is a pass rusher. He is not you have to differentiate in today's NFL. Like when people say the word defensive end, I think of 260 pounds. When you say edge player or edge rusher, that's an edge rusher. That is a double-digit sack guy from college that can win speed, quick, change of direction, outside, inside, has pass rush moves. They went, I'm telling you what they did right now. What they did, they picked from the top of their board.
Yeah.
You ain't going to catch me yelling at them picking from the top of their board.
Okay.
Because he is one of the best players available in this league.
When you start talking about fit and scheme, right? Like one of the things that we know about Eberflus's defense is that he's not going to be one that creates the pressure. He's not going to have the exotic blitzes. He's not going to have the confusion. He's not going to have a lot of different type of, adding more guys to the box to send the pressure. Mm-hmm. So what do I have to do? I have to get guys, Micah Parsons, Donovan, who are able to create pass rush pressure by themselves. And if this is what he does well, this is his specialty, then these are the things that are fitting the molds of the players, of the coaches from the different sides of the ball.
Okay, you know what's interesting? And
it better be
interesting. As I say, all our conversations, extensions of other conversations, all our drafts, all our thought process, at least mine when I've been here so long, extensions of other conversations. You know who was Eberflus's defensive coordinator was here?
No.
Eberflus's defensive coordinator. Yeah, I was here.
He runs a 4-3, just like Eberflus. The same guy who saw T.J. Watt looking like that and said,
Rod
no,
Marinelli?
yes, no, I'm not taking that guy because he don't fit my scheme.
Oh, well, maybe people get smarter.
Oh, wait, I agree. That's what I'm saying. That's what's interesting because he's a 4-3, cut Tampa 2 Rod Marinelli guy, okay? Rod Marinelli looked at this guy, T.J. Watt, and said, nope, he's not a true defensive end, even though pass rush is what you want because they play so much nickel.
Yeah.
I got to have Tank.
Yeah, but as a core, as for what Eberflus was doing, he used to look at that and goes, I don't believe that he did that was right. So when I get a chance to call
Right,
the
so I'm
shot,
just telling you, I'm saying that the involvement.
Oh, okay, yes.
Because his foundation is Marinelli. And he runs a 4-3, and he don't move guys. Go get the quarterback. I need defensive end. Go get the quarterback. But that just shows you how he's evolved.
Yes.
Because his philosophy foundation is Marinelli. Because when I look at it, you talk about this guy, 6'2", 241, just runs the quarterback. It still makes me mad that they didn't get T.J. Watt over Taco. Because that's what you could have had. And
Well, shout out to
we've
them for getting
evolved.
smarter then.
Yeah, now we've evolved.
Because now you picked a guy
The problem is he's not T.J. Watt.
that had big time sack production. You don't know that. You don't know that. No, Ezra was
Is he
super
white?
fun. Like,
I'm just saying.
no. Ezra was super fun.
Brother-
Like
his brother Hall of Famer?
anybody who doesn't like this pick, I feel like for the most part, the only real reason to not like it is because you got so dug in on needs or the needs that people were talking about or the players that people were talking about. I didn't see this pick coming. This pick is absolutely worth the pick at this spot in the draft, and this pick at a premium position for a guy with those pass rush tools is better. It's infinitely better than being like, but I needed a running back.
So you're saying
you got a pass rusher.
They're staying true to their board.
I believe they are.
And picking strategically smart.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we're also doing it. I saw Shot. It looks like that's my guy. I just watched him do that fist pump.
I bet he's a high character guy.
That's what I'm saying.
I bet, hold on, let me check.
Compared to
I
Green,
can find
because
that.
I'm saying Green was rated higher probably because Green should have been, if not off the field concerns, Green probably would have been the first round. But you pick this guy because he checks that character box that they want.
Yeah.
That right kind of guy, loves the game.
If we're talking about culture, then kudos to him there.
Yeah.
Because he's been given the keys to actually change the culture. That's if you want the character guys. And I think we lived through that, kind of right kind of guy with Jason Garrett.
Yeah.
But every coach has their philosophy, and if the right kind of guys, his kind of people that he wants in his locker room, I get it. You want the Dallas Cowboys have had enough players in their locker room who loved what football brought them, but did not love the game of football. It has been there. It has been clear. It has been evident. You've been covering this team for 27 years. I've been a part of this team for 3 seasons, and I've been covering this team since 2013. And we've seen these guys over and over and over and over again be selected and drafted high in mid-levels at the end of the draft, come into Dallas and love what Dallas brought, but did not love the game of football. And now, if this is what his agenda is, and this is what his push is that I need to get quality dudes who love football, and his first 2 picks are dudes who are quality dudes who love football, I hope it works out well for you.
Yeah.
Now you got to put wins with that, though.
Yeah. No, I think he's a good player, too. So he is a 4-year player that led Boston College in sacks, 3 years running. The third one, his senior year, just now, 16 and a half sacks, led FBS. The dude is a player. And I do think likely, as an NFL rookie, it's going to be mostly go rush the passer or a good amount of go rush the passer. But he's 6'2" with, and these are the things that the draft nerds obsess about, he's 6'2" with 34-inch arms.
Long arms.
He's built for the pass rush and for even though I'm light, I can at least compete in a run game because you're not just going to overwhelm me because I'm all the way too small. He's light, and he's not going to, stand up to just getting run through consistently. But that's a dude that can pass rush as good as anybody in this draft, not named Abdul Carter, and grow into somebody who could be a good run defender. I think that's a good pick. I know we all want or we're dug into, I think they really want a receiver and they really want a running back. To take a premium position with a player that I bet was at the very top of their board in the second round as a guy who tears into the Joneses pretty much constantly, good pick.
No, it was solid. These are solid selections, and they're not. And the good news is they're not beholden to their needs. And the receiver. You talk about the receiver and the running back, and obviously defensive tackle, things that are, I would say, higher up on the need list because they did good Dante Fowler. They do have some ends, in the rotation. The second round pick from last year is coming off of
Marshawn Nealon.
Well, the other one is coming off the end of the year before.
Sam Williams.
Sam Williams. So they do have some guys in the rotation,
Oh, yeah, they got guys at that spot.
Yeah, and
they
so
have guys.
It's just like a guard earlier. I talked about, they did bring guys in, but I'm not going to pass on this guy who can play. We got guys in the rotation. I like these guys, but this guy's the best guy on our board. We're going to take this guy. That's good drafting. When you talk about them being good drafters, this is good disciplined drafting. Kudos, Jerry. Give Jerry Jones some credit, Jeff.
He did. You did it, Jerry. You didn't mess something up. You did it. No, I'm a fan of picking the best players. I'm a fan of premium positions with premium picks, even in what could be, if everybody is healthy and lined up. Like, that's a crowded edge group. That's a crowded defensive end group. But that dude's got a ton of ability, and you're talking about a 4-year contract for, a 21-year-old guy that can really get after the passer, even as a rookie. I'll take that over a guy that you're hoping can unseat somebody as your third or fourth receiver. I think that's a good pick. Okay, we got Fran Duffy. We have our all-city draft guru badass. The great Fran Duffy is joining us right now. What's up, Fran? Tell us about Donovan Izaraku.
Yeah, local guy. My guess is grew up an Eagles fan, so you guys are going to love him. I know you're really excited to welcome him down there from South Jersey. When you're looking at Izaraku, obviously the production speaks for itself, especially this season when you look at one of the best pass rushers in football with what he did in the ACC for Boston College. But I think when you're looking at Izaraku, to me personally, why I was a little bit lower on Izaraku and as a first-round player, he didn't overwhelm me as an athlete. I think when you're looking at a guy that's at that size, a little bit more of a compact frame, he's got good length for his size. But for a guy that is built that way, I want to see like explosiveness off the ball, right? That first step to really scare offensive tackles. And I think he's missing that a little bit. That said, he's really crafty at the top of the rush. He's got one of the more well-developed pass rush plans of any pass rusher in this group. I think that he knows how to attack tackles and keep them honest. He can attack your outside half. He can attack your inside half. I worry about him being an every down guy, but to me, like he looks like a very high floor pass rusher. I thought he had a good week of practice down at the Senior Bowl. Was only down there for the first 2 days before he said, "All right, that's enough for me." But I think when you're looking at Izaraku, there's a lot to like there about the profile. Certainly as a pass rusher off the edge.
Fran, when you hear about all his intangibles and his productivity, but the thing that glaringly stands out is he's 240 pounds, right? Yep. And we already have a guy in Micah Parsons who is smaller to be a edge rusher. And if you watch Micah throughout the season, he starts out hot and the numbers are rising. Then we get to about Thanksgiving and you see the dip off. You see that his point of attack to the quarterback is not as fast as it was in the beginning of the year. The sack totals go down. The production goes down. When you look at this guy, is he going to be able to hold up to a 17 NFL game season at that size, rushing off the edge?
Yeah, Jesse, that's what gave me pause, and especially like the run game, he gave solid effort, but again, at that size, like, is he going to be able to hang every single game? Especially again, if you're not that overwhelming athlete on top of it. That's the thing with Parsons is like, okay, yeah, he's going to get moved off the ball sometimes, but he's going to get you off the field on third down, right? He's that kind of athlete that's going to scare offensive tackles every single time it's a pure drop back situation. And so there's give and take there. With Izaraku, since he's not that overwhelming athlete, there's a little bit less of the sliding scale in his favor. That said, I do think he does enough. Me personally, I graded him as more of like a rotational player, like a guy that could be a starter, but you want to kind of keep him in a platoon. Now, when I look at the Dallas Cowboys and what they've got in that room, we've got Micah Parsons, you've got Marshawn Nealon, you've got Sam Williams. They've put assets into that position. The way that they've played over the years, the way that Eberflus has operated over the years, they're going to run those guys in and out. It's going to be hockey line changes. Parsons is going to get the lion's share of the reps, but those guys are going to rotate through. They're going to be able to get creative with him in sub package and kind of move him around at times if they want to. So to me, that gives me a little bit more confidence in his long-term viability. He's not going to need to be 45 snaps a game each and every week early on. He can fill out his frame, get a little bit bigger and stronger over the course of his career. As long as they stay healthy. You don't want what happened last year to happen again. But I think when you're looking at Izaraku, it's a fair concern. And one of the reasons why I didn't have him higher on my board.
Fran, two questions.
Calvin Hill of All City DLLS.
Clarence Hill.
Clarence Hill.
Clarence. Yeah.
Goodness
Clarence,
gracious.
great talking with you, Clarence.
How you doing, sir? I see you got that T-shirt on. We appreciate it. Mike Green was on the board. What you going with Mike Green?
It's funny you say that. I did like just the bones of a round 2 mock, and I gave them Mike Green in my mock draft. To me, he fits more the profile that we've seen from the Dallas Cowboys, where it's like, hey, this is a guy that fell that, for one reason or another, whether it was off-field question or a medical question, and this is a guy that would have gone round 1, but we're getting him here. So I was a little surprised that they went with Ezraku over Mike Green. That said, I have some of the same reservations about Mike Green, just purely off the film, where he's another guy that at that size, he's not a holy smokes off the ball kind of explosive first step guy either. So I had the same questions. That's why I had them in the same bucket personally. But look, at the end of the day, there were questions about both. When it came to the profile, Ezraku definitely cleaner, and so you might feel a little bit better about the projection.
And secondly, they didn't get the running back early, and obviously the 2 Ohio State guys are off the board. Yeah. And a couple of receivers, and Burton is off the board. 3rd round pick. Can they get a running back receiver that can impact this team next year?
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Johnson from Iowa is certainly the name to watch. But since you've had this run now at running back, are they going to be late to the party? Is somebody else going to jump in there and select Caleb Johnson? That would be the concern if you are the Dallas Cowboys. Now, maybe you feel good about R.J. Harvey, who I know, Jeff, I'm pretty sure you're high on Harvey, right? I think that would be a player certainly to watch. And there are a couple of other players. Maybe you like a Damian Martinez from Miami. There are other guys there that can be those innings eaters that can soak up some of these carries. You pair him with the veterans that are already in tow, with Javonte Williams, with Miles Sanders, and you kind of go into the season that way. So to me, Caleb Johnson, who is a player that I compared to DeMarco Murray, like at his best, I'm looking at him, I'm like, if I squint, I can kind of see DeMarco coming out of Oklahoma, kind of a high cut track runner. You get him on those outside zone runs, and he could be very productive. They went through the offensive line early. Maybe they're trying to recreate some magic there. That wouldn't shock me completely.
You're a beast, Fran. We appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll talk soon, guys.
All right, we'll be counting down to the Cowboys' 3rd round pick, or if they try to get back in this thing. By the way, Will Johnson, the top player available, according to me, that teams clearly had some things going on with either a knee or a foot. Just some stuff. Some stuff going on. But Will Johnson does get picked at number 47 overall, so he is off the board. And as we work our way towards the end of the 2nd round and towards the Cowboys' 3rd round pick, we'll keep counting you down. We'll keep covering this thing from top to bottom. And that's all going to continue as the DLLS Cowboys draft party rolls on next. I do want to tell you about our friends at Ownwell, though. You know that? Owning property comes with plenty of challenges. Overpaying on property tax, that shouldn't be one of them. Did you know you can fight your property taxes and save thousands of dollars every year? Our friends at Ownwell can help you. Believe that when it comes to paying property tax, you should only pay what's fair. That's what you should pay. Sign up in under 3 minutes, and their team of local experts and cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront costs. That's what they do. They go in, they protest your property taxes. It costs you nothing. If they win, save you a bunch of money, that's the only time that they get paid. That's our friends at Ownwell. But you do need to know that the deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties, so you need to get a move on. If you want to save money on your property taxes, do it with our friends at Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com/DLLS. That's OWNWELL.com/DLLS. Also want to shout out our friends at Empire Today.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you like some floor, don't you? You like some floor. There's a lot of things you can do on floor.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, real.
Walk.
Get down on the floor.
You can walk. You can hop.
Yeah.
You can do yoga. Make love. There's a lot of things you can do on the floor, and our friends at Empire Today are the ones who want to put your floor in. You know what I'm saying? They want to upgrade your floor. They want to do all the things for you. Empire Today is the best in the business when you need to get a new floor. Pick the right flooring and the right colors for your space. See how it looks with your furniture in your house. They bring the showroom right to your home. It's convenient. Get precise measurements taken and have all your questions answered. So there are no surprises. With Empire Today, you get clear upfront and all-inclusive pricing. Plus, you can schedule installation as soon as the next day. Schedule a free and home estimate today because some things are just better at home. DLLS listeners, you can receive a $350 discount when you use the promo code DLLS. $350 off Empire Today /DLLS for full details. All right, we're cruising on now. Who else did I miss? Did I miss any picks there? Will Johnson went. That made me sad. Terrence Ferguson.
Was there a trade?
Colts picked JTT.
Houston moved up to 48.
All right, Houston is coming up to 48 from Vegas. Who got that pick from Miami? So Houston's coming up. The last few picks, Cowboys, Izaraku. Good pick, by the way. Chat, don't let the fact that you're just really mad at the team right now, no matter what, cloud your vision here.
And this becoming the BPA draft so far?
Yeah, I mean, I have Mike Green higher, but there's wild card stuff in the background there that I just don't know. And so, like, Izaraku is a top of the second round grade that you picked in the middle of the second round that plays a premium position. That's a good pick, according to me. Will Johnson, people concerned about things physically. So, good pick, according to Jeff. JTT, the Ohio State defensive end, goes 45 to the Colts. Terrence Ferguson, the Oregon tight end, goes to the Rams at 46. And then Will Johnson to the Arizona Cardinals, where he will become the next Patrick Peterson. If he's healthy, that is going to be a wonderful pick. And now you got the Texans coming up, and we'll see what the Texans are going to do, and then we'll just keep cruising in this thing until we figure out if the Cowboys are ever going to make a pick for need. I want you to know, Cowboy, I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. I know it's tempting. We need a running back. We need a receiver.
So where do you because there still are needs.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Where do you feel those needs at? Because do I think Booker's going to be a good player?
Yeah,
sure.
He is.
I don't know about I can't out to like Donovan, right? Like, will that translate? We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see the skill set. Will it be able to go? Because 241 is light.
Oh no, yeah. That's a light edge player.
That's light. Yeah. And
now
and
also
the ACC is
people
not known.
lose weight. The listed weights you're going to get is from the combine.
Okay.
People lose weight to go to the combine because they want to jump high and run fast.
Okay.
So like I had him as a playing weight listed at more like 250.
250,
but still, it's still light.
That's Micah.
But it's still light. But 241 was I'm trying to run a sub 7 second 3 cone, and he did.
What? And I think we talked about it earlier, so Fran talked about it. It's going to be a rotation. He's not an every down guy, but because there have been a nickel so much pass rush, he's been a rotation. Marshawn Nealon, this emphasizes that he will be the one that replaces Tank is that run stopping end, the left end.
Right.
Obviously Michael's on the side, but his run downs, Nealon's going to be out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Passing downs, we're going to put, as you talk, the NASCAR unit out there with the speed guys and Sam Williams and how do you say his name?
Who?
Donovan.
Ezeraku.
It's Donovan. Donovan E.
DA.
And
is it
with
DE
Micah,
or DA?
You're gonna have the NASCAR unit.
Ezeraku.
You have the NASCAR unit out there, and then when you get, Overshawn back, that's gonna be a nice pass rusher coming from blitzing. But Nealon will be the rushing in, and you can rotate that guy with Fowler. I forgot him. Got Fowler. You got Fowler.
Oh yeah,
Williams.
they got dudes.
They got dudes. There's coming rotation.
They
There's
got
nothing wrong with
dudes.
that. He don't have to be every down guy.
But my
Your point is
I
where
started-
are they going to find this receiver?
not even the receiver. Like we're talking about the pass rush, but you got to get to passing. You got
gotta stop the run.
You got to get to much needed passing downs, right?
Like Nealon and Mozzie, you got to step up.
All right.
Okay. You're not going to take this seriously? Okay.
No, I'm gonna be positive.
I tried to bring it up the other day. Last year coming into the draft, Cowboys needed a running back. Cowboys needed a receiver. They didn't get it. This year coming to the draft, Cowboys need a running back. Now Cowboys need a receiver. They may not get either one. And we'll be saying the same thing next year.
Yeah, and I think
running back will be high on the list of needs going into the draft.
If you're in that spot, I think the time for what the hell are we doing is not with your first 2 or 3 picks. It's all of free agency, and once the draft is over and you haven't addressed a need, now it's time to trade. And if the Cowboys front office doesn't do those things, that's what you get mad at, not who they pick.
Right, but they'll be on a 1-year deal, and again, we'll be back saying these are the needs going to the draft.
So you mentioned
they're going. I'll be 1-year deals.
You mentioned trade. Is this? We don't get the running back in the second round, and you don't. If there's a run on running backs at the end of this round, early third round, Oh, we got a 50 ball mustard.
Put him in Club Papa.
Where legends drop, Clarence Hill just can't stop. Breaking news, you gotta hop in Club Papa.
Yeah, mustard.
That's
mustard.
a bad condiment.
Mustard.
Bad condiment.
One of the good ones. One of the good condiments.
Team weapons down
Listen,
0-2 to team trenches.
When you give us $50, a great condiment.
Y'all calm down. They
50.
decided to draft
50.
good this year. Bad condiment.
50.
He changed his name and profile pic because I said mustard is terrible. And that's when he
Well,
created
that's
this.
why we like people like that because they have fun. Those are the kind of people we want in our chat.
Team trenches, baby. Let's knock out super chats. Anything that I haven't already done. Is that all of these? Do I need to
Want
rip
people
through a
to
bunch
have
of these?
fun.
Adrian, with the 44th pick, Pop selects a 6-piece wing. We did that.
See?
We did that. F2D, a lot of stuff there. If we don't get a receiver, can Jesse please unretire and be our number 2 from Raymond? Give a shot.
Oh, Lord, today.
You for league minimum, you wouldn't
Lord
go
today.
until they told you to go home.
Oh, no.
You go out there.
If they were dumb enough to call me
Yeah.
and let me sign the
I'll
contract,
take 500 or whatever. Yeah.
500.
I'm
Yeah.
going to
The
get more than
minimum
that.
about $1 million now. Come on, veteran
I'm gonna
minimum.
go get.
No.
I'm gonna go get more than that.
Veteran minimum, yeah.
I'm gonna get somewhere between 8 and $1 million.
Okay.
Yeah, veteran
Let's see.
minimum,
Okay.
$1 million.
I'm
Okay.
gonna get somewhere.
Oh,
Oh,
between
yeah, because you got
those.
some years. So
Yeah,
you
I'm
would
gonna
be-
Hey, get the vet minimum.
I'm
You don't get the rookie minimum. You
But
get the vet minimum.
But I need to be there. I need to be on the roster.
Yeah.
I need to be on the roster
Yeah.
week 1 of the season.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Week 1.
I need to be on the roster
Can't
week
go
1.
tear you up. I don't
No.
Because if I'm on the roster week 1,
A vested veteran, you
I'm vested.
get-
I get that money no matter
all
what
year.
happens for that year.
Vested veteran.
The lunatic drafting BPA can't ask for more. Aaron, I'm done, man. Just done. Mike Green, leading sack artist in the country. Well, the guy they picked is the leading sack artist in the division higher.
Did you do Casey? Club Pop?
With insane shuttle time, and we take a dude with worse measurables and sacks. Who's getting?
Casey, he gave me $2.
And you want Club Pop for the $2 super chat?
No, I just said he said $2. He gave him $2. Did you highlight Casey with his tab for super chats? That's all.
Do you see that we're working from top to bottom?
Oh, my bad.
Bro, you're never beating the allegations. Like
Jay Lit, did we just do the same thing we did last year?
Yeah.
Caleb, I can't believe people are mad about BPA. Trovon, him on one side, Parsons on the other, nothing in the middle. We've lost playoff games in the trenches. Only way this pick makes sense
Nothing
if
in
you're
the
winning
middle.
games with the dynamic offense. Oh, wait, nobody to throw to. Look,
a good point. That's
no
a good
matter
point.
what position they pick, they're going to not build the team you want because they've gone bad drafting for the 2 years before this, didn't sign free agents and haven't traded for anybody of substance and let a ton of people walk. You can't fix it all here. All you can do is hope they pick the good players. And so far, I think they're 2 for 2 at that. Brett's in the super chat. You guys think boy from
right over Casey again.
Casey Addison, Club Pop, just happy we got a Q.
You know that's what he wanted. You know that's what he wanted. You know that's what he wanted.
Brett's in the super chat. You guys think boy from Bowling Green, Harold Fanning, goes before end of third?
Come to us, baby.
Fanning before the end of the third? Yes. I think he will go in the third round somewhere. If not, he'll go in the fourth.
Come on, give me something. Give me
Facing the wrong way.
my boy.
Jason,
Productivity.
What viable options remain for DT, running back, wide receiver? A whole bunch, especially running back and wide receiver. D tackle is a hard transition from college to NFL. So looking for whoever your other nose tackle is, like Oregon's got a dude, Indiana's got a dude. What's that? Caldwell West. Like there's guys, but it's a tough transition.
What just
Dan Myers. What'd
you pull out the bag?
Dan asked, no, not Dan. Yeah, Dan asked a question.
Chill, I'm a bourbon guy too. What's your go-to?
Buffalo Trace.
They don't sponsor us.
He just pulled it out of the bag.
They don't
Like, that's
sponsor
what I'm
us.
saying,
Asked me a question. I just told him.
No
It's in
sponsor.
the bag.
No sponsor.
Trying to get somebody to go get me some ice.
Roman Wolf Gaming, Nick Nash, and Taj Brooks still there. See, Nick Nash is, what is he, like San Jose State or something? Taj Brooks, Texas Tech. We got a bunch of running back. We're going to find a running back. Dallas, wide draft D end when you have Nealon and Williams. Also signed Fowler. Jones family's lucky they own a team with a fan base so loyal. When I tell you, I promise you, Jerry and Stephen Jones didn't make that pick.
I thought you were going definitive.
I promise you.
I thought you were going definitive.
Scouts and Will McClay made that pick.
Did you see the tweet I had the other day that they upped the ticket prices? It's $1,000 more for 8 games on a package that was 9 games last year.
Yeah, I'm not paying that, so I don't care.
I understand that, but it's $1,000 on whatever the package
Yeah, all the
was.
companies are still going to pay it.
It's just individual. He's a season ticket, and his season ticket package, which it was for 9 home games, he's paying $1,000 more for 8 games in the same seat.
They're taking a game away and added $1,000.
Yes.
Why don't you go after Jerry? Tear him up. Hold him accountable.
stop
Feet to the
carrying that-
fire. Stop
stop carrying
carrying
that
water.
water.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
Stop
here.
carrying
I'm just
that
trying to
water.
get you to-
Stop carrying
Stop carrying that water.
water.
Say what's on your chest, man. Get it out the system.
Let's see. We handled Mustard. Michael Ryan, their already drafted receiver, and Mingo. Watch his college tape and see you got your second wide receiver for a 4th-round
God.
pick. Also, Tolbert sucks and Flo sleeper. I'm assuming that's Flournoy. Jermaine, Dallas believes in Tolbert and Mingo. No weapons coming. It's very possible.
And they
Get
keep
ready.
talking about Tolbert led the team in touchdown receptions last year.
Hell yeah, he did. Why you guys hating on him? Myler just threw in some money. Colt, what would Jair Alexander cost in a trade? I don't know, but I'll take him.
Money.
Stephon Gilmore is going to be your other corner.
Money.
When they
Well,
don't,
Stephon Gilmore was at the start, and nobody know why he was there. Like, he wasn't there for the official
we know
visit.
why he was there.
They said,
They trying to say that they didn't know why he was there. Come on, man. He just dude ain't just walking up in the star.
why not?
They're
He could've
doing
been-
due
he lives here
diligence.
still.
They're doing due diligence, getting ready
There's
to
nothing
put him
wrong.
on
He
the
just ain't
team.
walking up the star.
All right.
They getting ready to put him on the team. That's what he's doing in the star.
It's like Zeke last year. You know, Zeke. They
Had
met
dinner.
with him before the draft was over, and then after the draft was over, they made the signing.
All right, let's get caught up on our picks that we've had here. Terrence Ferguson was the Rams. Will Johnson was 47 to the Cardinals. Ariante Ursery, the offensive tackle at Minnesota, went to the Texans. Demetrius Knight, South Carolina linebacker, goes to the Bengals. Oh, he plays like a Bengal. And Elijah Arroyo, the Miami tight end, goes to the Seattle Seahawks. We're onward to 51. Arroyo's fun. You don't want him to ever block anybody as long as he lives. But boy, he's 6'5", 250.
And
He's a hell of a
Carolina's
fight
making a-
athlete.
And Carolina's making a trade with somebody.
Carolina pick is in.
Buccaneers?
They traded with the Broncos to get
Okay.
up there.
Oh, Seahawks. Okay.
Yeah. So they traded to get up there. Carolina moved up to number 51.
They're not looking for a quarterback.
Oh, yeah. Shadur Sanders is just hanging out.
Is he going to fall out of the second round?
What about
Looks like it.
how's everybody going to feel when Jalen Milroe goes before him, the Alabama quarterback?
If Jalen Milrose goes before him, that's
I'm the
sick
psycho
of
who
work.
believes that Jalen Milroe might be the quarterback in this draft that doesn't go early. Okay, watch out. You're going to have to deal with him.
Am I?
You're going to have to deal with him.
I don't believe
Don't
that.
play
Somebody's going to
defense.
deal with
I
him.
don't believe that.
We got to teach him how to throw to the intermediate parts of the
I don't
field.
believe that.
But he's the most dynamic runner to come out since Lamar.
Yeah, but he's a runner.
Yeah, they're hell to deal with. I don't want to deal with a runner.
I want to deal with a runner and a thrower. I mean that's Lamar is a runner and a thrower.
Lamar went 32nd. Milroe's
he?
going to go 64th.
Lamar went 32nd. That's when the league was. They were still a little bit
Racist.
Doing a little hating.
Racist.
Yeah, a
Doing a little hating.
they were still believing like if you're not a certain skin color, you can't play the position.
And he didn't throw it as well as the other guys, but he was such a great athlete and threw it well enough that 32 was insane. That was
I think the league
crazy.
has turned a little bit when it comes to what.
Yeah,
I don't mind a little bit of athlete in my quarterback.
Oh, what do you mean by a little bit of that? Nick Scorton, Texas A&M, 6'3", 257. When you watch him on tape, it looked like he played at about 285. And it was one of him and his teammate. This is the defensive end at Texas A&M that actually made some plays. The one who didn't went in the top 15. But this is the one that actually made some plays. But he's not as tall and heavy and freak athlete. He's just the better football player. And so that means that you fall while your teammate who never made any plays in college goes in the top 15.
Happy War Room. Happy War Room. Happy.
Well, you are such a grandpa. Draft
I'm
so
just
far.
saying.
Here's your second round. Carson Schwessinger led it off to the Browns. Jaden Higgins to the Texans. Nick Emanwari to the Seahawks. Quinshon Judkins to the Browns. And then the Dolphins, of course, took Jonah from Arizona. Travion Henderson was one of your targets potentially for the Cowboys as a New England Patriot. Luther Burden to the Bears. Tyler Shuck, Louisville quarterback goes. Shadur Milroe do not. TJ Sanders to Buffalo. Mason Taylor, tight end out of LSU, goes to the Jets. Alfred Collins, 1 pick before the Cowboys. I wonder if they would have picked him if he was available. Because I think that he was worthy of that pick, and they do need help at nose tackle. Donovan Ezeraku is the Dallas Cowboys pick in the 2nd round. Pass rusher extraordinaire out of BC. JTT to the Colts. Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon, to the Rams. Will Johnson is a Cardinal. Ursary, the Minnesota tackle, is a Texan. Demetrius Knight, linebacker, to the Bengals. Elijah Arroyo, the Miami tight end, to the Seahawks. And Nick Scorton to the Carolina Panthers. And now we just keep cruising along. I want some more chicken, but I want to eat some more chicken. Y'all got anything you want to talk about?
I was trying to talk about it earlier. You mentioned trade, and for a running back, I tweeted out this
or
earlier.
a receiver. I mean,
I tweeted this out earlier. There was talks of a guy like Breece Hall. Do you package some picks together and trade for a guy?
Trades are hard though, right? Because if you're trading for him, it's going to the last year of his contract, which means you're trading for him and paying him, unless it's like a giveaway. If they're giving him away, I'll trade for him. But if you're trading for Breece Hall, I'd imagine the team that does that is paying him.
Okay, but if you you don't have to pay him. He's coming off injury. He has to prove himself. He has to prove he's that guy again. I don't think he.
But that affects the price,
right? So it's a 3rd-day pick, right? It has to be a 3rd-day pick. I'm not trading.
If you can get Breece Hall for a 6th-round pick, I'd say sure.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. It has to be a 3rd-round pick. A 3rd-day pick. Excuse me. So you're talking about 5th, 6th round. You don't have a 4th-round pick. If 6th round, I'd take a flyer on him for 1 year.
Yeah, 6th-round pick.
And I was 5th or 6th, even a 5th-round comp pick. That's a high 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
But I'd take a flyer on him for 1 year.
Yeah, I think that'd be fine. I mean, you
don't have to pay him a contract.
The thing is if we're honest with ourselves, you don't think you're going to go win the Super Bowl this year. So I don't really want to trade picks for Reynolds.
We're talking about a 6th-round pick.
Yeah, with a 6th-round pick's Anthony Brown.
Okay, we're talking about a 6th-round pick. Go get Breece Hall. Don't do that.
You're probably right.
I'm just talking about because you said your words that it was either happening in.
Are you trying
the
to
offseason?
You trying to lawyer me?
No. I'm just saying that you said it's either happening in the offseason, drafting, or we're making some trades.
Yeah.
Well, clearly it's not. It didn't happen in the offseason. It's not happening in the draft right now.
Not yet.
And so where are we at as far? What are some other trade names that you would be willing to kind of give a later round pickup? And Breece Hall was a name that came to mind for me.
Yeah, I guess top of my head, I don't have the running backs who are available or being shopped, so I don't know. I mean, I do, and they are going to pick somebody. But, I mean, I do think, all of this, part of it is the Cowboys screwed it up. You should have Rico Dowdle on your roster while you're in this draft. But they just jumped at the first guy who would take their low ball, which was Javonte Williams, and then they grabbed the next guy who would take their low ball. Right. They just grabbed the first guys they could that didn't want any money as a Jesse Holley here, man, damn, where they were like, oh, yeah, they say we don't sign people. Who's a running back that no one else is interested in that'll accept money right this second and sign for nothing? And they're like, oh, we found a couple. And they're like, sign them. And it was like, oh, wait, 3 days later, you could have had Rico for about the same money, and he's better than them. Whoopsie. Yeah. But they did a here, man, damn. You could trade for George Pickens if you're trying to do the receiver thing. You can do that.
What about the guy in Denver?
Cortland Sutton?
Yeah.
I don't want crazy or old.
That's fine.
So you don't want Pickens or Sutton is what you're saying?
No, thank you.
Is Sutton, what is Sutton?
30?
20? Is he 30?
Is he that old already?
Life goes fast.
I remember he was at SMU just like last year.
It wasn't last year.
I'm exaggerating, but my point is.
I know he's on a second contract, but man, life goes fast. Cortland Sutton's 30 years old. But we're gonna figure it out. Jeff is emotionally damaged.
He'll be 30 in October.
Oh, he'll be 30. See, that's way different.
That's not way
he's
different.
29.
He'll be 30 in October.
He's very
October.
29.
Yeah, he's on the back end.
29-year-old man.
He's on the back end.
Well, I'm a big Mingo guy,
Are you?
Deuce Vaughn, running back 2. Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver 2. Just some guys that haven't gotten the opportunities they deserve. Got to get their shine on. Third round, they're going to pick a receiver or a running back. One of those two is probably coming.
Or defensive tackle.
Honestly,
they're about to start forcing need. It's coming.
Or cornerback.
It's need time.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think if you didn't get a wide receiver now or in the third round, that's it. Don't pick a wide receiver.
Right. You don't want to just throw a dude in there.
Just don't do that. Just go with what you got. maybe find a trade. But like, if you don't get a receiver in the 3rd round, don't do it. There's no need to bring camp bodies in. Don't need to draft camp bodies. You already got your guys. Maybe you sign.
You don't have your guys.
You
Well,
got
you
your
have
guys.
like you don't know if whoever you bring in is going to beat out insert whoever here, right? Like if you draft somebody after the 3rd round, you know
They're not beat. They won't.
They might not beat out Paris
They won't
Campbell.
get enough reps to beat out those guys. They won't get enough reps to beat out Jalen Tolbert. They won't get enough reps to beat out Jonathan
What
Mingo.
about Jalen Brooks?
maybe.
Probably not.
He was a 7th-round pick.
But he's already here. He's already established in this system. So they're
But
going to give those guys a chance first.
No, but
Lamb,
he can't
Tolbert,
play.
Mingo, Turpin, like they're in.
Right.
And so you have to beat out everybody else just to make the team. And I don't want a guy that is just like, let's see how you
They
fit
like
in with
Paris
these
Campbell's speed.
Well, then you just told me definitely not to pick a guy later. You argue against your damn self.
I'm telling you what they said.
Pickens
said,
had
we
10
said.
receptions more than Tolbert. You're going to pay $30 million a year for that? Yeah, that's the thing about Pickens. I don't want to
And
trade
you
for
gotta
George
pay him.
Pickens because it's time to pay him.
And he crazy.
And he's crazy.
Like
Crazy.
George Pickens might cuss Dak out in the huddle.
Crazy as a
Probably
road.
Like
fight.
Dak's built for that. He would just be like,
Yeah,
Listen,
but it's Shotty built for
child,
that though.
what are you doing?
He would cut Shotty out though.
right, could Shotty handle that?
Yeah.
You got anybody on the staff that could beat up a wide receiver? 210-pound wide receiver?
On offense?
Yeah.
Skill guys?
Yeah. What's our
Probably
offensive
not.
coaching staff built
No.
like?
Probably not.
How Clayton Adams built? What's he? I don't
Probably
even
not.
know. No.
Benjamin Morrison.
Benjamin Morrison is headed to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If Benjamin Morrison, like, it's weird when you're so young, but you got bad hips. My man's had multiple hip surgeries.
Okay.
Hell of a player, though. Really good player. Just multiple college football seasons ended
Put your hip into
by a
it.
hip.
Put
I just
your
had
hip
my
into it.
college teammate get a hip replacement.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, David Noel.
See, I've never had an injury.
Oh my God.
50 bomb. Who we got in the super chat? It's on there. What? Right. Thomas!
Thomas! Put Thomas in Club Pop Pop.
Put him in Club Pop Pop, baby.
Where legends drop, Clarence Hill just can't stop. Breaking news, you gotta hop in Club Pop Pop.
Yeah, Thomas.
Thomas says Jeff and Jesse. So, Clarence, you can sit this one out.
Hush.
What wide receiver who is worth taking today or tomorrow? Looks like we need to trade for one. Now, I got you covered. I got you here.
If we're talking about trading for one, of course, the name that everyone's talking about is George Pickens. We talked about that briefly. I don't know if necessarily want
Jameson Williams. Rumor Ruski's out there that he might be up.
So they just picked up his 5th-year option. Detroit did. So what does that cost us in a 1-year
His
deal?
5th-year option is probably, where was he
20?
picked? Probably $18-20 million, something like that.
So he'll be a 1-year rental. And you have
Nah,
to
we're
sign
gonna
him?
pay him. We're gonna pay him.
We're gonna pay him.
Yeah, we're gonna pay him.
Okay.
Perfect compliment.
I wouldn't mind. I would not mind Jameson.
Okay.
Would not mind him. I think if we're looking for
Jameson who?
wide receiver
Jameson who?
body,
What were you doing while we brought up
I
the
was-
name and had the last 3 minutes of
Jameson
conversation?
who?
Did you have to ask?
Because
What were you doing?
I'm trying to get a guess. But Jameson who?
your guy.
Okay, I was just checking.
No, I literally said your guy while I was talking.
Let's bring in Johnny Matches. The great John Machota of The Athletic is ready to hop in here. John Machota's out at the start. Donovan Izaraku is the pick for the Dallas Cowboys. Johnny Matches, what do we know? And feel free to make as many words as you want. I'm going to eat a couple chicken wings.
I mean, for the people that want them to take the best player available, that's what they've been doing.
Let's
So
go.
you should be happy about that. The
I
other
am.
thing I keep going back to, Chill, you were obviously there when this happened, but on Tuesday, after that press conference was over, when Jerry mentioned the thing about having 2 substantive moves, I mean, that just
Ice,
and
club
for Steve,
ice. Yeah.
and for Steven to say today that those are still in play, that's got to be running back wide receiver type moves. And so because of that, if they got something in their back pocket as a fallback plan, something that you would hope is better than Ezekiel Elliott last year when they didn't draft a running back, then you can't hate on these moves. I think that I always think that they've been at their best when they draft best player available, and that's what they've been doing. So I don't think that you can really be too critical of it.
Well, when you're talking about making this team better, and not just better as in what they were last year, but better in making them to end the Super Bowl drought, right? You talk about wide receiver. You don't find a wide receiver that's going to come in the 4th or 5th round if you don't grab one in the 3rd round that gives you an opportunity to go, this is the guy that I'm going to put opposite of CeeDee Lamb and is going to catapult us into the the stratosphere, or maybe even being better than the guys that you have, whether that be Mingo or Tolbert. Like, I know best player available that they've gotten in these first 2 picks, but when and how they start addressing the needs that they have that make them a realistic contender to compete in the NFC East and ultimately compete for a championship.
Yeah, it's tough because they're in a division that it's really the class of the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles who do that, who are aggressive, who do those type of moves. The Cowboys just don't operate like that. They haven't for a while. And so I don't know how they're going to catch the Eagles without doing stuff like that. I do feel that they could have gotten that receiver if Luther Burden would have fallen, and then maybe you would have had that answered there. But I don't think that there's any receivers left that they're going to love to the point where they're like, these are any better than what we have already. I felt like that ship kind of sailed when Burden left. So, they do need to make an aggressive move. But they've needed to do that for several years now. I mean, the roster is not good enough. If you're going to try and win the NFC East and play with the Eagles, you got to kind of operate like them, and they're not coming close to doing that. And so, I guess if you're a Cowboys fan, you just got to come to the realization that until they start doing moves like that, you can't put them in the same class as the Eagles.
Machado, you miss me?
Yeah, of course.
You miss me out there? I mean, is it quiet? Is it quiet? Is they getting work done? Big time editors not telling people to be quiet?
Calvin's been filling in for you. He's been trying to stir it up a little bit, with you missed. But yeah, no, obviously you're missed. Yes.
Let them know.
I say that all the time. We can butt heads about things or whatever, and I will always say that this job wouldn't be nearly as fun if you weren't on this beat.
Let them know I cleaned up. I cleaned up for the show.
Yeah.
You talked to the defensive end. What did you glean from his interview, and what stood out for you?
Diehard Eagles fan.
Yeah, he grew
up. So he said he said that game, the Super Bowl, that's his last game as an Eagles fan. So now the biggest thing I'd say that came from that is just that no contact with the Cowboys, just an informal at the line, like just no contact with them at all, which it surprises you a little bit, but it also speaks to they probably didn't have edge rusher on the level, to where they probably didn't think he'd fall there. I mean, most mocks had him going like late first, earlier in the 2nd round. And so maybe they didn't think he was there, but I also think this speaks to a little bit of the Sam Williams is in the final year of his deal. Dante Fowler's only a 1-year deal. And then the fact that you can move Micah around and have 2 other edge rushers out on the field and mix things up. So, and then let's just be honest. I mean, look at last season. Micah gets hurt. Sam Williams misses the whole season. Nealon dealt with injuries. DeMarcus Lawrence dealt with injuries. Let's not act like all 5 of these your top edge rushers are going to stay healthy. They're probably not. And so that's where I think that some of that makes sense there. But yeah, there wasn't a ton though, Chill. There wasn't a lot of like really. Here, I'll just be honest with you. It was similar to yesterday's. His phone was cutting out. He said he was at a country club. So I don't know why I couldn't have just got on a landline, but it just wasn't a good conference call. It was cutting out. He had to repeat several answers. So you know how that goes. When it starts going that way, you're not going to really get great answers from a guy.
John, when you with the new head coaching staff, and the new head coach Brian Schottenheimer, you see these picks, and I know that they are coming off as best available, right? But these are more clean guys, right? You hear about Tyler Booker and you hear about Donovan. These are guys who for the most part, like, love football on the surface that we know of, don't have questions. Everything kind of checks the boxes of clean guys. And I don't want to use the word right kind of guy because that was a Garrett.
RKG.
That was a Garrettism, right? I don't want to use that, but it feels like under Brian Schottenheimer in this culture change and trying to get this thing. I don't know what direction that he's truly trying to go in. But are these guys fitting into that new mold of what the culture was going to be? Love football, right kind of guys, clean guys, and I guess can preach the culture or the message for Brian Schottenheimer?
It's tough for me to know as much about with the Ezraku kid, but I'm really cynical when it comes to a lot of this stuff. Like we only get to see a certain amount of it, and I think that we read too much into certain things. But this year, this is my 15th year covering the Cowboys, so this is my 15th draft, and I don't think that there's anybody that has been as impressive in an interview as Booker just was earlier today.
I agree. I agree.
His answer that he gave to what his pregame routine was so detailed that when it was over, I told Todd Archer, I go, I'm not sitting here saying that that's the best answer ever, but listening to that, I was like, I would hate to be the player that they interviewed after he left the room, because tough to meet up to that level, that especially because, I mean, we've all talked to players that there's some guys that, and in fact, there's a lot that, play football at this level because they have a lot of God-given ability, and it allowed them to make a lot of money. And then there's guys that this is their everything. They live and die by this. He certainly seems like he fits that box. So for that to be the first pick of Brian Schottenheimer's time as a head coach, I think that says a lot, even though it wasn't can't you make the argument that guard is maybe the least sexiest pick that you could possibly make? I was thinking of like the whole entire roster. If you had to pick, guard is about as low on the list as it can get. So,
it's interesting because when they picked Tyler Smith, they picked him to be a tackle. He was supposed to be Tyron Smith's replacement. They didn't pick him to be a guard at that time. And I would say that Tyler Smith, from where he was, picked that late, coming from Tulsa, was the most impressive interview I had seen as a rookie coming in, and I've been there since. I've seen every draft pick and every first round pick interview.
Why are you trying to one up him?
No, I'm not.
He said he's been here 15 years. And I've been here much
longer.
You don't have to.
What I'm saying is, I hate
neither one of you want a damn thing.
I hate that I wasn't there for Booker because Joe said the same thing, and you're talking about how impressive it was. And I know Tyler's been I've seen the DeMarcus Wares and the first round picks come in here, and no one was more impressive to me in how he handled things. Now, Tyler Smith was a great quote. I'm just talking about how he handled things. Booker, it seemed like handled things was also a great quote and gave you great stuff. And for being on his beat and knowing how the offensive line don't talk, how he traditionally coming in and they wouldn't let him talk. And it's refreshing to have a Tyler Smith who can talk and likes to talk, and now a Booker who likes to talk.
Yeah, no, there's no question. I agree with you on the Tyler Smith thing too. I thought Tyler Smith would get worse, as I just thought the Cowboys, just the brand would beat him down and he'd stop talking, and he's been great. And obviously he's gotten to a level now where I just think he's a no-brainer to give him a new contract, as much as Jerry says he wants to wait that thing out. If you got another Tyler Smith with this pick, then I understand that people complain because it's 12 and it's a high pick, but I mean, for what was really there, I mean, I think I would rather have Emeka Egbuka just because of the wide receiver position, but I don't think that he's really blowing you away either. He's a solid pick. So I get it if people are critical of it because it's a guard, but I do think that this is a high probability that he's going to be a very good player.
Damn guard.
Tyler Booker said, to your point, his pregame music, like to listen to a little gospel in the morning time. Then he gets to the field when he gets pumped up. He listens to Lil Nas, Lil Jay-Z. He mentioned Jadakiss. One, do you know who Jadakiss is, John? And two, can you name a Jadakiss song or a song that he's in that you like and may have in your playlist? And I ask because Jadakiss is my favorite rapper of all time.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Not because John's a white guy?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I figured.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Jadakiss fan, but that is
Do you know what rap group Jadakiss is in?
No way.
No?
I'm more of a DMX, Eminem, Jay-Z type guy.
Okay, then you should know
Jadakiss.
because DMX, Rough Riders, one of the people that Rough Riders signed
that is true.
was his group is called The Lox, right? They went from Bad Boys and they signed with.
I thought The Lox was a person.
No, The Lox is a group. It's
damn.
Jadakiss, Styles P, and Sheik Lutz. They formed The Lox, and they were Rough Rider. They were Rough Riders. All right, it's all good, but just put that in your iPhone.
I'm more of a Ghetto Boys guy from Houston. I'm a Ghetto Boys guy. That's my.
Ghetto Boys had like one album.
That's
like one album,
good.
man. They had one album.
Damn good.
Johnny Matches, thanks for stopping by, and now you can go ahead and stop and drop and shut them down and open up shop out there at the Star. Okay.
Oh no.
Banger.
That's how Johnny rolls.
That's good stuff.
There goes Johnny Matches. My guy Ozzie Trapillo just got picked. He's like a 7'9" offensive tackle. That was my guy. He was my guy that was going to come take Terrence Steele's job if I could have him in the third round.
Mark Colombo looking mug.
Tall as hell.
Speaking of a guy who don't let offensive linemen talk, it was Mark Colombo who set that tone.
They might not talk, but they would scream into a microphone late at night on a Saturday.
That is true.
Yes.
He was part of that, wasn't he?
True, yes.
Colombo was part of Rain. Rain.
Yeah, that was what was it called?
Clarence, what was the name of their heavy metal band? Something Rain.
Free Reign or
Free
something?
Reign.
Free Reign.
Free Reign.
I went to watch him because Leonard Davis is my guy.
Yeah. Free Reign. You guys want to start a band?
Nope.
We could be like a barbershop
What
treetette.
instrument could you play?
Well, I was thinking barbershop quartet. We just sang.
I played saxophone back in the 6th grade.
I played the recorder in the 6th grade.
No, you did that little quarter.
I did.
Everybody does that. I mean, come on.
I own a harmonica.
Oh my God.
A nice one. Because I like the harmonica. I just don't know how to play it yet. But I'll
You had
learn.
the saxophone. You were like Hustle Man. You
Trying
like,
to be
Bro Man.
John Coltrane, man. I'm
You
trying to
like Bro Man. You had
play that blues, baby. Play that blues.
Pick up the pieces.
The jazz, yeah.
You was like Hustle Man. You had a kazoo. You had a kazoo on your saxophone.
I remember my dad bought a brand new saxophone, and then I quit the next year to play football because you couldn't be in the band and play football.
You
had to make the choice.
I'd have tore skin off your bottom.
Listen,
I'd have tore skin off your bottom.
Listen, I'm from a Texas kid. You grow up, you got to choose a small town. You playing football. And
After you made me
football
buy a saxophone?
athletic period was the same time as band period, huh?
After you made him buy a saxophone?
I didn't make them buy anything, but they bought a saxophone. They knew
Your parents
I was
bought you
a
a
football
saxophone and you
fool.
quit?
They knew I was a football fool from birth. And they knew as soon as I got a
bought
chance
you
to
a
play
saxophone
organized
'cause they
football,
They
I
had
was
to get a
gonna,
paper route. Pay for that
That's what I'm
saxophone.
saying.
they knew I was going to play football.
I'd have took some skin off your butt.
Well,
for not going for-
well, that's true, but I'm just saying.
There goes Jack Bash. Was that Detroit? Is that 57? Is that
Detroit
where
know how to pick, baby.
Jack Bash?
Raiders. I thought the Raiders might take Shador. They still passed on Shador.
That is true.
Wow.
Nobody likes Shador. What did
Nobody
Shador
likes
do to these
Shador.
people?
Well, they man, Dion gonna be preaching in the morning. Gonna be at Potter's house.
Dion is going to be doing
Man.
so much hating on people.
He's gonna be at Potter's house tomorrow.
That is a petty man.
Nobody's going to be invited back to Colorado for
Boy.
drafting purposes.
Boy.
He's
Ooh.
not taking nobody's
Did-
phone
did-
calls.
He's
y'all
about
see-
to alienate so many people.
Listen, can't forgive me, and I'm not getting political, okay?
Uh-oh.
But the president tweeted about
Yeah,
Shador
I
getting
saw
messed
that.
over today.
That means that Dion and him are
you mean-
probably tight.
You think Dion voted red?
so it's,
I have no idea how he voted.
So is
but
he-
Trump stands up for certain
is he
people that he
advocating-
knows.
But is Trump advocating for DEI? I mean, what are we doing?
I don't understand what those letters even mean. I just think he's just standing up for his friend.
But that was crazy.
I think he probably liked that documentary where we got to see Dion's foot. Where they were sticking stuff in his nasty foot. Did you guys, y'all didn't see the show? Oh my God.
You think it was staged?
That was disgusting.
DC Onion said that I don't know what the F I'm talking about, that Ghetto Boys has 3 classic albums.
Exactly. I mean, you can't come at no Texas.
You didn't
rap.
know. You didn't know
They
that.
rap a lot, rap.
You
'cause, man,
didn't know
I
that.
did. I wasn't even gonna answer that. It's rap a lot, baby. First of
wasn't
all,
gonna answer
you know
that.
what?
I
You know
wasn't
what?
gonna answer that.
Listen, just like Marvin Harrison, don't mess with Jay Prince. He
Man.
will snuff you out.
Nah, Jay Prince.
Jay Prince is he's the real John Ghetto. Don't play with Jay.
Maybe at one point in time.
He's
No,
Houston.
what? Jay
He's
Prince-
Houston,
Yeah,
right?
he's lost his luster.
No, sir.
Yeah, he
Sir,
lost-
sir.
he's lost
Don't
his
do it.
luster.
Don't
He's
do
lo- he
don't
lost
do
his
Jay
luster.
Prince like that.
He lost his
Jay
luster.
Prince, it ain't me, dog.
He lost his
It
luster.
ain't me.
Say something about Marvin Harrison.
It ain't me.
Femi Oladejo to the Titans with the 20th pick in the second round. Benjamin Morrison, the Notre Dame corner, goes to the Bucks. Anthony Belton, the offensive lineman, goes to the Green Bay Packers. Trey Harris, Ole Miss wide receiver.
That's what I would have put to your butt if you didn't play that saxophone. Anthony Belton.
You would have put Anthony Belton to his butt.
Whatever. I got to switch many times.
If you wanted the Cowboys to chase down that wide receiver need, I was about to say nude on accident.
Oh, whoa.
It was going to be need, and then the next word was you.
All right, Jeffrey Sharp.
Talking about nude receivers?
How about Jeffrey Sharp?
Trey Harris is a full-size, real-life outside wide receiver that goes to the Chargers with the 23rd pick in the second round.
Savion Williams from TCU still out there.
Ozzie goes, but we can talk about Savion in a minute because he's a whole different conversation. Ozzie, I never knew if it was Trapillo or Traprio, but it doesn't matter. I know his dad, I believe, played in the league, so I don't know it. I believe it. Went to the Bears. He was a right tackle from BC. Tate Ratledge, who is a Georgia guard that wore number 69 and had a mullet. And he went to the Lions which that
How do you know
really,
he wore 69? I'm just trying to figure out what does that got to do.
Because I watched the tape on him.
I think you just want to say 69.
No, I watched the tape on him. And
Well, I know,
when
but
you see a long-haired guard
You
wearing
watched
that
a lot of
number,
tape on a lot of guys. You never put their number out there, but you had to highlight 69.
Jared Allen wore 69. Like, it says something about the personality of the player.
How many times we've done this show and we talked about players? Did they ever mention their number? Jesse,
name which guys were it.
Have you ever voluntarily mentioned a guy's number until 69 came up?
When people wear that number, it is a personality comment about them.
Okay.
And I thought it was funny because he had a mullet and he wore that number. Finally, Mike Green off the board.
Mike Green.
That feels very Baltimore.
This is what they do.
That feels very Baltimore.
It's what they do.
They need to pay another pass rusher too.
This is very
Baltimore sits and look. You know what? I'm gonna say this to you, Cowboy fan. So far, you've drafted like Baltimore, and that's a good thing. You've sat there, you've looked at your board, and you've gone, the guy up top, and you're 2 for 2 doing it. Baltimore does that, Philly does it, and I think it's the best way to draft. You just say, oh, that guy fell all the way down there. Yeah, well, there's this high school stuff that. Okay, well, did he get in trouble for it? No, he's not going to get in any real trouble. Okay, and is it do we think he's a terrible person? No, we don't think he's a bad guy. Like, kids do dumb stuff, and that's the best player available? But pick him.
See, hold on, let me get this out right quick.
Get out.
Baltimore, like we talk about cultures.
Yeah.
And certain teams can accept red flag players because they have a good enough culture from top to bottom that if there's something that you may feel like that's not really correctable, like you put them in the right organization and around the right people and it gets corrected. Or those things don't happen anymore because they're not going to tolerate it. There are a few programs that are out there in the NFL where they have a good enough culture from top to bottom. And again, some stuff that happened in high school, I don't know if that's still who he is or will it follow him? I don't know. But Baltimore is the right place and has the right culture where they'll take a really good player like Green, put him under the wing, DaCosta and company, the head coach Harbaugh, and the locker room will now police that. They'll police that in a proper way that he understands that around here, that's not going to fly. You're going to be about football. You're going to show up. You're going to do what you got to do. And now that kind of culture can insulate a guy like that and help him if there's a need too.
Did we ever find the white suit?
No,
never found it.
No.
Okay.
Why you doing Ray like that?
What?
Why you doing Ray like that?
Suits aren't cheap.
We won't
find
it. Was not hidden. Who got it? All you did was like that Dez tape. What are you talking about? Did somebody bury it?
I don't understand.
Okay,
your question.
All I was, it's interesting. It is not interesting. Better be interesting. We're talking about storylines, and we're talking about Green and his pick and during the draft. I'm glad you guys are watching us and not watching the draft. Listen to us. But Jack Besh from TCU, Lafayette, talking about a storyline.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's at Lafayette, his high school. It's like they're at the gym, I guess. The family, their ticket. You know what happened to his brother with
the night on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, the Bourbon Street. I mean, what a storyline. I mean, that's what you like about. That's these compelling stories you get about the draft, and just to watch. That's the sheer joys, and I'm sure they're thinking about brother, and just I'm listening to Green. We're talking about the negative stuff and why he failed, and then Jack Besh and the story that he has, and playing for his brother and everything like that. Man,
yeah, it's a lot of stories in a row. You have Jack Besh, and then you have a very different end of the spectrum in Mike Green.
Yeah.
And then you have the guy at Georgia who wears 69 and has a mullet. And then right before that, you had the 17-foot tall right tackle. Like we're going through the interesting part of the draft right now. But the thing I did want to mention is for the Cowboys, if you're wide receiver hunting, like I'm glad they took the best available player. I think Ezeraku and Micah when it is 3rd and 7. Ha 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 ha. Have fun, offensive lines. But if you were hunting wide receivers, those were a couple of the prime ones. If you're looking for an outside guy that lets CeeDee Lamb be the move all over the place guy, Besh, Harris, those were 2 of the prime targets that are now gone, and we'll be watching for which guys stick around. Let me knock out some super chats. What's that?
We
hit that one. Yeah, we hit that one.
Yeah,
we hit that one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Dan Myers wants to talk about whiskey. Chill Buffalo Trace is great at that price point. Jesse Hopium here. Is there any chance Mingo grows into the number 2?
Nope.
Jeff, no questions. Love you, brother. You brought me to DLLS, long-time follow.
Well, thank you, Jeff, for bringing on DLS. Dan, can he grow into wide receiver number 2?
We hope.
Sure.
Because there's no one else.
Will he?
Grow into it 100%. In fact, I'll do you even one better, Dan. He will be your wide receiver number 2 this year. Now, the question you should ask, Dan.
Do you want that?
Do you want that? 2, will he be good at being your number 2? That's the question that you can ask, because he can be he'll be it. It doesn't mean that he's going to be productive in it. I do believe, like I said, I've talked to some people. They like him. They like Jonathan Mingo.
Like his size.
And they think with the full offseason, OTAs, mini camp, really digging into the playbook, really getting around Brian Schottenheimer, really being around Dak, and really being around CD, that he is going to be able to take the jump to that next level. We hope. This is the hopium.
Hope.
We hope. It hasn't shown so far in his time and who he got beat out by in Carolina. But we hope that he will be not only growing to that number 2 wide receiver spot, that he will be productive in it. We'll see.
You got to go to the next question.
Not him is in the super chat. Y'all looking finger-licking good, and I'm Colonel Sanders. With that said, I kind of like the picks so far. Both high-motor dogs. And that's the culture Shotty wants. Better than the Hot Boys. Mazeth is in the super chat. It's the trilets.
Not triplets. I guess. Right. I'm thinking.
Okay.
Leave the P out.
And Taj Shadur must be involved in the Shannon Sharp allegations. That's the only explanation I can think of.
Gotta be something.
Yeah, Shadur Sanders is still on the board, and we are at pick 59 right now. The Baltimore Ravens are back on the clock, which means whoever they pick will just be the best player available, and it'll work out great for them because it's what they do.
The Baltimore's back on the clock?
I got Baltimore here at 59.
Dang.
No, yes. Denver's on the clock at 60. Baltimore just picked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. And 59 was because we talked about who Baltimore picked, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They picked Mike Green. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So and we've got Ed Werder on the other side here as we have our draft party. And that bad boy is just going to keep rolling on here in a hot second with your DLLS Cowboys crew. We'll be right back talking Mo Draft next. And what we need to do is talk about Lucy. I'm rocking Lucy. I'm rocking Lucy right now. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. The Lucy Breakers, they're nicotine pouchers. They got a little extra surprise in there. Each pouch has a little capsule that can be broken open, releases extra flavor and hydration. They got regular pouches. They got those breakers. They got gum. They got all sorts of different flavors. Set yourself up with a subscription and have that Lucy delivered straight to your door. I like their berry blend. I've always liked wintergreen. Wintergreen's a tasty flavor to me. You see, I got the 12 milligrams. That's pretty powerful. I got a pretty powerful one there. I like them after a meal while I'm driving down the road. Post-draft Lucy. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/DLLS. Use the promo code DLLS. You'll get 20% off your first order. They have a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Lucy.co and use the promo code DLLS. Lucy, only for adults of legal age. Every order is age verified. It does contain nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. You needed to know that. Also, shout out our friends at the Lone Star Smokeout. Barbecue and country music. What's more Texas than that? Lone Star Smokeout coming to AT&T Stadium May 2nd through 4th. Try barbecue from 14 teams across the United States, and you can decide for yourself who's really the champ. Pair all that with events each day like Texas' biggest happy hour, Derby Day, Cinco de Mayo, a day early. Country's biggest stars like Cody Jinks, John Party, and Midland will all be performing. Stay tuned to DLLS for information. Our upcoming VIP ticket giveaway for each day of the Smokeout. That is the Lone Star Smokeout. It's going to be at AT&T Stadium May 2nd, 3rd, 4th. We love our barbecue. Kids 10 and under get in free and general admission. Tickets start at just $68. So don't miss out. Get yourself out to the Lone Star Smokeout and get your tickets at LoneStarSmokeout.com.
Great Ed Werder.
All right, we're back rocking and rolling, talking NFL draft, covering the NFL draft. And we have the great and powerful Ed Werder joining the broadcast. And we say thank you so much. And we say hello, Ed.
How you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't know this was going to be video, so I'm just wearing a T-shirt. And then I was going to go put a coat on real quick, but I didn't know how many of those testimonials you were going to read and how much time I had.
Yeah, just two. We do 2 minutes, no more than 2 minutes. The people, they don't need more than 2 minutes. We got to be back, and we got to be rocking and rolling. What do you think so far? 2 Cowboy picks down. I think a lot of the world was thinking picks for need, and if I look at the 2 picks they've made, I think they've done something I kind of like better, which I think they're just picking off the top of their board. But what do you make of what they've done so far?
Well, I really went into this draft thinking that the Cowboys' needs matched up really well to what the draft offered in terms of premium players. Like I thought running backs, wide receivers, cornerbacks, and they haven't done any of those things. They've gone with, 2 linemen, Tyler Booker. Hard to believe that he was really the 12th best player on their board and that he was over Matthew Golden and Tyler Warren. And then tonight, I think they got it right. I think a pass rusher to replace DeMarcus Lawrence was a great move. I've talked to Bill O'Brien, Boston College head coach, who also coached Booker as an offensive coordinator at Alabama. And he told me that both players are, outstanding in every aspect of the game. And that he thinks the Cowboys have had a great draft to this point.
Hey, Ed, how you doing, man? I appreciate you coming on. Can you move just a little to your right? You're kind of out of our screen. Just a little to your right.
Right. Oh, yeah. Get up on it.
Now, little back to your left. Little left. Little left.
Little right.
Little right.
Little right.
Right there. There we go. We got you, baby. We got you.
Why you give me such a small sliver of screen here?
Yeah, can we give him a bigger sliver? Why do you have such a tiny sliver? We need more
Give
sliver.
him the big piece of chicken.
That's all the real estate I can have?
He's got the big piece
Well, he
of
does
chicken.
have about 8% of the screen.
What do you make of Jerry talking last night about picking Booker and basically it was a pick designed to beat the Eagles? I mean, he talked about obviously protecting Dak, but also Jalen Carter. There's a history in this division of building teams to combat to beat the other team in the division. Certainly, the Eagles are the team to beat, not just in the division, but the conference. But Jerry really acknowledging that, hey, this pick, we got to beat Jalen Carter, those guys up the middle. This was a pick that helps us do that.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed reminiscent to me of, what they did early in the Jason Garrett era with 3 first-round picks on the offensive line and then getting Ezekiel Elliott at the right back to create that physical run-first identity that we think that Brian Schottenheimer wants to have as he becomes a head coach for the first time. And you're right that Mike McCarthy used to tell us when in the walk-offs that he wanted big offensive linemen because of the competition within the division. So from that point of view, it made a lot of sense. And that being the case, you had to be encouraged today when we finally got to talk to Tyler Booker at his introductory press conference at the Star, and he was asked who he's most eager to go up against, and he said Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
So that's going to attract a lot of attention the first time the Cowboys and defending Super Bowl champion Eagles play. But, I think, you've got the best running back and maybe the best offensive line in your division with the Eagles, and then you've got arguably one of the 2 best running quarterbacks in football in your division. So you better be able to play against the run, and you better be able to be physical on both sides of the line of scrimmage. And that, Brian Schottenheimer told us that's one of his priorities.
We've been having fun with each other about the Brock Hoffman replacing Zach. And what does this mean for Brock Hoffman?
Sad. It's a sad weekend for Brock Hoffman, I'm afraid. I guess he gets to be to Schottenheimer what Dom is to Nick Sirianni.
Right.
He's his personal bodyguard. He talks about him being a bully, and if I had to get in a street fight, I'd want Brock Hoffman with me. But apparently, if he has to gain 10 yards in a possession, he doesn't want Brock Hoffman doing it. He'd rather have Tyler Booker.
Exactly.
And when you look at this draft, I know that they got some help up front at that right guard position, but Jerry was very vocal last year when he said Dak's going to have to do more with less. And right now, not having a running back, a real running back, and not having a second receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb, Are we going to look back on this in January when the Cowboys don't make the playoffs and say, see, Dak, you didn't do enough with the less that you had? Or are they going to try to truly, whatever's left of this draft or trading or the guy that's on the waiver wires, are they going to do anything to try to find Dak some extra help so that he can be better at his job?
Well, I think Jerry said last year as part of his negotiation strategy that Dak's going to have to, do more with less. And I think what we're seeing now is a recognition that he needs to do less with more. And by that, I mean, they're going to take some of the pressure off him with the way they play. I mean, I fully expect Brian Schottenheimer, who's, with two different teams, the Jets and the Seahawks, led the NFL in rushing calling as a play caller. I think they're going to create a more balanced offense. We'll see who they get as a running back. I disagree with Steven. I don't think they have that running back on their roster right now, but the draft's not over, and there's going to be good players, in the third round, in the fourth round where they don't have a pick, in the fifth round. So I think they'll still get a starting running back out of this draft. And he still talked about the possibility of making a trade that could involve, acquiring a wide receiver. But I fully expect that the Cowboys are going to use play action. They're going to have Dak under center a lot more often and emphasize the running game. That's where they seem to be going with this whole thing.
Ed, as a guy who was at the morning news and got to cover Super Bowls, and then once you left.
Yes, I'm that old.
And once you left and Clarence showed up as a beat writer, no Super Bowls. Do you think the two of you share some of this blame?
I don't think I share any of the blame unless somebody wants to hand me 3 Super Bowl rings that apparently I should have earned while on the beat.
All right.
I think it's entirely coincidental that they stopped winning Super Bowls when Clarence came on board, but I can't be sure of that.
It's fair. All right, Ed, we appreciate you. We always appreciate the insight, and thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time.
A Hall of Famer, Ed Werder. Is in Pro Football Hall of Fame in the media wing.
Thanks for giving me this little tiny sliver of real estate.
Thanks for getting in the middle.
Yeah.
That was actually Clarence's idea. He said, could we make sure that the guy who won
No,
Super Bowls
sir,
doesn't
no,
have enough room for his face?
Jeff just let you go on when you had your face was half. I had to respect you to tell you to move over. He didn't even tell you to move
I could tell
over.
watching you guys that something was wrong.
Yeah.
I just didn't know what it was.
I was like,
See you, Ed.
Thank you, man.
See ya.
All right.
I have bad news for Jeff in the draft since Ed was on.
I know, Amos.
Picked after Mike Green were 2 guys that I would really like to have on the Cowboys. UCF running back R.J. Harvey went to the Broncos, who I love. And then Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss, who I love, went to the Washington Commanders. So that was...
If you had to give a comp for R.J. Harvey, who would be his comp? Because thinking about he's going to Denver, does he have some of that Alvin Kamara in him or no? Or?
Like, he is a big play machine.
Yeah.
Like, he's a not small, but small-ish running back. So he doesn't have a ton of power, but he runs hard. But, I mean, his thing is just on any given play, it's going to be like, oh, slipped that tackle. Oh, made that guy miss. And, hey, here's another 50-yard play for you. Like, he was just a big play machine. And his calling card is like Ashton Genty, just on a lower level, just hell on wheels to get to the ground.
Yeah.
He finds his way through and around people and makes a bunch of big plays.
Your team building. Quale Parker says we got 10 guards and 12 ends. I hope I said your name right. Team building. And I know we want to pick the right guys, but you also want to spread some of that stuff out. Is it okay to load up at positions and really leave other positions light when it's the best player, or do you really, is it important? Like when you build a college roster and like recruiting, and you can have a first round, a number 1 recruiting class, but you got 5 running backs and quarterbacks, receivers, but you got nobody on the line. Do you have to spread some of that roster building out?
I think it's a fair question, and I think at some point in every draft, need comes into play. And I think if you have guys that are ranked close when you're on the clock, like if they had Ezeraku and a wide receiver, and they had, like Steven gave out how the Cowboys grade players. Like, let's say a second-round grade would be 1-2 something.
Yeah.
And then a low number, 1-2-1 would be top of the second round. 1-2-9 would be bottom of the second round. So like if you had Ezeraku, who they picked, and his grade was a 1-2-2, and they had Jack Besh as a 1-2-3, and you need wide receiver and it's close, then I think you can go need. I just don't want you to reach far. Like I think the best example is the Eagles. I forgot what draft it was. It was a few years ago. But the guy that they really wanted to pick when they were on the clock was a running back. So they picked him. And then within a half hour during the draft, they had traded their starting running back to somebody else. You make it work.
Right, yeah. But
right?
Yeah,
and the Cowboys don't do enough of that.
Right.
Be
like
creative. Be on the phone right now.
Get rid of them guards.
Yeah.
You know.
And in that case, like those guys, and I don't know how to say it without, they're not good. Like the guys that you brought in, it's not like they're guys you actually wanted to start at football.
Right.
So yeah, call around the league and see if anybody's interested in giving you a 7th round pick or flipping you a position you're weaker at.
They're not good. So yes, you got them for the cheap, but you got 3 guys for $3 million. But I could have spent that extra $3 million on a player that could help me.
And now you go see if another team has the same problem at a different position.
Yeah.
And is there an end of the roster defensive tackle that somebody has? And you guys have bad guard depth? All right, can we flip that? Like, I just think that the Cowboys don't do enough of the really just working hard to fine-tune the roster. Like, call every other team that you think, oh, we've got 3 backup guards that are better than your backup guard. Trade me anything? Give me a 7? Yeah. Give me a something? Yeah. Like, I think you just make it work once you've added the best guys. We're at pick 63, which is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Chicago just had their pick. They picked Shamar
Turner.
That defense,
yeah, he's a D tackle at Texas A&M. That
from DeSoto.
He is.
The Bears are winning this draft.
Shamar Turner's a psycho on the field.
The Bears are winning this draft right now.
It's your agenda right now.
No, it's not my agenda. Yeah. I'm just saying, like when you look at what they already. The Bears are doing everything you talk about a team should do.
Luther Burden.
The Bears said, okay, we come in, new ownership, new head coaching regime. What do we need to fix? Oh, we can't protect this number 1 overall pick. Quarterback? All right, let's go get offensive linemen.
Yeah, they traded, they signed people.
They traded, signed folks all off season and shore that up.
Mm-hmm.
And then now in the draft, you're talking about building all those needs. They got defensive play. They got offensive play. I mean, they went and they're doing everything that you talked about a team should do to build a team from not competing, from not good, to now that they may put something together where they're not bad anymore.
It would be a fun team to be a fan of, honestly. When you go from bad and then you get to get rejuvenated with the head coach that the whole league wanted,
right?
And then they aggressively go after everywhere that they were struggling. Like the Bears would be a fun team.
They'll compete and probably beat at some point in time this year. You know, the Vikings, and they got to play the Green Bay Packers and stuff like that. Like they're going to be in contention.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this draft. It's another guy from Tennessee went, and it seemed like this draft is heavy on the big school guys, the Power 4, Power 5 guys. Certainly, with the guard from Boston College went early. I know in the first round, like 26 of the picks were SEC or Big Ten guys. I'm just, are you seeing that? You know, when you look at the small school guys are not really.
We'd have to see.
I know the Cowboys talked about it.
Yeah.
At one point, they started saying, hey, I want size. I want guys who played in big conferences, who competed. That's what we're looking at.
This is all Boise State guys?
Boise State's got that one real good player. Yeah. This is just off the dome, and I can't prove it. But my initial thought when you say that is a couple of things. One, I believe we're in like the last year of guys who got a free year of eligibility from COVID. Mm. And so you have a lot more, not just big school. I think you have a lot more seniors, 5th-year seniors, 6th-year seniors, because normally the guys who go early, it's mostly the underclassmen. Right. It's the guys who played 3 years of college, bang, here we come. Right. But now NIL, you can make more money in college. You might stick around. You transfer portal. I think a lot of those small school guys, it's going to be easier to make your way to a big school for your last year, which we have a lot of those guys in this draft. Came from either another big school to big school or small school to big school. And so, yeah, I think that'll be more true because if you're a badass as a sophomore at insert small school here and Georgia calls, Ole Miss calls, whoever Texas calls, it's like, oh, yeah, let me go put that tape on for my next year, and then I'm going to go to the NFL.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Savon Revel gone yet?
He is not gone yet.
Yeah, and so here's a guy coming off injury, but he's 25.
Is he 25?
I think he's 24, 25, so he's older.
I didn't love his tape. I mean, I think that people. He was kind of small school all the way, injury history, and I got to tell you, this is just a me thing. I am so terrified of corners who are what I would call high cut. Like he's 6'2"
Just turned 24.
Okay, so he's an older prospect.
He's still older, right? 24.
His legs come up to about his nips. At corner, that terrifies me. People change direction fast. And if your legs come up,
he's a high booty player.
He got a lot of leg.
High booty.
He got a lot of leg.
You see athletes like that dude that high booty, they just look different. They do look different. You know, it's like
Rebel, I think
high
will
booty.
be. I think he'll be.
And women with high booty is a different conversation.
I think he'll be a 3rd round guy. Would be my guess. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock at number 64. Hey,
another Longhorn.
And I would imagine he was one of my best players available.
That dude can play. That dude can hit.
Yeah, Andrew McCuba's a player. Andrew McCuba's good. Yeah. He's an awesome coverage safety. He is. It's weird because I don't know what to call him. Like if you wanted to say as like a downhill hit safety, like I want to say he's really good at it, but he also clearly loves doing it too much, and so sometimes that leads to misses. But it's like you look. What you need to do with him is dial him back a little bit, and he's small. And so that is going to give some teams pause. And now a guy who is really, really good on tape, a good coverage safety that is absolutely not scared to run the alley and hit, goes 64 to the Philadelphia Eagles because they just pick really good players when it gets to them. That is the end of the 2nd round.
Is it finally over?
That is the end of the 2nd round. Wow. So we are gearing up for the 3rd round. We can do draft so far, and then we're going to go to the thing that Clarence did with a man who he hadn't been retired long enough yet, so he's not a Hall of Famer yet, right? Is he even retired yet?
Ooh.
No, he's not retired yet.
He's still
not retired. Still playing.
Damn.
And he said he ain't gonna retire.
Oh, really? He's just gonna play.
Keep getting them checks. So hey, keep getting them while you can.
He's just gonna play forever. Katya, can we just throw it to the interview? No. Okay. All right.
We'll do what you can't do who's been drafted.
You want to do the big? You want to do the who's been drafted or the big board or something like that?
We clearly have a situation over there.
Okay, situationship. All right, let's go.
So we just keep cruising.
So into the 3rd round, Shedeur Sanders
still
on the board.
So Cleveland Raiders. Somebody got to take him now, right?
What if Shedeur Sanders goes undrafted?
Man,
that's crazy.
That's not happening.
Cleveland Raiders.
He's getting picked in this round. I think Jalen Milroe is too.
The Giants have the first pick of the 3rd round.
You know what's crazy?
It better be.
Milroe's at the draft.
He
what are you doing?
He should have done that.
That's bad advice.
It's bad advice. He shouldn't have done that.
He shouldn't have done that.
I mean, unless you just unless you knew you weren't getting picked, but you're like, it sounds fun to go hang out in Green Bay with all these guys.
It ain't though. You're by yourself. There's nobody in the green room.
Yeah, no, that's not fun. And it's Green Bay. Like, what are you doing in Green Bay?
Nothing. I've been to Green Bay. There's not. I started staying in Milwaukee. I'm not staying in Green Bay anymore.
Do they at least have a bar named like Curly Lambos or something?
Listen,
do they have anything to do?
Listen,
Curly's would be the good name for a shake joint too.
That whole area ain't for me.
You like brats?
Once I finish eating,
you like sausage?
It ain't for me.
You like sausage?
Listen, I get that before the game. It ain't for me to spend the night. Cowboys take a road trip. We stay in Milwaukee. We drive and we drive back.
How far is that?
Game. 2 hours.
Okay.
2-3 hours.
I have friends who
I've driven from Chicago. I fly to the Chicago airport and drive back to the airport. I'm not staying in Green Bay.
I have friends who are Green Bay fans that in December at some point each year I'll get an invite. Like, you want to go to a game? And I'm like, no part of me.
No, especially in December.
And he's not the only one. I got other, but yes, he had
in December. I'm like, I don't see the lure of one of the freeze.
Right? Yeah, sure. I'd be down to see Lambeau in week 1.
Yes.
But that's part of the experience. No, being uncomfortable is not part of the experience. I'm looking for.
It's like that's why Cleveland, which has been the history of outdoor, they're trying to build an indoor stadium.
They should.
Yeah.
Let me take that back. I believe that every postseason game should be played indoors because I just think that I want to see who's the better team. But, I get it. If you're a Northeast team and you live in it, it's a giant home field advantage.
Buffalo built this new stadium, and it's outdoors. They have to call fans in to sweep. I mean, come on,
It's a giant home field advantage. I hate it for, I don't want a playoff game.
How many titles have they won because of that home field advantage?
Make more money with a dome.
Kansas City gets cold, too.
How many titles has Buffalo won?
Kansas City gets cold.
Kansas City got Patrick Mahomes.
I'm just like
they would, and I lived there. They didn't win nothing before Patrick Mahomes showed up.
It's not the cold stuff.
They didn't win nothing before Mahomes showed up.
Like the Bills play in a division with the Miami Dolphins. and the Bills players live in Buffalo, at least part of the year. When the Miami Dolphins show up, I promise you have a big home field advantage.
Yeah,
I
They step in there and they
understand
go, oh, crap.
I mean, you remember when Miami had to go to Kansas City last year in December, January.
Miami's
They didn't
never
look
won a
fun at
game
all.
under 40 degrees or something like that. It's
And
like
that-
we got a stat on that.
And that's why if your players are used to that temperature, your home field advantage is huge. So
That's
I
why-
get why teams do it, but I want the best team to win. So I don't want weather
Yeah,
to ruin
and the
football.
college football player last year when Tennessee went up to Ohio State, the Tennessee players before the game started warming up with no shirts on. Like, what are y'all doing? Trying to, it's a mental thing, trying to show they tough.
It's dumb.
And we're gonna line up. We're gonna work. Like, y'all, and they got
dumb.
the doors blown off of them.
I do think that's dumb because I would just have like
dumb.
somebody on my team, even if we are cold, and it's like, oh, look at that. That's so intimidating. And then I would just have like a performance coach, like, right, they're also going to be 10% worse because they're currently losing energy.
It's
So
right.
feel free to leave your shirt
That's
on.
true.
Yeah. I got to charge my laptop. George Teague is on?
Yo, my dude.
All
Come on,
right.
I got him lined up, baby.
Yeah. So let's bring him in. The great George Teague, the defender of the star, if you're not familiar. What's up, George Teague? Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, sir. Glad to be here, man. Sitting here watching this draft, trying to figure out what is going on around this league these past couple of days, man. Interesting stuff.
Expand. What is the part that's making you think of the word interesting?
And it better be interesting. It better
Well,
be it.
I'm still sitting here just trying to. I'm stuck on what really happened with Shador and things of that nature. What's really happening there? Of course, as your Cowboy fan and all that, and I'm listening to some of the people around here, the fans, on what they like and what they don't like and where we think we should go. I think it's interesting. I'm glad. I like the pick that they had. Honestly, I'm sure you asked me about that. But Shador, man, Shador is the highlight, and I'm just trying to figure out when he's actually going to land, go somewhere.
Yeah, Alabama. I'm gonna ask you about the pick because you're an Alabama guy. You do an Alabama radio show. You was at and George Teague he got his YouTube channel. He got his own podcast. Teague's Take. He does his thing. He was at the SEC Media Days. He's full-fledged media now. And so you watch Alabama up close and personal. Tell us about Booker. What's so great? Why is this a good pick for the Cowboys?
Yeah, I thought it was great. So a couple months ago, I did and you're right. Thank you for that. On our podcast, we watch a lot of Alabama film, show film every single week. So I actually get to see these guys play week to week. And when you watch Tyler Booker, man, you just see the nastiness, all the things you keep hearing people say about him. He is a dog, man. He gets after it. He tries to finish through. What I love about it is that he's super aggressive on the run plays. And so while I was trying to figure out what is Jerry Jones and the Cowboys going to do, Will McClay and the guys, trying to establish an identity. I felt like the pick was going to be, is this about trying to, of course, it has a lot to do with that, but are you going to try to sling it around where you try to be flashy, go get a wide receiver? Didn't really think running back was an option, but I think this kind of says maybe to what Schottenheimer might be trying to do with the offense or running the ball. So having someone like this gentleman, Tyler Booker, man, I think it fits right into that narrative of trying to be physical up front and really trying to do some stuff at the line. Now, I do think that he can be better in pass sets, pass protection. Not saying he's bad, obviously, about that. I just think his presence of being physical and trying to get in people on the run really makes him intriguing to me.
Teague, Clarence listed off a lot of things that you do. One other thing that you do or has done before is you're a head football coach. And
Yes, sir.
when you start talking about culture, the Cowboys have long talked about it, changing it. And you played for the Cowboys when it was a different culture, when it was about the winning culture, when it was those type of things. What are some ways from a coaching perspective that you look at this team and say, man, these are some of the things they probably need to tweak a little bit to help change that culture, to get out of this, 30-year drought that they've been in and competing for NFC Championship and or Super Bowl?
Yeah, I think one of the toughest things you have to do when we're actually talking about that and winning, and the culture's so big and vague and all that, what does it really mean? Bro, you need people that just really want to come to work and really try to win football games. This is the National Football League. It should be about that. Not all the other stuff, the intangibles with it. I think, this day and age, the way players play, and things. There is not the same type of physicalness or the want to really have to be able to go out there and physically dominate somebody. That's a culture that you have to build. I know people hate when you talk about going back in the day or whatever, but you had guys that were just built in a way where they were not going to lose a rep, a down. You know that, man. You've been in it too. You can't just lay down and be like, oh, well, I'll get him the next time, or it's okay. It's not okay, honestly, to lose that rep consistently, or really even once, and not have any attitude about it. So the culture needs to be like the teams that you see in the playoffs. Typically, they're very physical teams. They know how to run the ball, and they play good defense. It hadn't changed in a lifetime. Yeah.
With all due respect.
Uh-oh.
Listen, I've been following Teague since college when he had great play at Alabama and ran my boy down from Miami and snatched that ball from him. And, so what he did to T.O. and stuff is not a surprise. But you say he was around the winning in the 90s. He was in Green Bay when they won in the 90s. What? He came to the Cowboys. He part of his 30-year drought.
And you just felt like that would be a good something you had to say right now.
No, because he has an up-close personal view of it. And
how it started to change. I saw it when it was changing.
And he's covered. He has up-close and personal view. That's all I'm saying. He has up-close and personal view because he's been here. He was on those teams, when you came in 96, 97.
Both 96 and then
right.
98.
So when I joined the beat, it's like it was after 95, and he was in Green Bay, that last year when they were winning and all that stuff. And so, what's been, you've talked to players, and there's no one thing, but that's when the drought started, and it's do all the former players own it? Because I know Dak and Romo get the buck of the blame for it, but do y'all all feel that that's something that was part of our time?
Clarence, I think, man, I think most of us probably think that way from back in the day, but it still starts with, I'm talking about players, but it's still a mindset of what you got to do with the coaching. It starts with your head coach
right,
as well, or maybe even people about that. What kind of attitude do they have true attitude about winning and losing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can have coaches that are nice guys, and you kind of do that. NFL's not been about being nice dudes, man.
Right.
You be nice when you're out and you're doing your charity work and you're visiting the hospital or doing what we need to do, in the inner city and things of that nature. But when you're playing football, it ain't like that, man. You can't be thinking about certain things like that. Maybe that sounds selfish, or I don't know. I just think there's a mindset that you got to have when you're playing in the football game, and that starts the way that you are in a locker room, when you are on a racquetball court, on a basketball court, playing dominoes, playing spades, whatever you're doing, man, we ain't trying to lose, bro.
Right.
We ain't trying to lose at anything, at any rep. And we watch it. You sit there. You've been at umpteen thousand training camps and things of that nature, and you can see when guys aren't. It's just you're entertaining. You're entertaining. And you can't, there's that piece of when you got to look sweet and you got to put your socks on all kind of high and you get your swag on. But man, when it's time to play the doggone game, man, you got to have the attitude like what we're talking about here, that when you have a Tyler Booker come in to match up with some of the other guys who've had that dog mentality, right? Smith, Guyton, right? Micah, others. You got to have a lot of that. When we played, hey, Troy Aikman was a dog. You've heard how he talks. Maybe I don't care if you like how he played or whatnot, but he would get in your grill if you were not being well. Michael Irvin, those guys knew how to talk to people to basically say, hey, this is not the standard. We're not going to do this. Michael Irvin, Eric Williams. I can go on and on and on. It was deep with people, offense and defense. Charles Haley, man, snatched me up and got on my butt just because I missed a tackle or something. He didn't even know me like that. But he immediately just get on the bus and say, hey, man, I don't know what you're doing or who you think you are. I don't care that you're a first-round draft pick. You are here. We are here right now, right? And you need to be able to make that play. So, yeah, it's been around him too, and his words weren't as clean as what I'm saying.
Right.
George, when you mentioned like Tyler Booker and having heard all of the media that he's done over the last 24 hours, it's like pretty universal. that, holy cow, this is a squared away, mature, seems like he is all about football kind of guy. And I don't mean to draw the attention to like one thing, but I think like NIL is surely part of that, right? Where it's like now you were trying to get paid when you got to the NFL, and now maybe it happens sooner. Is it harder to find that kind of guy, and how important is it when you're scouting these guys that you're going to draft to feel like, yeah, this dude is built like this is what he wants to do?
Oh, it is. It's very hard to find a guy like him, and kudos to him. So I was actually at his signing day, unbelievably. When he was at IMG and they signed over in Frisco at the Star, the place. I was actually there when he did that because one of my players was signing at the same time he was, right? So I actually got to meet the guy, got pictures with him and things of that nature. High school kid at the time and not really thinking much about him. So as Clarence said, I was at the SEC Media Days and I saw him 4 years later, right? And I said, man, I don't know if you remember me or whatnot. I'm George Teague. I saw that. And he's like, yeah, I do remember you at my signing day, this and that. I was blown away because I can't remember people for the past 2-3 days sometimes. And he actually, someone that old head that was in there just trying to get a picture with him. And he started talking to me about things. And I got to listen to him talk at media days in front of everybody, but personally when I got to be able to interview him, he started giving those things, and you could tell that he's a different person. So everything that you're hearing about him, I totally believe that because he is a leader. I'm hearing a lot of that stuff. I think he's a different locker room changer. He has the ability to be able to switch from a locker room guy, motivator, to someone that needs to be very, very tough on the field, to someone who can stand in front of the camera and be very, very educated and talk well. So I'm kind of excited about him. I think he's going to be an addition and be a quick addition to the success that we attempt to have up front.
George, we appreciate you coming on, but before I let you go, what you sipping on and what you smoking on? You got a cigar today? Are you sipping on something? What you got?
Boy, I was waiting for this to be over so I can go right back out back.
He got a big backyard.
Hit one of these Padrones. That's what I'm going to hit on. And I got something with a little bit of Coke in it. That's all I'm going to say. Brown and brown. No, you want to do it that way. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time, man. You guys do great work. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you,
appreciate
brother.
it.
Yes, sir.
And it's funny, he said something with a Coke on it. The cat bucked her eyes. He's talking about Coca-Cola. She like, Coke.
He said it was brown. He said it was brown.
Oh, listen, if he's out there with that Colombian Bam Bam, I'm not judging. Coming up next, we got Cruise on in the draft. We are into the third round, creeping towards the Cowboys pick in the third round. And that all continues on. Who's just gone and who is about to go. We got it all for you next, right here on our DLLS Cowboys draft party. And thanks to our presenting sponsor of this situation, the great folks over at Happiest Hour in Victory Park. If you've never been, what a place to be. You can hang out downstairs. You can hang out on the outside area, like the little outdoor patio. I shouldn't say little. I should say big. Upstairs, awesome. Great views. Good place to be. Best place to watch sports, 40-plus TVs, massive jumbo LED screens, 50-plus beers on tap. Game day atmosphere is awesome over at Happiest Hour. Basketball arcade games, it's a go-to destination for everything related to sports. They got their Happy-Tizers, the team Happy-Tizers and cocktails, big bites and brews, different Happy-Tizers. It's appetizers that serve 4 or more people. You can see we got some of them on the set over here. We're having ourselves a time thanks to our guys at Happiest Hour. They are the absolute best, so make sure that you swing on through there if you are looking for a game to watch, if you're just looking for somewhere to chill. After a game, if you're down in Victory Park, swing on through Happiest Hour. It's a good way to spend the rest of your night. Thank you to our friends at Happiest Hour. Also, want to say hello and shout out to our friends at Sleeper. It's the best fantasy league platform out there, but it's also where you make your picks, your daily fantasy stuff. Put your ball knowledge to the test by picking whether you think certain folks are going to have more or less than their projected stats each week, each game. This week, I'm thinking Siegs. Every time I can get my hands on Corey Seager, I like to say more than total bases. If DeGrom takes the hill, more than on strikeouts. But, every sport, whatever it is you want to do, the more picks you combine, the more you can win, all the way up to 100 times your money. That is with our friends at Sleeper, who keep you in the loop with instant alerts for breaking news and major injuries. Stay ahead of the game. Keep track of the league updates in real time, so you're always informed and ready to outsmart your friends. If you have what it takes, new users, download the Sleeper app. Use the code DLLSBOYS. You get $55 in free entries when you place a $5 contest. See their terms of use for details. Currently operational in over 25 states, including this one. Check out Sleeper today.
Today.
You know what I just noticed, man?
What you notice?
Cowboys are loving these jersey picks, man. Both of these two guys got some jersey roots, man.
Jersey.
Jersey.
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
I was like, you think Ezra Raku's going to sell a bunch of jerseys?
No. If you're from New Jersey, you don't say New Jersey.
Jersey.
You just say Jersey.
Rahway.
That's where my mom and dad was from.
Really?
Yeah.
Rahway.
My grandmother worked at Rahway Prison.
Really?
Yeah.
Rahway.
Yeah.
Is Jersey a city in England?
Huh?
Well, why is it new? Because New York, is there York sounds like it could be in England, and now it's America, so it's New York. Why is it New Jersey? Where's Old Jersey?
There's a York, Pennsylvania, though. There's a York, Pennsylvania.
Okay. I'd love to see who's gone in the third.
Did we see the late?
Darius Alexander is a defensive tackle out of Toledo. Nice little three technique to the New York Giants. Ashton Gillott is a defensive end out of Louisville.
My boy right here.
Kansas City Chiefs. Harold Fannin Jr. to the Cleveland Browns. He's going to run sideways footed all up and down.
And they got
the
a pretty
field
good tight end already, David Njoku.
Yeah. Njoku.
Yeah, well, they like to have one guy with forward feet and one guy with sideways feet. That's how you run your two tight end set. Darian Porter is a corner from Iowa State who's terrible at football. And Kyle Williams all the way up here at the top of the third round is a Washington State wide receiver that is really fun to watch. Darian Porter is wild because he tested as the best athlete ever. He's tall. He plays corner. Took him 6 years to get on the field at Iowa State.
At Iowa State.
And he still was not a full-time player even this year.
At Iowa State, but he got drafted.
But his tape wasn't bad.
But he got drafted.
But he was not even a full-time starter, full-time player. And he went to the combine and destroyed it top of the third round.
He got drafted.
Go back to Cleveland, though. If Cleveland actually had a quarterbaak,
they
got some pretty good offensive weapons. You got Jerry Jeudy, pretty good.
Drake May got a little something.
Who?
You said
Stop.
Cleveland.
Drake May got
I was thinking New England. I thought you said New England.
New England ain't got nothing.
Do that. That's not. He's in New England.
Man, don't do that.
Drake May can play.
Don't do that. Don't do that, man.
He's
not showed us he can play yet.
You got Harold Fanning. You got David Njoku. You have Jerry Jeudy, and you just drafted Quinshon Judkins.
And they got a pretty good defense.
Yeah,
but they don't have a quarterback.
They do not have a quarterback, and that's hard.
And they haven't drafted Shador yet.
I mean, the Eagles won a Super Bowl. They don't have a quarterback.
Saints, the pick is in. Could he go to New Orleans finally? Could it be the one for Shador?
Could Shador finally get picked in this thing? Trying to
what numbers the Cowboys pick as we Mosey?
76.
I think
so we're 5 away.
Yeah, so we're creeping up.
76.
I mean, in the third round, could the Cowboys take Shador?
No.
Shador.
You still can't?
No, you can't take Shador.
What if he's there in the fifth for the Cowboys?
The Cowboys are not taking a quarterback. They got Overthrow Joe. I mean, Bazooka Joe.
We're just taking shots. Scattaboo at running back still there. Yes, Scattaboo is still there, and he will still be there when a few more running backs have been taken.
Scattaboo will still be there when you wake up in the morning.
No, probably.
Yes,
Scattaboo will be there when you wake up in the morning.
I would imagine that he will be.
Huh?
What happened?
We good to go there? We're good there?
Yeah.
Okay. Von Miller.
Oh,
Von
I'm
Miller.
sorry. Yeah, I didn't know. Okay, yeah.
Alma, turn on your hearing aid.
I forgot about it when we couldn't do it an hour ago. Yeah, shout out to Clarence Hill. You want to set this up?
Yeah, sure. Von Miller, DeSoto native, DeSoto U, certainly Texas A&M legend, played at Denver, now at Buffalo. Said he didn't want to come back to the Cowboys. Said Dallas' favorite team growing up. Grew up a DeMarcus Ware fan, but it wasn't an interest to come in for agency. He's having a Devon Miller day at DeSoto on Saturday. I talked to him today. Talked about the draft. Talked about his career. Talked about Micah Parsons and how he's a generational talent, and the Cowboys will pay him. I want to welcome in Von Miller again, future Hall of Fame pass rusher, edge rusher, linebacker, defensive end from DeSoto U, started at Denver, Texas A&M legend, now with the Buffalo Bills. What position do you play?
I play defense.
You play
Whatever,
defense.
whatever I need to get the job done, I play defense.
A Dallas native. I just got to start here. Dallas native, leaving Denver, couple of times in Buffalo. You were a free agent. Was there any contact with the Cowboys or coming home or playing at home?
No, I mean, before I went to Buffalo, I talked to the Dallas Cowboys. I think at this point in my career, I pretty much know where I want to be. I know, what teams I want to play for. I love the Dallas Cowboys. I always pay attention to the Dallas Cowboys, no matter what team I'm on. I was born and raised here in Dallas, so that's always there. But no, it's not the Dallas Cowboys this time. But who knows what the future might hold?
Oh, so you still got some road left. You got LeBron road left to play.
I got some more left. I mean, I'm definitely, I'm not at the front of my career or at the middle of my career, but I still got some more years left.
But so you're not even thinking about retiring. It's not even on your mind.
No, I don't like to say the R word. I got this year for sure. Then, at this point, you just take it, you just take it 1 year at a time. If I have a good season, then we'll play next season. Have a good season and play next season.
It's interesting, this draft weekend. What do you remember about your draft weekend and all the hoopla and everything that was associated with it? You were going to Denver, the teams call you. How was that whole process for you?
I knew I was supposed to go to the Buffalo Bills. I had already made up in my mind I was going to the Buffalo Bills. And right the night before the draft, it was like some Denver Broncos chatter. And then, draft day came and I got selected by the Denver Broncos at 2. So it was a really enjoyable experience. I had all my family there. My grandmother was there. I had everybody there. My coach from college was there, and it was just an amazing, time. That's when they had it in New York. Got to close the stock market that week. It was just an amazing week for sure.
I got to ask you. I'm a Longhorn. I got to say that I'm a Longhorn.
It's all good. We all make mistakes. It's all good.
I'm just saying, why you go to A&M? What was the look? Come on.
I tell the truth. I wanted to go to Texas. I wanted to go to USC. When I was coming out of high school, Vince Young, Reggie Bush, they were in college, and that was like they were winning national championships, going back and forth. That's where I wanted to be. I wanted to go to USC. I wanted to go to Texas. And it's interesting how things work out. Those were the only 2 schools that didn't offer me. And those are the only 2 schools out of, all the schools worth going to that didn't offer me. I had schools.
Was that Mac Brown? Who was that? Charlie Strong?
That was Mac Brown and Pete Carroll. So sometimes things just fall through the cracks. And I went to Texas A&M. My dad knew about the Aggie Network, and Texas A&M, they were really one of the only schools that said I was going to play defensive end as well. They was like, we're not going to move you to linebacker. You're going to play defensive end. You're going to pass rush here. I went there, and then my first year I did rush the passer, but then my second year they moved me to linebacker too. So if I would I would have known that. If I would have known that, things would have been different. But Texas A&M is definitely one of the schools. It's definitely one of the decisions in my life, the good decisions that I've made. And I love the Aggies. I love College Station. I was just down there last week for the spring game. I try to spend as much time as I can there at A&M. Try to spend as much time as I can at DeSoto.
Obviously, you're one of the premier pass rusher. Do you keep up with other guys? And can you tell me your thoughts on Micah Parsons and his career and what he's done so far?
Yeah, I know. As far as personnel, as far as teams and what teams have, I know everything about that. I might not know the perfect defense to call, perfect offense to call, but as far as talent, I know where everybody's at, and I know what all these teams have. And Micah Parsons is a generational talent. I went to his charity event a couple of weeks ago. He'll be at my event this week, and they got a special relationship with Micah, and it's well deserved. And it's just the price just gets higher and higher the more you wait. And I think Jerry might do that. Jerry might do that on purpose. I think the whole time I think it's just the game that he plays, and but every single time, if you go back to Dez Bryant, he paid Dez. He played the long game with Dak Prescott. He paid Dak Prescott. I think he paid Tyron Smith early. That was really one of the few ones where he paid Tyron Smith early. But as far as like the other stars, he You know, he drag it out, but at the end of the day, he always pays these guys. He always takes care of them. Dak Prescott broke his leg, and Jerry still take care of Dak Prescott. So I think that's just how he does business, and you know he's doing that with Micah Parsons now. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, Micah Parsons will be the highest paid non-quarterback, and I don't think it'll be by a little bit. You know, Chase, whatever it is by Chase, I don't think he just beat Chase by 200,000. It'll be a couple million. That he'll beat those guys by, and that's just how it should be. He's a generational talent. That whole team, not just the defense, but that whole team is really centered around Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott.
Hey man, I appreciate it. I'm gonna try to pop by your big day on Saturday before I go to the draft in Frisco. Again, thank you for your time, and hopefully we'll be talking again.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thanks for having me. Yes, sir.
Thank you, man.
Look at that clap. All right.
Can't pull one over on old Pop boy.
Do that gig moment.
Yeah, he trying to get it out there.
Lately in the draft, we had the New England Patriots at pick 69. Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. He is fun. Detroit Lions, Isaac Tesla out of Arkansas, wide receiver. He had a hell of a combine.
Don't scratch him.
Look at Vernon going in the third.
That's what I said. That's high.
Hook 'em.
Wow, I said that. Yeah.
Number 72 overall, Buffalo Bills, Landon Jackson, the defensive end at Arkansas. And at 73, Azarie Thomas, a.k.a. Wanye Thomas, his little brother out of Florida State, cornerback, goes to the New York Jets. Broncos on the clock, 49ers after them, and then Dallas Cowboys will be on the clock. Can we do a big board check? Oh, crap, maybe not, because I don't know if I've even got it all the way updated. But as I am looking at my own board, I will tell you Williams is gone. Boy, I tell you what.
Who left on your board?
I can narrow it down to guys I would really like the Cowboys to pick. I can narrow it down. Here are names that I think would make sense for the Cowboys. He's gone. Savon Ravel, the East Carolina corner. Now we're in the range where I think that he would be a good pick. I think a lot of people liked him a little bit more than I did.
He's coming off the ACL, right?
He's coming off an ACL.
Okay.
But I mean, 2 months ago, there was first round talk, and I was like, I don't really see that, but we can talk about him later. Iomanor, the Stanford wide receiver, he's a full-size man. And that's a wide receiver that actually did. There was a story going around about Travis Hunter that, Tedero McMillan tore him up. And I'm like, no, he didn't. Not even a little bit. He had a huge game against Colorado when other people covered him. Elik Iomanor did give Travis Hunter the business a little bit at Stanford. Jalen Royals, Utah State wide receiver. Jalen Noel, the receiver at Iowa State. I think those are all good players in this range.
No, this is a small one though. It's just a slot guy.
Who's that?
The Iowa State Noel.
Noel. He is not. He's not big. Like he's not a tiny.
Because the other one from Iowa State is big.
Jaden Higgins is 6'4". Right. Noel is like 5'11", 6 foot.
Is he
something like that?
I thought it was smaller.
He may be 5'10". I'll get his measurables.
So,
but there are still like legit wide receiver options on the board. The running backs, Caleb Johnson in the 3rd round. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Dylan Sampson, the Tennessee running back. That's a good pick. And there's a whole bunch of other guys that I think you think about in the rounds after.
We talked about Savon, and the Cowboys doctor did a surgery, cornerback.
And they love picking people and then telling you that their doctor did the surgery.
Well, yeah. And
remember Jalen Smith? Like, who knew better than us? Dr. Kipper. Kipper did it.
Kipper did it. Dr. Cooper also did my daughter's ACL when she tore ACL in high school. So
Dr. Sorial did a bunch of my knee surgeries. Thank you, Doc.
So Dr. Cooper did me a solid. But
did Dr. Sorial fail, or did you fail Dr. Sorial?
Yeah, because
I was done when I got to him. I had already had all the other things.
I mean, the way you walking, I don't know they did you a solid.
No, he's been
my baby went back running again and playing soccer again.
He's the reason I'm walking and not wheeling. Okay, I went to him.
The way you waddling, but I'm just saying that Ravel. I mean, as far as quality and value, would he be the best pick here? Wouldn't he? You got the information now. I don't want to reach for a guy coming off injury high, but 3rd round, is that
no? So 3rd round, what I like to do is like I'll give you every single player that I have graded as a 2nd round player, right? Because I mean, what better way is there to say who you would want here?
But does he coming off the ACL? Does he I mean, this is a guy who's going to be ready for this year.
Yeah, they should be ready. Yeah, he got hurt early.
So, but being ready, we all know coming from the ACL,
2 years later,
you gotta be a year removed.
Because that's the thing is when people say, "Oh, but he's going to be ready for camp," I'm like, then why are you telling me that the guy that you say is a first rounder you would pick in the second if you're also telling me he'd be ready? Why aren't you putting him where you said you'd have him? Like, I see what you're saying. Where it's like, yeah, he's going to be ready. I'm like, then why isn't he where he would be?
What you putting down? I'm just, but this is not a 1 year decision either.
Gotcha.
And so if he's that type of talent, that type of caliber, and you get him on your roster again, Diggs may not be here next year. His contract is cuttable after this year, especially coming off the injuries. You don't come back. You got to pay Bland. You still have to get better at that position and add to that position. So it's not a 1 year decision.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I think there's a couple of corners worth that pick. Savon Rivell at East Carolina, Noel Williams at Cal, I really like. A lot of people like Jacob Parrish at Kansas State. I'm not as high on him, but he's going to go in this sort of range. At wide receiver, if we're going to force a wide receiver or a running back pick, Jalen Noel at Iowa State. And you're right, 5'10". He's 5'10".
Yeah.
5'10", 194.
And if they list him at 5'10", he's about 5'8".
No, he's combine 5'10".
Come on, man. He's
combine
He has
5'10".
shoes on. Come on, man.
We're not using listed heights anymore.
When I was in my high school basketball, I had me listed 5'10" too.
We had the combine. That's over.
I was 5'10" in the program.
I tell you, the guy who has a chance. I've been real clear that there were 4 receivers in this class that I would be confident would be wide receiver 2.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going down to the bottom of, but maybe he could be as a rookie, Jalen Royals at Utah State as a potential pick with the Cowboys pick here. Noel and Royals, I think, are the wide receivers worth knowing. Running back, it's Caleb Johnson at Iowa, Dylan Sampson at Tennessee. If you're going for just a hammer, Jordan James at Oregon. We've been hearing the name Tootin with them at Virginia Tech.
The Broncos just took a receiver named Pat Bryant.
Illinois, 6'4", 6'5" guy.
So, that's not a name that I've heard you speak about above the name that you just talked about.
Yeah, because I didn't like him.
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't talked about. You don't even know his number. Huh? You don't know his number. He on West 69. You don't know his number.
Oh no, I know that he's a tall guy that went to Illinois and had good numbers. And when I watch, it's going to be reflected in the notes where I think he should be. Like you're waiting to write. Here's what I love. How does he win? And I didn't really have it. I was just like, I don't got it. Nick Martin, linebacker at Oklahoma State. I'd like to welcome us to the portion of the broadcast where a guy got drafted that I didn't watch.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And this is early for that.
Yeah.
A third-round pick you didn't watch?
Yeah.
Somebody's a hole in your tape.
Wait.
It's a hole in your book.
Is he the edge? No. Okay, I didn't watch him. No, I watched him late. He's listed as a linebacker. They lined him up and rushed the passer. Okay. He's a sub-6 foot pass rusher who missed most of the year. He only had 3 games of tape you could watch.
He's a sub-6 foot pass rusher.
It's a missed game to the knee injury.
Yeah. So he only played a few games, and I went and watched the first 2 games of the year when he actually played. And, I get it. He's got some juice as a pass rusher, but he is very small for that position.
He's sub-6 foot?
Yes.
And going into that's the kind of guy you take in third day or undrafted free agent.
And if I remember,
you don't take that guy in the third round.
If I remember right, he's also 230 something.
You don't take that guy in the third round
for an edge rusher.
Look at them glad. Everybody loves that pick. Oh, look at this. Did
they find the next London Fletcher?
He's a guy that moved. So he was a linebacker 2 years ago. They moved him to where he played mostly edge and some linebacker. They may be picking him as a linebacker. He has juice as a pass rusher, but to me,
they need a guy to play next to Fred Warner now.
And then that may be the plan.
Okay.
He may just be playing,
but he can't play edge at under 6 foot. I mean, come on.
Nah, but if you could be a linebacker that
you gotta have traits. You gotta have traits. You gotta have measurables and traits. Especially his third round is high for that.
There's really good players left on the board right now.
Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah. And look at Travis Frederick, Wisconsin guy back home.
Well, he got a man bun?
Yeah, man. Listen.
Fred got a man bun.
Trav didn't drop that weight like most.
Ravel, there you go, baby.
It's Savon Ravel.
Right on brand, baby. Right on brand.
There is you a Blue Star special, baby.
Right on brand.
He is coming off an injury. East Carolina guy, 6'2". I guess 6'1" and change then, if he's going to be listed at 6'1". But yeah, he's a tall, long, thin corner that can run, that's not afraid to hit. He has had an injury history. He had a chance to leave East Carolina this year to go pretty much wherever he wanted, and he didn't. He was like, no, I'm staying here, and then he got hurt. But he's one of those guys that throughout the process, a lot of guys liked him as a potential first-rounder if he didn't get hurt.
Look at Jerry. Look at Jerry. Look at dancing Jerry.
They needed a corner, and that is one with serious upside. And if you're talking about Eberflus, and at least my understanding of it is you like to rush 4, you like to play cover 3, 6 foot, almost 2, very long arms, can run, has ball skills when it's in the air. Like that dude could be a player. That is a very good value pick. Right. I promise they plucked it right off the top of the board.
Somewhere Israel McQuam was banging the table.
No. Trevon Diggs is banging the table.
Izzy said, I was a tall, rangy, long corner
but
around
he was
here.
a safety.
He was a corner in college.
He was a corner.
But they drafted him to be a safety. He
was opposite JC.
Dan Quinn moved him back there.
I know.
But Izzy was this is my job.
He had 4 years of tape, dog. Come on.
So my very first notes on Ravel, because we mentioned this earlier,
24.
I fear the tall, high-cut cornerback. He's got long legs.
He got high booty. He got high booty.
I fear the long-legged, tall cornerback. And it's not like it's Nashawn Wright.
He wear them high-waisted pants.
He is a high-waisted, long-limbed corner, but there is a lot of good.
Listen.
Like, he's got really good feet. He's annoying as hell in press man against people because he's got long arms, too. He can stop well. He's got legit 4.3, 4.4 speed. Off coverage can be more iffy. Probably because long legs makes it a lot harder.
Can he tackle, though? They want their corner to tackle. Does he tackle?
Yeah. He can tackle. Yeah. He will tackle.
So, again, it's right on brand. It's like I was thinking about before the pick. I brought it up that, Cooper did the surgery. They need a corner. Best value, best player on the board, all of that stuff. Even though the running back Johnson was there, that we're not forcing the obvious need. Corners a need, but, they did get Kyrie Elam. They do have some guys they like. But forget that. This is the best guy on the board. We like his potential. He got upside. Again, this is not a 1-year decision. This could be a 3 or 4-year decision, whether he's at his best this year or not. Good pick. All 3 picks are good picks, man.
And that's the thing. And you're still going to have people who are like, they haven't taken a wide receiver or a running back. And, that's just, that is the Cowboys' fault. If I'm looking at you had a pick in the first round and you picked a guy that I had a first-round grade on, that sounds good. In the second round, you picked a guy in the middle of the round that I had a top of the second-round grade on. That's good. In the third round, you picked a guy that I had a late second-round grade on. That's good. They're plucking off the top of the board. 2 of them are premier positions, and one of them is the trenches, which you just got to be better at.
Right.
The only complaint you can have about this draft is, dang it, my team had too many needs. That's it.
But you weren't
these
ever
are good picks.
You weren't ever going to satisfy all your needs.
No.
And but the issue is, they say you talk about this house, but this house is burning right now. There are other houses that are more on fire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's more on fire at receiver and running back than there is at cornerback.
And they got
so to speak.
picks. The Cowboys could trade picks to get back in this, to get into the 4th. They can still, and they could still. Please.
Yeah,
nobody wants to hear this. I know nobody wants to hear this. You can find a running back that's better than at least one of the 2 you have.
Trade 2 of them 5th to get a 4th.
On day 3.
Get back in the 4th round. Trade 2 of them 5th to get back in the 4th round.
Pick a running back in the 5th. But you're not going to come out of here having gotten everything. You're going to run out of time at receiver.
We're done at receiver.
Yeah,
the time is gone.
I would say at receiver, you have 1, 2, 3 names that I think could really help you as a rookie, and there will be guys that surprise you, or there will be guys who are very specific that I don't know that the Cowboys could use them, like Tez Johnson at Oregon could help somebody as a rookie. He's 155 pounds, and he ain't going to be playing the slot all the time in Dallas. That doesn't work. My guy Restrepo runs a 4.85. He could help somebody as a rookie if that's not his real 40 time. There are some other guys, but I think the receivers that are left are Elik Eomanor at Stanford, Savion Williams at TCU, who is very unique because he is not a route runner. He drops the ball a bunch. But then he'll make catches that you're like, how in the crap did you pull that off?
I see that guy with the Chargers, first round. Drops the ball a lot.
Mike Williams?
Oh, Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson.
Yeah,
right.
Quentin Johnson would drop the ball a lot.
He went to TCU.
Yeah, I'm talking about TCU went the ball up. But when he's a big play guy, but he drops the ball too much. They don't need that.
Jalen Royals at Utah State has a chance, I think, to be at some point in his career number 2. I think he can help somebody as a rookie. Jalen Noel can help somebody as a rookie. There's at least 4. Isaiah Bond's a wild card.
If he doesn't have the charge, Isaiah Bond is off the board by now, and he's a guy you can look at late round undrafted free agent. If he don't have that charge, he's off the board by now.
Yeah. Now the odds are, like, if the Cowboys don't pick again until their next pick, you're not getting help at receiver.
Yeah.
If they come back up somewhere of the last 3 or 4 wide receivers, you got a chance. But my feeling is they're just going to let this thing. But they got picks. They got picks.
Yeah, 10 picks total, right?
How many did they trade away? I think they came in
They
with 10
had
still,
10
right?
total. Yeah, they haven't traded
total.
Okay, so yeah, you got 7 left. If you want to use 2 or 3 of those to go get a player, you could still come get a running back. But the running back thing is the one that I would just let play out and just see.
And we'll be on the same train as we were last year and this year when we talk about the draft next year. Cowboys need a running back.
Yeah, but you know what we can do, Clarence, is the guy that Jeff likes, that I hope Clarence likes, that it seems like the NFL is way lower on. Let Jaden Blue make it to the 5th round.
I like Jaden Blue, but he's not an every down back.
But he can be half of my running backs.
Yeah, he's not an every down back. He's a niche back.
He's a home run hitter and a catch the ball guy.
Yeah, but he's not a bell cow type.
No. Let's hit some super chats and let us know what you think about the Cowboy pick so far. Not him. I don't trust Cowboy. There's nothing in here about how sexy we are. What are you doing? I don't trust Cowboy fans because of how they treated the pick of Parsons, Tyler Smith, Travis, and Martin. Imagine some low-level accountant thinking they know more than people in the football biz. Shots fired at accountants. Brandon's in the super chat. Can't wait to talk about how bad Dak is all season with his one real weapon to throw to. I hate it here.
On brand.
CBG with what each NFC East team has done so far. What place does Dallas end in the division? I'd like to think at least 3rd.
2.
I'd like to think at least 3rd.
I had to go look at Washington.
I had to go look at Washington. They
better than Washington.
Help me convince the chat Cam Scat is a good pick. You're asking the wrong guy.
They split with Washington with Cooper Rush at quarterback.
Yeah, but Washington won double-digit games.
We just talking about head-to-head. They split with Washington with Cooper Rush at quarterback.
And Washington, what did Washington go this
I mean, they've done stuff in trade too. Like they brought in Debo,
they got
right?
Debo.
They brought in Debo.
They got Debo. And they got a left tackle, Tunsil.
And Tunsil.
And they drafted a pretty good cornerback, Amos.
Let me see there. I love.
They needed
Amos.
help at cornerback because the dude they got from the Saints was awful last year.
The guy who's asked about Cam Scatterbo, this is worth it. At least going through real quick because I think he got tons of people's attention at the end of the college football season. There are draft analysts who had him as a top 3, top 5 running back in this class. I was not one of them. I think he's slow. I don't think he's a good enough athlete for NFL running back. And athleticism is not even all that important at running back in the NFL, but I do think there's a baseline to it, and I don't know if he hits it. And the guys who break tackles in college, I do think it's one of the most important things in the NFL. How often can you make people miss or run through a tackle? I think that's very important. He was second in all of college football at broken or evaded tackles. I don't think the way that he did it translates like the way that Ashton Genty and RJ Harvey did it. His was more of a roar and like just smashing through and you didn't get tackled. And I just don't think he can do it the same to NFL players. It's not the same as a subtle move at high speed and the guy didn't get a chance to square you up right and you ran through it. I just don't think that his play style translates to lead NFL back. He's going to get drafted. He might get drafted today. No. I just think that he's more of a 5th round rotational, see what happens back. That's how I feel.
You spend way too much time talking about Cam Scatterbo.
He's popular. He's super popular.
We're going to finish the super chats.
Scratch your boy name off. He's gone.
Houston. Oh, screw you, Houston.
Yep. Houston got him. Houston went and got
they got 2 receivers.
They went and got the
both
Iowa State receivers.
Oh, they got both of them?
They got both of them.
I was going to say the one thing they need is this was Houston, right?
Yeah.
They need offensive line.
And like outside.
And Tank Dell, who knows, right?
They need offensive line.
That receiver core is disgusting.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, now? No, if you're just wanting him in the slot, that's nasty. And they have two bigs,
2 6'4" guys on the outside, and Nico
and no protection.
They're gonna have to figure that out. They're gonna have to figure that out. Yeah. You can't. I mean, if you can't block, you are going to be dead in the water. But CJ, that is a receiving.
I know,
core.
but CJ took a step back last year because of the protection. I don't know that it improved that.
Yeah, but I mean, you do have, and Nico's got to be paid by now, right? Like,
yeah, he got paid.
So Nico's paid.
Yeah, he got paid.
And the two guys that are going to be his running mates are locked in on the cheap for 4 years. So Houston's in a.
It's not act like he got the Cincinnati receiving core now. I mean, they're good prospects, but that's not act like it's the Cincinnati receiving core.
I think it's going to be pretty nasty.
I think
it's going to be pretty nasty. Top 5.
With 2 rookies?
Top
Come
5.
on, man. You know how hard it is for rookies to
Top 5.
perform in the end. Come on.
Receiver.
Come on. I know.
Beat the man in front of you. Run around.
How hard it is for rookie receivers to come and have an impact? Come on.
Beat the man in front of you.
It's really not outside the first round.
got drafted in the 732nd round and tore the NFL up.
And Tom Brady was a 6th round pick. Let's draft all our franchise quarterbacks in the 6th round.
You could get and these aren't late picks.
They're not high
early
picks.
Wide receivers ball.
You know who the Cowboys drafted receiver in the 3rd round? What do you do?
Hold on. Early wide receivers ball.
I dropped him.
Your agenda. I mean, come on.
I dropped him.
What did Brian Thomas Jr. do as a rookie?
He was not a 3rd round pick.
What did Malik Neighbors do as a rookie?
Not a 3rd round pick.
I didn't say rookie receiver. Okay, hold on. You make me go through rounds.
Not a 3rd round pick.
You make me go through round. What did Ladd McConkey do? 2nd round wide receiver. Balled out as a rookie. It's receiver.
Okay.
I don't think it's one of the harder transitions.
It has been, though. Numbers, well, even 1st round receivers.
Yeah, but I don't think you're asking him to do 1st round stuff.
I know, but he's trying to say one of the best records in the league. I'm just saying, he got too much dip on his chip.
Top 5.
Okay?
But if I want to dip on my chip.
I'm not saying that not going to be a good player.
I want to
but
dip
to
on
sit
my
up here
chip.
and put him at the top because they got 2 rookies, let's pump this. Put away the annoying noise.
They're going to be nasty.
Put away the annoying noise. That's all I'm saying.
All right, this is a $7 bet that we will revisit in 8 months.
What's the bet?
$7 that you won't even be able to deny. Houston's receiver core is top 5.
Okay.
Done.
You can have it.
We're locked in. Let me finish out them super chats.
You didn't finish them out.
Brett, Harold Fenton Jr., the highest drafted Bowling Green player since Charlie Williams to the Cowboys in 95.
Charlie
Let's
Williams,
go
my
BGSU.
dog. That's my dog.
I Ziggy Zumba baby.
Yeah.
Taco Club Pop Savon Ravel baby. It sure was.
Yeah.
Quiet Wyatt Beats, steal of the draft if he stays healthy. Below the heavens, 2 cornerbacks with bad knees. Fire. Zach, love the haul so far, but I don't think Dallas is getting a wide receiver 2 or a 1 tech this draft. I don't think Caldwell, Farmer, or West make it to the 5th. Those are nose tackles. Mike's in the super chat for $6.69. What would it cost to trade into the late 3rd or 4th, and is it worth it? You got to tell me who we're going to get. I mean, I think there are guys worth going to get. I got to update color coding my
Can you tell
board.
me nose tackle is still a problem for me? Backup nose tackle. Is there anybody wide body nose tackle that can hold the anchor for the run? They talked about you got these pass rushers. Well, you still got to be able to stop the run.
They're out there, but here's the problem. Like, they could draft a guy that I'll have a good scouting report on that I'll be like, man, I really like him.
Like Mozzie?
When you're talking mid to late round nose tackles, running back is the easiest. You show up and you go do the job in the NFL.
Yeah.
Receiver, people have success. A lot of positions they do. Nose tackle, historically, if it's not the hardest, it's one of them. Because it's just a different world than when you're bigger and stronger than everybody to congrats. These dudes have been doing this for a while. They're pros at this.
And they're grown as
You
men.
better know exactly what you're doing if you want to win against them.
Yeah.
It's hard. So like C.J. West at Indiana, nice nose tackle prospect. Jamari Caldwell at Oregon, nice nose tackle prospect. Like, they're out there, and I'll say I really like this player. It's hard as a rookie. If you think you're going to take a 4th, 5th, 6th round player and he's going to go out there and be a good nose tackle, the odds are long.
We got somebody.
Fran Duffy's going to join us, our draft expert and analyst. Cowboys, I want to make sure I get the pronunciation right. I know there's a silent letter, and I think it's the H. Is it Savon Revel? Savon Revel, the Cowboys' newest corner out of East Carolina.
Yeah, Savone Revel. And guys,
Revel.
he was a top 15 player for me coming into this season,
Wow.
or coming into this draft. I love Savone Revel. So this was to me an outstanding value, a player that if he had stayed healthy this year, there's no chance you're sniffing him here in this spot. And honestly, like, he's going closer to where the Cowboys got Tyler Booker than where he ended up going. I think he was a first round quality player all day based off tape.
So this is, to me, a really interesting, and it better be interesting, and it is, haul that the Cowboys have. And I'm a big fan of it, while acknowledging there are things that they really, really need that they haven't picked. But the guys they have picked, I think they're plucking right off the top of their board. So I really like what they're doing, while acknowledging, we got a couple of problems on this roster. Does that sound fair to you?
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, look, you've been pounding the table for take the best player, and it looks like that's the approach that they are certainly taking. And again, with Revel, this is a guy that just checks so many boxes. And I know that the profile is troubling, right? Because he has not played a lot of football, and he did it at a lower level of competition at ECU. He was a junior college kid, so only played 2 years at ECU before he tore his ACL in September. So
and he gets Social Security soon.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So he's older, from a lower level, that coming off an injury, that didn't do any of the pre-draft stuff. Put that aside, and then just watch the film. And man, his tape, guys, like, I could go on all day about why I loved this kid on film. I love watching corners. Corner is one of my favorite positions to study in this process. And to me, he is one of the best pure press man corners in this class. Press man is that's one of the hardest skill sets to be able to find. And you talk about a guy that's got length, 32.5-inch arms, 6'1". He looks like, DRC, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie was a top 10 pick coming out of school. It was the 2009 draft, 2010 draft, a few years back, a couple decades ago now, I guess at this point. But goes in the top 10 to the Arizona Cardinals. This guy was tall and long and rangy, could run with anybody. That's Revel. Here's the thing. DRC was not a physical, competitive like dog, like that kind of a corner. That's Revel all day. This guy will battle you. He's going to compete on every single snap in coverage, every single playing downhill. He attacks blocks with a fury. He's going to come down and tackle you. He'll lay a big hit in the flat. So when I look at Revel, I see a guy that's going to compete. I see a guy that's got outstanding traits. He was on Bruce Feldman's freak list, and that speed shows up on tape. He can turn and run. He's got really fluid hips. He's got recovery speed. He can close in a short area. He's got ball skills, so the ability to finish on the football, take it away, and make you pay after the catch as well. So he's got the playmaking dimension. I thought the instincts in coverage for a guy that hasn't played a ton at a high level were pretty impressive. So for a guy that, let's put him in press man. He's got the ability to do that. I think he's got some zone chops as well. Again, albeit small sample, low level of competition, but to me had all the traits. And I just love the competitiveness, the style, the play style here with this player really, really stood out. I saw a starting corner all day personally, and a guy that has the ability, honestly, he's got upside as a starting number one corner in the NFL.
Fran, the question, and you listed all the great qualities and the traits and everything that you love about this player, but the question will remain until we get the chance to see it. A player coming off an ACL injury, you lose a step, one, right? It's not like he's a 19-year-old, up there in age a little bit more. You kind of lose a step, and they say you have to kind of wait a year past the injury for it to kind of really see that player being back to its original form. So what realistically can we expect from this player this upcoming season? Because a need that the Cowboys have and must fill, if he's going to be ready to go, is cornerback. Will he be able to do all the things that you said, the traits, the speed, the physicality, the running, all that stuff? Will he be able to have that on display this season at a level where we're not saying, wait a minute, because this guy's not, we heard what he said, but he doesn't look that way?
Yeah, Jesse, I mean, it certainly is part of the reason why he fell to this spot, right? Because if you felt good about the health, you would say, again, he's going first round all day. And I heard there was a chance that he was going to go first round coming into this. So, it was a shock that he made it to this point. I think the run on corners just didn't happen until a little bit later. And so that caused him to slide a little bit further than expected. But, from what I understand, he's going to be good by this summer in terms of going through. He's going to be out there at practice when they hit training camp. So I think when you're looking at Revel, what's he going to look like? That's the question. We don't have an athletic profile. He was in Bruce Feldman's freak list. They listed him as a guy who's going to be a 4.3, 4.4 guy. And honestly, on film, he looked like a 4.3, low 4.4 type of guy. So the speed was real. If he's a 4.45 guy for the next 6 months, and then we don't see the 4.3 type speed until November, that I guess that's the price of doing business, and that's why you get him in the third round as opposed to the second or the first. But I think when you're looking at it, you're always going to approach the draft through a long-term lens, and I think this guy's got the ability. That's why he was my 15th player on my board, because when I watch him, I say this is a guy that's got the ability to be like a legit starting corner in the NFL. Those are hard to find, and especially for a guy that can play press man to the level that Savone Revel can.
Okay, Fran, catch your breath.
Clarence Hill.
Catch you, Clarence Hill. I want
Clarence
you to catch
Hill, DLLS Cowboys.
I want you to catch your breath. You love him.
He's excited.
You have been talking. Jesse took my question, but catch your breath. Yeah. What you love? I mean, you've been going.
This is day.
But I know, but Revel, he been spouting the praise and Revel. What don't you like about it? Is there anything you don't like? Because you love him.
Yeah, the lone wart, I would say, in the profile, like just looking at the film notes, aside from the profile itself, downfield. So he's playing in phase with the receiver. He's hip to hip on a vertical route from press man, and he's got to turn and get back in phase, turn and find the ball late. Sometimes can be a touch late doing that. And I think a lot of fans will say like, oh, he's got to turn his head around. That's not the case. Yeah, Jesse, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but like there's out of phase and there's in phase. There are times where when he's out of phase, that's fine. That you're trying to play through the hands of the receiver. He is so fast that he can get hip to hip. He can get back into that good relationship with the receiver, and he should be in position where, all right, like I'm back in phase, get back, turn and find the football. He could be just a little bit late to do that sometimes. But I'm hoping like with time that can get a little bit better. His finishing skills are very, very good. It was more like a timing thing. And it's one of those things too, where because he only played 3 games this year, I'm like, all right, like I see there were 1 or 2 reps where I'm like, oh, like he was just a little bit late doing it. I want to see, can he do this moving forward? And then he gets hurt. And I'm like, oh, I'm not going to be able to get a chance to see if this is like a chronic thing or if this was just all right, like it showed up 1 or 2 times and then later on it got better. And so that I would say that would be the only down mark that I had just based off the film, Clarence. Other than that, he had all the traits I was looking for.
Thank you, Fran. We love that you love it, and I think we're all pretty happy with the Cowboys draft so far. We appreciate your time.
Yeah,
we're not unhappy.
No, well, look, they're so far so good, but we'll talk again tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. So we also happen to have, because Savone Revel was at the Revel was at the Shrine Bowl, and so was Joe Hoyt. Mm-hmm. So if y'all want to see a little something from him, here's the Cowboys.
He loves him too.
Here's the Cowboys' newest draft pick with Joe Hoyt.
Obviously fantastic for East Carolina, and then obviously dealt an injury this year. How's your recovery going? How are you feeling?
Recovery going well. A little setback. I ain't gonna let it get to me. I fought hard. I fought so hard to get to this position I'm in now. So why stop now? Recovery going well. Just got cleared to put more heavier weights on the bar.
Nice.
And I'm running the straight line right now, like 90% right now. Mm-hmm. I should be running the straight line in May by mini camp. Mm-hmm. So, man, I'm ready to work, man. I'm ready to work.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about you fought for this to get to this point. I mean, obviously a lot of production, a lot of play. When you're at East Carolina, when was the turning point for you in terms of like, hey, things are clicking, I'm feeling good, I could be a potential first-round draft pick?
Turning point came, I say, 2022. I say 2022 bowl game in Birmingham, Alabama against Coastal Carolina, because the DC, Blake Harrell, it gave me the ability to go out on the field and play, because I didn't play that whole season. I played that bowl game, so every little play I gave it my best, and like I know I had the potential. I always believed in myself. I set goals for myself, and I'm willing to go after every day. And just playing that role is just like, and being that person to change up the playbook, because they didn't really have a press man.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I'm a press man guy. I changed up the playbook. So now they see the best in me. They see something in myself that I didn't see in myself, and just turning things around and just not trying to follow everybody else and running my own race and just keep doing what I'm doing, keep working, keep pushing yourself, keep stacking days.
I feel like when you have a press man, when you love to do press man, that means you have a mentality too as well at corner. What is your mentality at corner?
Man, I'm just hungry every day, man. That receiver can't get past you. Like, you're doing this for the team. Nobody can get past you. That's the goal. I'm mad every day. I'm mad, like, every day, every game day. Like that receiver just called my mom the B word. Like, no, I'm mad. Like, no, like, you can't get past me. I study my receivers, man. Got to.
That's Cowboys third-round pick, Savone Revel, with our very own Joe Hoyt as we cruise on through the third round. Good job, Cowboys. That started a little run on corners, too. Justin Wally out of Minnesota goes to the Colts at pick 80. Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State to the Buccaneers at 84. Noel Williams at 85 to the Kansas City Chiefs. So the corners are gone. Congrats to the Cowboys for getting one before the going got bad. Because honestly, the guy who just went at 85 is about the end of the guys that I would want.
Somebody hit me on Twitter because I said Cowboys have had a solid draft. They say it would be really good if they'd done something for agency.
It is. I mean, it's true. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, if you'd really done something for agency, and then you had this draft, then you're cooking with grease.
And I think that's the difference. The difference is the teams that are really, 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 really competitive right this second are teams that, first of all, don't have a 2-year gap in their good drafting. That hurts. And then a 2-year exodus of free agents with nothing coming back in. At least nothing substantial coming back in. You're just banking on the draft to make your team better. So, like, when they talk about hanging around the rim, they're not crazy. When you're winning 12 games every year, yeah, the Cowboys had a good team. They had a good roster. They were in the mix, and they didn't play well in the postseason, and that sucks. But the reason that they're not around the rim anymore is 2 years of exodus not being replaced by free agency or drafting. So I love what they've done with these 3 picks. There's still big holes. There's still big holes. And you could have tried to plug them by picking players that were worse than the players you picked, but that's not the right answer either.
Is it too early to say that kind of Will McClay and his scouting staff have kind of, rectified those last couple of years of having bad drafts?
Yeah, and you never know.
Too early.
Too early?
Too early.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they got to play.
Okay.
They got to play. They could all be terrible NFL players.
Right.
I think as of today that they've done a good job in this draft. Because all I can go off of is what I think of the players and where they got picked. And according to that, I think they've done a really good job. I do wonder about the dynamics of a draft with a new coaching staff. And I want to say this with respect to Shoddy, because I don't mean to dismiss him. But, like, it is a guy who's never been in this situation before. And I'm sure he communicates well, it seems like, with Will McClay, with the scouting staff, and, like, what I want to see from different players. But I wonder if when you have a brand new head coach who has never done this before, if it's easier to have a kind of pure process where the guys who do this, there's not much in their way.
You bring up Shoddy, like I said, I was talking to Dak today, and then we talk about so much. He talked about using it as fuel, talking about Shador. We're going to always talk about Shador in this slide, how you got to use this as motivation. He talked about Shoddy's motivation of wanting to win, not people not believing him and wanting to win for his dad. He comes from a football family, and his dad never really got the brass ring and never won a Super Bowl and got there. And he's like, that's part of Shoddy's story. And he's burned up to want to win for him and his family as well. Does that we added credence to any of that?
I don't want to be dismissive of it, but I think that's true of everybody.
Well, I know, but some people.
Right? But I mean,
it's here. It's it's in your gut for, like we talk about people who play the game. It's like a
family legacy.
Yeah, but we talk about people who play the game, who people love the game.
Yeah.
The desire matters. Again, you got to be able to exercise those. You got to get the right people.
Right.
But that's part of what you're getting with Shoddy, is what Dak says. That's the burning desire. He's all about the culture and being there with the players, but you're
not getting massages during the TV.
Listen, being all in the cold tub with Ferguson, I have to ask him about that.
Getting charged. He's got to be ready for the next day's practice.
Reminds me of Kevin Hart, bit where he's doing the ice tub and stuff like that. But he wants to win for his dad as well.
Yeah, and I think it's a cool story. I think it's a cool story, and I hope he does it. I hope he does it because despite the rants against all the things that I don't think Jerry Jones does well running a football team, I want the Cowboys to win every game they play. I want them to win the Super Bowl. And I think that the last 2 days of talking about the Cowboys has been a bunch of fun, and I hate that draft pick.
Yep.
The Green Bay Packers just took Savion Williams out of TCU.
After taking?
They took a receiver earlier.
The Burton, right?
No. Who did they take?
Golden opportunity.
Matthew Golden. That's tough because that's going to bury Matthew Golden on the depth chart. Yeah, Matthew Golden's going to be behind
they got
Savion
two
Williams.
receivers, 2 guys from the state of Texas. Yeah.
Savion Williams is the most fun player I watched. Like, he is not a polished route runner. He will drop passes, but I mean, to just be like, hey, our running backs aren't any good. Do you want to try it? And he's unstoppable as a wildcat and as a running back. And when he does run a route with crispness, he can separate, and he's impossible to tackle. Oh, he is so fun. All right, let's check in with it. We got another friend. We got another friend joining the broadcast. Let's check in with Matt Mosley, who his future is obviously bright. It's Matt Mosley with us. How you doing? How you enjoying your Cowboys draft?
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I just I hate to hear y'all ripping on the TCU kid. I mean, he was the entire team last year.
I just praised the hell out of him.
Savion, what's his name? I mean, he's an excellent player. He single-handedly almost took down the Bears. Couldn't quite do it, but he had a strong run. But good to be with you guys, man. This is a good operation, and I've really enjoyed watching this. So I'm glad to be a part of it. I think obviously your numbers will spike now.
Yeah. And you're doing a much better job than Ed did of making sure that your face is actually in the frame to start the show.
You got to kill Ed. He was like half the screen, and
30% of his face was on screen and 70% was off for the beginning of his chat.
I did not give Ed permission to do that. He is one of my employees, and so I will be talking to him, okay? But I'm glad he joins you guys, and Ed is acting like he has gotten a hold of Bill O'Brien and this pass rusher out of Boston College. Ed has some insight on, so I'm glad he's sharing it with you guys. He certainly hadn't been sharing it with me.
Well, he didn't share that with us.
He didn't? Okay.
Oh, no, he sure did. Clarence clearly wasn't listening. Yeah, he definitely did.
I was maybe it was the part where he was talking to you when he was off screen, and I was trying to get him on screen.
Yeah, Matt, which head coach of one of the Cowboys' first 3 picks did you talk to give us some insight on what's going on?
Yeah, no, I've basically talked to them all. I got to think. Kalen DeBoer and I have a pretty good relationship, so I've been in touch with him. But no, I'm feeling, this is a weird deal going on now, though, because it's like with each passing pick, you're kind of like, wait a second, you kind of needed this position, you needed this position. So now all this random stuff Jerry was saying about like, we got these 2 substantive trades in the mix, and I'm seeing a lot of people are like jumping on that, like, well, you better have that. Well, I mean, part of me thinks, and what Clarence has been doing this forever around Jerry, Jesse, the whole gang. I mean, like, part of me thinks Jerry was just kind of talking about that, and now like they're getting more and more pressure on them to produce and come up with something, because now we skip the 4th round, you go to the 5th round, so this thing is getting very interesting. So I mean, I like listen, they're back to their like best ACL available strategy. And I've always enjoyed it. And, sometimes it's, maybe some character issues, but they love a good ACL or like a deal where you have to like grow a new ligament or something. They love those types of players. So again, I get it. And all of you guys, man, y'all do a great job of breaking all this down. So this East Carolina kid, for instance, is like, oh my gosh, this is a 1st round talent. But it scares me when Jerry starts doing this, because it's like, that is what they get so excited about. Give me a 1st round talent guy, but he's been injured and nobody's seen him play in about a year, and so that's who they're going to take in the 3rd round. So I don't know. I mean, this draft right now is not, for me at least. I don't know if it's headed in the right direction.
Matt, I hear you, and I call you Mr. Disingenuous because, it's hard to tell sometimes when you're serious and when you're playing. But these are all solid picks. And they're not in the right positions, but you look at the guys, and, Ravel was supposed to be a 1st round pick. He goes in the 3rd round. It's good value. The tight end, the defensive end from Boston College, solid pick, maybe the best player on the board at the time. And Booker, they should have taken Max to go. They should have taken a receiver. But by all accounts, the dude is a mauler. Shotty wants to run the ball. He's perfect what you want to do.
Well, yeah, it's just that they don't have now what everybody said they needed, and what I think people were right about. Like, you don't have anything to help CD with. You've decided, okay, let's get a Mauler, let's get 3 Tylers, and let's run this thing, and maybe we can go back to just believing that it doesn't really matter what back you have, back there. I mean, I got all excited about Jeffrey and the rest of these, everybody that the draft experts. They had me excited about the Iowa kid. I mean, I even tried to learn all the names of the running backs, and they just kind of breezed on by them all. So I'm not saying they're not solid picks. I love that kid. Like the Alabama, everything you hear. I mean, this Bill O'Brien, which Ed has discovered. I mean, he's got ties to him. He's got ties to the Boston College. I always find it weird that like Boston College can be like as bad of a program as it's been over the past decade or two, and yet they always seem to have a pass rusher. Like, why? How do these bad programs get these incredible like edge rushers? Like, why are they good at like one? It's like Iowa with safeties or something. It's like Iowa sucks on offense every year, and yet year after year, it's like, oh my gosh, they got this great safety cornerback. I don't even get it, but I do think that's a solid pick because you get a guy that a lot of people had a first-round grade on, Nick Harris, who, oh, by the way, guys, I get a call from the draft room or the media room, and they're all excited that Clarence is in the studio with y'all tonight because he's not messing all those guys up on deadline. So, Clarence, I have heard from our writing room, which I used to be a part of. I've kind of distanced myself over the years, but they are they're very pleased. But I was worried. The way they presented it to me is like Clarence had the night off, and obviously he doesn't. He's been with you guys on pick by pick coverage. So, yeah. But Clarence, just so you know, that's how they were presenting it. That you were like taking the night off.
Just know that Clarence is right where he wants to be. Once Clarence discovered this microphone, he ain't trying to write nothing. He ain't trying to write nothing. Matt Mosley, thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate you.
Guys, I feel like that was one of my shorter appearances ever, but it's okay. I feel like I got in, delivered some punches, and Jeff's ready for whoever studied a little more film than I have. I understand. It's okay.
It felt long to us.
Dude, it felt like
I told you, Mr. Disingenuous. You said, yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Who'd you have on before me? Who was on before me?
I mean, we had George Teague. We had Minnesota. We had Ed Werder.
Well, the whole point that what's happening, though, is that Todd Archer is waiting, and he has texted me personally, and he said, could you get Mosley the hell off so that I can talk?
He's not that entertaining. Let's be honest. He's not. Is that I could barely see. I had this beautiful equipment all set up, and I could not.
Tell Meredith I said hi and kiss the baby for me.
Yeah, can we just cut Matt off? Yeah, just cut him off.
Hi, brother.
Just go cut
Love you.
Yeah. There's Todd. And Todd has the perfect reaction to the dismount with Matt Mosley. Todd, what do you want to ramble about?
Up with the JV, bring on the varsity.
Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. So now you've got you have a 3rd round pick to talk about. You have we had and a 2nd round pick. We got a 2 and a 3 to talk about.
First round pick.
We talked to him yesterday.
Solid Cowboys, right?
Sure. I mean, they lit up the running back room, the receivers. They addressed their speed needs on offense. They're ready to take on the Eagles now. Ready to contend in this division. Why not?
So
no, hold on. You know what, Todd? I like that you said that. And I love that you said that because some people are pushing back on you, Jeff.
That's okay.
Some people are pushing back on you because, and I was sitting here listening, I'm thinking about this because there is this difference between the people the analytical people who look at this from a drafting board and numbers and what players, and there's a contingent of people who look at this from need and what players should be in these certain positions. Yep. And so I'm not saying that Todd's right because there are still holes that are needed. I'm not saying that you're right because you're saying, well, they took 3 players, the best available players at that particular position, even though they didn't really address maybe now into the need of a cornerback. But again, this is the ACL, guy coming off ACL. There's still a lot of needs that they have to fulfill as we head into this season with not many quality picks left.
Let me say that I like what they've done draft-wise. I like the players that they've picked. Tyler Booker was their highest-rated offensive lineman. Regardless of position, he was their highest-rated offensive lineman. I like the Ezeraku guy. He was a guy they had at the top of the second round. He's a pass rusher. We can throw the line out. You can never have enough pass rusher. And this Ravel kid, I asked him if you weren't hurt, would you have been the best cornerback in the draft? Absolutely, no doubt. So I like what they've done there. Now it's incumbent upon Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, Will McClay, and these guys to live by the premise of it's 24/7, 365 to get your team better.
I love what
Jerry
you just said.
I can't say the word. Clarence, help me out. Substantive trades.
Yeah, where they at?
Make one now.
Yeah.
Go get a guy.
No,
Figure it out.
I love.
Back, I don't care. Figure it out and help Dak that way.
Yeah.
Because right now, I like Jalen Tolbert. I think he's a pretty good player. I think he's a number 3. He's a number 2.5 receiver. Maybe he's not a 3. Maybe he's not a 2. He's maybe a 2.5. Ferguson, you better have another rebound year like you did a couple of years ago. I like the offensive line, what they've done. The running back room, they're banking on Miles Sanders and Javonte Williams. When I talked to you guys yesterday, I think I said if Dowdle was the starter the whole year, he would have been a 1,400-yard rusher. They're showing us what they think there again, too. So, but I'm on Jerry and Steven now. It's like, hey, now show us it's 24/7, 365, and go find some pieces because whoever you get in the 5th, 6th, 7th round isn't going to appreciably make the Cowboys better in 2025.
Yeah, I'm just going to co-sign everything you said because I think that's where you're not wrong when you get to this point in the draft. You go, well, where the hell is your second wide receiver? Where the hell is your running back? Like, you're not wrong about that. But I don't think forcing position picks over better players is the answer to that because if you do that, you deserve your Mozzie Smith, your Tyler Guyton, your Taco Charlton. And when you don't force that and you pick the best player, you deserve your Micah Parsons and your CeeDee Lamb. So, like, the premium picks, I want you to do the best things you can with them. And the rest of it, your job is general manager.
Right.
Make trades, sign dudes. And so, yeah, my response to that is just co-sign. So go ahead, Clarence.
Ty, first of all, I got these wings here. I really didn't want to eat these wings because people are going to try to associate me with another reporter who had a wing little controversy.
Oh.
Wow.
You should have said that to Mosley. He'd have played that.
Get some lotion on those things.
See what I'm saying? I hate white guys. I always talk about ass, but he don't put no lotion on anyway. So tell me something. What does Ravel and this pick mean for Trevon Diggs? The future, because they can walk away after this year.
Right. And yeah, you just hit on what I was going to say. Trevon Diggs, if you don't come back and you're not the player that you were before the injury, I don't think you'll be a Cowboy in 2026. Not because of Savon Revel, but because just what your salary is going to be and what you've not done the last 2 years.
But it's insurance, and in case you have to walk away, you have a corner or drafted corner that could step in.
Right, and let's not forget, like, Deron Bland is also in a contract year.
Right.
They didn't replace Jordan Lewis yet. I guess if you believe that Kalen Carson can make a jump in year 2, you got something. Corner's a pretty big need. We had the kid on the conference call. He said he should be ready by the time the season starts, and maybe even in training camp. We know the Cowboys are pretty conservative when it comes from these to these things. That he might start as an NFI guy in training camp, but then get him going as training camp goes along and ease him into the lineup that way. But yeah, this is he can help in 2025, but he can really help in 2026.
Jalen Milroe just went before Shador. I told you he might. Wow. So I'm pulling a Clarence from last night where I forgot my question, and I'm sober.
I was sober too.
No, you weren't.
I had another drink in the draft.
No, you weren't. But I'm about to find it. Is Todd Archer sitting there, and he's
I
like,
found
Jeff,
my question quickly.
Jeff, what is the question that you had for me? And I'm like, I got that. I found it. I'm like, Clarence found it. So, like, the offensive linemen, they signed a bunch of guys. None of those guys would you have wanted in your starting lineup on an NFL field. And I feel like they did the same at a lot of different spots in the offseason, and they wanted credit for that. But the guys they signed on the offensive line weren't going to stop them from drafting Tyler Booker. The trade for Kyer Elam is not going to stop you from drafting Savone Revel. Signing Dante Fowler, I do think, is a real signing, but like wasn't going to stop you from picking a premier pass rusher. Any of the guys they brought in this offseason through trade or free agency, do you think there are any of those guys that they're viewing as this guy will actually make us better, not just fill roster spots because we were empty?
Linebackers.
Yeah, Kenneth Murray was the first guy I thought of. Like, he'll make them better, but he'll make them better because they don't have anybody else. So that still makes you better. You know, they liked him coming out of Oklahoma. He played really well against them when he was with the Chargers. You know, I think he can help. Elam, we'll see if they're betting on that talent that he had that they thought highly of a couple of years ago. He was a first-round pick of Buffalo. See if a change of scenery helps him. And if you talk to people in Buffalo, it wasn't the front office that didn't like the kid. It was the head coach that didn't like the kid.
Right.
So a fresh start there with in a new scheme, that'll help. Yeah, I mean, look, I do think there's a balance of you shouldn't need 3 first-round picks in your offensive line to win games. We've seen teams win a lot of Super Bowls without that sort of configuration on the line. But clearly the Cowboys, this is 2014 all over again on the offensive line, right? That's how they set this thing up. Ultimately didn't get them past the divisional round then either, but it allowed them to have protection for Romo. Remember, they drafted Zach. Tony had the back injuries, coming back from all those sort of things. Now they got these guys because Dak's coming back from this injury, doesn't move as well. And then whenever Dak is done, they theoretically have a ready-made line to help whoever the rookie quarterback that would come in 2027 or 8 or whatever year that would be. So I think, yeah. But back to your original question, I would guess Murray helps them, makes them better. I guess Robert Jones is better than
TJ Bass?
I don't know. Yeah.
Brock Hoffman.
Yeah.
Better than Brock Hoffman.
Hey.
He better than
You're
ankle
not
biter.
allowed to disrespect Brock
He's better than
Hoffman.
ankle biter.
It's not allowed. People like him because he's
Harris Campbell's better than
Old
Jalen Brooks.
Oh, he's definitely better than Jalen Brooks. Is he better than an old?
Amari Cooper?
No,
Brandon Cooks.
Brandon Cooks. My guy.
Wow, Clarence is throwing the guy under the bus.
I just
the
asked
guy
the
who he hoorah'd with the last 2 years.
That's my
said
guy.
He's out of the building. He calls him old.
He is older. Stop it. He was old when he got here.
What did Dez used to say about these people? You know, he called me say, dirty.
He was talking about David Moore. He was talking about especially David Moore. He wasn't talking about me.
I got jokes. Mosley didn't think Todd was going to have jokes.
Hey, man.
Mosley, it's nothing but jokes. I got to come up with something.
Hey, get some work done, man. I'm not in the room, man. Go start writing.
I'm already done.
Oh, see, Clarence ain't out there. Deadlines are
they
met.
talk about this deadline. They know it's a digital age. They know deadline. They know newspaper deadlines out there.
Work gets done faster when Clarence is not in the room, doesn't it?
That is true. So you guys
Why you
have him out
bother
there
everybody?
tomorrow.
They love me out there.
See you,
Stop
Todd.
it. Thank you, man.
Thank
I'll
you.
be there tomorrow, baby.
Why
Okay.
you bother everybody?
Because I'm fun loving. We have fun. The room is fun. That's why. What John Machota tell you?
Hey,
He misses me. We have fun. I keep it going.
you guys ready for a real question I have for you?
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders still hasn't been drafted.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy.
We're almost at the end of the third round.
It took
And
Jalen Milrose.
And I want to ask, look, I'm the crazy person who I think Jalen Milroe has a chance. The starting point that he has of just cannon, throws a good deep ball, and holy hell, you can't tackle him when he takes off running. It's a good starting point for a third-round quarterback. Shedeur, I'm thinking about this because
He has to go to Cleveland right
of
here.
the tweet from Dion this morning.
Oh, my.
Where, is it a quarterback? It's a different quarterback?
Oh.
Yeah, who's the quarterback? Dylan Gabriel's my guy.
Oh, my God.
Dylan Gabriel's my guy.
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel's my guy. Dylan Gabriel's the most accurate thrower in this class. Shedeur second. No, so I'm dead serious about this. Like, there was a tweet from Deion this morning because during the draft, Dan Orlovsky was talking about Shedeur. And, like, if he doesn't go early in the first round, like, here's some of the plays and some of the things about his play style of why.
Yeah.
And somebody
quote tweeted that
and was like, oh, he turned into a hater.
Yes.
And Deion quote tweeted that and was like, yep, sure did.
Yep.
If you're not going to be my starting quarterback, and I don't think super highly of you, how much would you be avoidant of picking that guy because you don't want a gigantic microphone that at any moment can be talking crap about your organization, your coach, or everything because his kid's not in the game?
You're right.
Like, I think that is absolutely part of this.
And on top of that, if you're a coach, let's just use like Brian Daboll, for example, in New York. They was commenting about him. I don't want the fact that if I draft Shedeur and I don't have that many years left that I may be employed here, that the name Deion keeps popping up. The name,
oh yeah,
and it now becomes more tantalizing because you're saying Deion in New York as the head coach, the coach's son, can be a thing. If I'm Kellen Moore in the Saints, I just got this job. Right. It's my first head coaching job. I don't want the noise to come in here while I'm doing that. So there are the teams that we're talking about Shedeur potentially going to. A big factor, I think, is what you just said is, and Deion's not going to bite his tongue.
Yeah.
He's going to say what he wants. And if I'm a reporter,
he just had basically a Trump tweet about Orlovsky.
Right. If I'm a reporter, if I'm a reporter and let's just say Shedeur plays Thursday night and Deion has a Saturday game and I get to watch that game, but I can get a quote from Deion on Saturday, guess I'm going to ask it about his son.
So I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
I feel like you're about to carry some water.
No. I'm going to do an old man quote. I've always said backup quarterbacks should be like kids. They should be seen and not heard.
Right. If he's
Clarence
not gonna
Hill
be,
is a psychopath.
If he's not going to be your, if Shedeur's not going to be your guy, I can see not wanting him on your team.
I think that's been a problem. I remember when Vince Young, when you have all those issues, I think he could have been a backup quarterback in the league. But when you bring controversy, I don't want you in my locker room.
Yeah.
You know, you go to Colin Kaepernick, and he should have got a second chance. But the problem when you bring him on your team as a backup quarterback, it's not necessarily his fault. But as reporters, we're going to go to him, and he's going to be honest, okay? We're going to go to him. He's going to be honest. And so he's going to answer the question. It's going to cause a problem, whether he's trying to or not, but he's going to answer the question honestly. This same issue, Shedeur Sanders, he's going to answer questions honestly. He's got confidence. But as reporters, we're naturally going to talk to him about, you think you should have been started? You think you should have been drafted higher? What do you think about your play? And he's going to answer the question honestly. It's going to become a problem. Cooper Rush, for example, until he started the game, we never went to Cooper Rush.
No.
I ain't never go to interview Cooper Rush for nothing, okay? That's what you want your back. He should be seen and not heard. He should be in the cornerback in the corner, and nobody wants to talk to him. Yeah. But they're going to. it's a natural distraction. Right, wrong, and different, whether it's your fault, whether you're trying to be that or not, it's what it is. It comes with the dinner with that player.
And you would have teammates every week having to answer questions about what the backup quarterback's dad said.
Yeah,
and that,
or what the backup quarterback said.
And I think that is definitely a part of why he wasn't picked 50 picks ago.
Yeah, so I would like to say, T.O. always says, well, I can still play at 40. I can still play. Dude, when you was special, we gonna put up with the controversy.
Right,
but when you just a guy,
talent versus tolerance.
Yeah, we're not putting up because it takes away from other stuff. And so when you're not the quarterback, when you're not the man, I don't need the attention on my backup quarterback.
So the Saints are, the Browns are picking right now at 94. And you look at the rest of the picks in the third round, 95, Chiefs. Don't need a backup quarterback, right? 96, Eagles. I know what you're going to say. No.
Yeah. He should start over Hurts.
97, Vikings. They're going to go with J.J. McCarthy, right? 98, Dolphins.
Had the Steelers already picked? They
Huh?
Oh, yeah,
Raiders have 98.
The Steelers already picked.
So the Raiders at 98 might be, but Okay, so the Raiders are 98 and 99. After that, 100 is the Niners, 101 is the Falcons, 102 are the Lions.
Tom Brady gonna throw him a bone.
No. It got to be the Raiders at this point.
Tom Brady gonna throw him a bone.
It got to be the Raiders.
If
You train the guy. Throw him a bone.
Do you not stop? If you're
He's sending a Johnny Manziel text right now. Please get me.
If it's not the Raiders here in these two picks, do you stop? If you're Deion, do you stop being friends with Tom Brady?
No, you don't stop being friends with Tom Brady.
One.
Don't stop being friends. It's clearly it's bigger than that. If it's the league, there's a now you have to give some legitimacy or credence to the criticism because it's the whole league now.
But for
it's not just one. It's not just one anonymous coach. Now the whole league has said no thanks.
Is it more,
you can't
is Shador paying back taxes of his daddy?
Yes.
Are the sins of his daddy coming back?
Listen,
and I don't even know.
I've seen the houses he's lived in.
Yeah.
Them sins ain't. I like the balance of harms.
No,
he's lived. As Romo said, if this is the worst that could happen, I lived a pretty good life.
Okay.
I lived a pretty good life.
But yes, Deion has cultivated a pretty good life for his not a pretty good life, damn good life for him and his family.
Yes.
But at some point in time, he wants to take that step and go, this is mine. Like I've built this on my own. This ain't because of my daddy. I ain't living in my dad. I got my own estate and acreage and part of the county in Conroe.
Canton.
Conroe's
outside of Houston.
Hey, let's bring in Joe Hoyt so we can celebrate the quarterback who did get drafted. Dylan Gabriel, baby. Boomer Sooners.
I just want to hop on really quick and say, let the record show, Dylan Gabriel is a better NFL quarterback than Shador Sanders. Just let it be known.
No, he's not.
Hey, I mean, he's been picked before. Let the record show.
Oh my God!
I mean,
is Ted Johnson gone yet?
I like Dylan Gabriel.
He might go before Shador too.
He might.
I mean, sorry, Kate. Smallish Ted Johnson gone yet?
Yeah.
135 pounds.
No, he'll go soon. He'll go soon, though. He'll go soon.
Okay.
Anyways, we're going to start up the press conference here in a little bit. I just want to say, I think last two picks have been good for the Cowboys. I think Ezra Raku's got a lot of potential, obviously, to help out with that pass rush on a rotational basis. And Jeff, I mean, Savon Revel's been a guy I've been talking about for a long time. I thought that it would have been a good pick at 44. The fact they get him in the third round, I think, is a steal for him.
We got your guy where I wanted him. Everybody wins.
Third round.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
They will tell you the press conference getting ready to start is not starting until after the draft is over. So you got time.
Oh,
there's a lot of picks left.
Don't let
them fool you and say the press conference getting ready to start.
Sounds like they're not trading back around, huh?
We're on the way, sir. We're on the way.
Clarence, I was just trying not to slow up your broadcast too much. I really came on here to talk about Dylan Gabriel briefly and then hop off. So I was trying to get an excuse, and then you call me out on it, and now it's just awkward.
I love you, though.
Have a great
You're
day.
my guy.
See you, Joe.
Love you guys. Bye.
Tell everybody I miss him. I'll be back tomorrow.
I like Dylan Gabriel. I don't care who knows it. I was watching the Oregon wide receivers, and I just kept writing the notes. I'm like, damn, every ball is perfect. Every ball is perfect. And much like Shador, he's not big, not a great athlete, doesn't have a big arm, just reads the defense and throws the ball. And that's what Shador does. Dylan Gabriel's just even smaller. And nobody's worried about his daddy tweeting.
Less distractions.
Or coming to take the head coach's job. Oh, that is wild, though. I couldn't have imagined going through
just about 3 rounds.
I can't believe Xavier Watts got this far. The Atlanta Falcons just made a great pick. Xavier Watts at Notre Dame is a stud.
It is. And I want to ask you something I didn't get to ask you last night. The fact that they traded a first-round pick to get Pierce.
I think that's a terrible trade for them.
Okay,
I think that was a terrible trade. I think the Cowboys got a better player than Pierce after he was picked without giving up an extra first-round pick.
I mean, that was crazy to me.
I mean, people like him. There's, the guy who wins pass rushes very, very quickly has a lot of value.
His girlfriend is smoking.
James Pierce? I didn't see it.
I think it's
Rakia Jackson.
It's the LA Sparks basketball player. Yeah, she's smoking. Yeah, LA Sparks basketball player.
Nice.
Why you looking at his girlfriend?
They look happy?
Because I got eyes.
I know, but she like 19, Shannon.
I can't look.
I mean, a lot of the players who have been picked are also very good looking.
19.
Okay.
And I ain't 56.
Clarence,
She ain't 19 and I ain't 56.
Clarence is about to be a whole 60.
60.
6-0,
whole
baby.
60.
So in these days, Calvin Walker's son said he thought I was 44.
He lied.
I thought you
I'm
were,
just telling you, he knows his dad's age. He
I
thought
thought
I was
70.
He thought I was in 40. Michelle Montaigne thought I was in my 40s
Well,
yesterday.
she lied to you.
Man, I'm just telling you what they said, man.
She's
People thought I was
being
young. They thought I was young, man.
You look 58,
don't
but you
hate
talk
the-
75.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't let the smooth taste fool you, okay? Don't let the smooth taste fool you.
No, another corner.
I'm just telling you what they told me.
Jalen Smith, USC corner to the Texans. Meh. Cowboys are kicking ass because a lot of these teams are picking players that aren't that good.
Okay.
Now there is something too, you know.
But they're shaking hands after they pick. Like we got him. We got one. We
Yeah.
got us one.
The Cowboys do have a guy that's short a leg, but if his leg regrows, at least it's not a full Jalen Smith leg. But as long as his leg regrows,
Why you gotta
people
do my
being
boy
picked
like that?
around Rebel.
Why you gotta
One
do drop-
man's trash is another
Why
man's
you gotta do
trash.
drop? Why you gotta do drop foot like that?
What?
Drop
I didn't
foot.
say nothing about drop foot. You did drop foot like that.
He gotta do drop foot like that.
You just had it was a man with nerve damage and a hot boy chain and a sunglass hut or whatever.
They had leadership. They had culture. They had brotherhood.
I saw him doing media recently. He's
Yeah.
on some sort of
No,
TV.
he does. I mean, he's great on media. He got
He's
a
a
great.
handsome man.
He got a great company too.
No, the sunglass hut? I don't know.
No. He does a lot of different things. He helps minority businesses. He got a good company.
Okay.
Angel investor?
Yeah, no, angel investor.
Okay, you guys ready for my stupid question of the night?
Yeah, stupid.
I think we're at that point in time of the show.
5th round.
For Shador?
Shador.
He got to go fourth.
If
Cleveland
he's on the board when the Cowboys pick in the 5th.
they're not picking a quarterback. They're not picking a quarterback.
No.
They weren't picking. Hey, what were they not going to do in the first?
Are the Raiders on the
great.
board?
That would be content.
It's content.
king.
It's out.
Yeah.
Prime every Monday. Boy,
Yeah.
Dak would have been
listen. Tom Brady,
Yeah,
do your
yeah.
boy
Yeah.
solid. Tom Brady, do your boy solid.
Poor Shoddy. Let's not got super chats. We're making our way towards the end of the 3rd round here. The truth. Typical Cowboys draft a corner with a bad knee. Maybe we can combine them both for 2 good knees. Jerry and Steven, cheap asses. I don't know what cheap asses do with the draft. Jeremy, do we know how much influence Flus has on
Flus?
Good track record of drafting, developing corners in Chicago. Have they said anything about that? Because I know Jerry is very open. Like, you're allowed to have an opinion. You're allowed to talk. Will McClay's here for it. Like, they're all here for it. But I don't know. A lot of coaches, I feel like, don't really want to.
The pick
Like,
is in.
Whose pick?
We ain't got it yet.
I ain't that overly interested in the Raiders. Talk to me about what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry. Shador, man. It's Shador Snade.
Oh, you think Shador's going to get picked?
Well, if he
Thomas is in the super. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah.
Would you trade in the
yeah.
5th round, right?
Zach is
K.
in the super chat. Would you trade 2 5th round MF picks to go get Royals or Iomanor in the 4th? I would. I absolutely would. Yeah, I think there's 2 receivers that I'm very interested in that are still available in this draft. And Thomas, do you think Dallas is going to do Dallas things and draft Sanders?
No.
5th round, baby.
So
Joe Milton ain't the answer to life after Dak. You're building a good line. If you put a good line in front of Shador and just ask him to read the field and deliver the ball, he can do it.
Not
As good as Dylan Gabriel.
Is the our running back still on the board?
No.
The what?
Caleb?
Yeah.
No,
he's
Caleb
gone.
Johnson's gone.
He's been gone
Okay,
a
because
while.
yeah.
He's gone.
Okay, go. Okay.
He's been going a while.
It's tootin' time in the 5th round. Get ready for tootin' time.
Devin Neal.
Devin Neal would be fine. And that's it. Like, I think there are guys.
Scatterboo.
I think there are 10 guys left at running back that you could draft. And maybe I'm really overshooting how washed he is, but that's what recent history tells me. They could be better than Miles Sanders. They could give you.
What about Javonte?
I mean, I think his recent evidence tells me that he's super washed, but I'm willing to be hopeful.
Okay,
based
so
on age, like that he can be a useful part of a rotation. Not that he's not.
The kid J.K.
anybody's gonna
Dobbins, off the injury, super washed. He went to Chargers last year. Had a decent year before he got hurt again.
Yeah, for a hot second he looked good, and then he kind of didn't, and then he got hurt.
Got hurt again. But here's a guy. Would you run that up the flagpole?
I would go call Nick Chubb too.
Yeah,
I'd look, break the pool cue, bring out Nick Chubb and J.K. Dobbins, snap that pool cue. Let's see who's gonna be on his team. Let's see which one of y'all wants to be on his team. Ollie Gordon in the chat.
Hey, you got Jaden Blue.
I'll take Ollie Gordon in the 5th round. I'll take Jaden Blue in the 5th round.
Right.
I'll take Ollie Gordon and Jaden Blue in the 5th round. And Ollie Gordon at Oklahoma State, what's happening is if he were in a draft 2 years ago, he'd already been picked. Like, he's a good player.
Right.
He was just at a team that was awful, didn't block well. And so, like, you just have to find the plays where they give him a chance. And he's still a hammer. He's still, you let him get going and give him a chance, and he's a problem. And Jaden Blue is a threat to go 80 yards anytime he touches the ball. Like, I could piece something together in the later rounds. Just don't do Zeke.
What about Taj Brooks from Tech?
Taj Brooks is another one. I think that he can be a part
of
a running back committee. Just as a steady Eddie sort of player.
Come on.
Oh, you cheering. He's cheering for Shador.
Come on.
GM Benz in the super chat. Content over everything. Draft Shador.
Kid don't deserve a train wreck.
Shador.
Kid don't deserve a train wreck.
That would be great. We would get.
I mean, he got the blessings too. You know, he could get a little adversity.
We'll do happy hours. We'll take
What
over happy
if
hours.
Shiloh goes before Shador?
What if Shiloh goes for Shador?
Oh my God!
How they didn't take it to that guard?
No,
But they come right back.
What if they take him after that, and then
Oh, 99,
you have
they
to
got
live
99.
knowing you had 2 picks and you picked the Tech guard with the one before me?
Oh my
instead
God!
of going the other way.
Oh my God!
That's
I
kinda messed
remember
up.
when they beat Tech, they got into a fight. They on the sideline. He was showing his little watch up at Tech last year.
I just tell you, if you're Shador and
they were throwing tortillas.
Yes.
if they take Shador at 99, that even the team that picked him disrespected him on purpose. They're like, hey, take the Tech guard and then Shador, not the other way around.
Go look back and see who the first 4th round pick the Cowboys took before that.
Dorrance?
No.
Jamil Showers.
No, it was the linebacker. It was a defensive end out of Oklahoma. I can't. Might have gone
Oh,
blank.
it's Charles Tapper.
Charles Tapper. They took Tapper before, so he wasn't even their first 4th round pick.
No,
They valued Charles Tapper over that.
Tapper's a good dude though.
Great dude.
Yeah, so watch your mouth.
Hey, play.
No,
Great dude. I love him.
Yeah, he's a good
I'm
dude.
just saying though.
Now I'm with you. I'm with you.
On keeping with the theme, they picked his guard over Shador. I mean, Cowboys disrespected Tech taking Charles Tapper over him.
Well, that was a long distance. Like, this one is back to back, and you know you're getting both.
Same 4th
You
round.
know you're getting
Same
both.
4th.
To do it in that order is
Same
messed
4th
up.
round. Same 4th round.
If they take Shador, I'm telling you, it's disrespectful.
Maybe they had Caleb graded higher on their
Just-
board. They
just-
said, hey, look, take him off our board before we have Shador on there.
Oh
All right,
my
we're
God!
here
Come
in pick
on,
number 99.
Come on, bring it home, baby.
If it's not,
It's not?
they're not taking him. They're not taking him.
They didn't take him?
Dro knows, DJ Gidden, Charles Grant, small school offensive
William
lineman.
and Mary.
William and Mary, baby. Yeah. Charles Grant's a good player.
Oh my God!
He's a good player.
They took a guard and a tackle.
He's a good player. Dro knows DJ Giddens in the 5th or 6th. Sure. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I do hate running back. But
Oh my God!
we can piece this thing together. We can find some running backs. We can do it. We just can't do no. Yeah, let me get one of them for Shador. I'm gonna pour one out for Shador.
Pour one out for Shador.
Shador. I'm gonna pour one out for Shador.
On the Empire Today floor.
Pop, you need some nice whiskey?
I don't really. I got whiskey. I got good whiskey.
Oh, but your whiskey doesn't have flavor.
All right.
You don't like cinnamon?
I don't. I don't like drinking Red Hots.
Oh, okay. I know.
I don't like drinking Red Hots.
I
don't like drinking Red Hots. I'll try 'em.
Yeah,
I don't
you'll
like
do
drinking
anything for the company, though, right? Yeah, rip that thing open. Do it for the show.
I'm doing it lifts all boats.
That's right.
It's all about
That's right.
content, Jesse.
Have at it, bro.
Everybody,
Shador.
to Shador. Shador.
I have water.
To Shador.
To Shador.
Shador. Grab my boy.
Somebody please grab Shador.
Grab the kid. Make it happen. How y'all doing?
Hey.
Clarence Hill just can't stop. Breaking news, you gotta hop in club pop.
Somebody grab
How you gonna laugh? You made
Shador.
Yeah, you're supposed to be proud.
Hold on, Mo. You can't take shots at us and then type in all caps positive things.
What did he say?
I guess you can.
I'm gonna take one with y'all.
He said the guests were being honest and we're carrying water about this draft.
Oh, he talking about Todd.
Am I caught up on Super Chats? Have I missed anything? Here we go. Victor, let's keep adding to the trenches. Let's solidify and dominate on both sides of the ball. Let's get Ty Robinson, D-tackle from Nebraska next. Not a bad idea. Good player. Guillotine, give away next year's 3rd for a 4th this year. All right, give away next year's 4th. And like a 6. Don't mess with my day 2 picks. It's my favorite day. Day two's my favorite day.
It tastes like Red Hot's cough syrup.
Brock Purdy's a bus driver, right? Put another bus driver behind him. Sure time.
Can we run the Dak audio on Shador? Because he talked about dropping in the draft. You have it?
He's like, I don't know. Oh, you can't just holler about. There is audio I want to play before we leave.
No,
though.
it's good. It's a good time to play it because he talked about dropping in the draft.
Damn.
Hold on. Forget everything Clarence just asked because I know we have this one.
I did it.
I want Micah Parsons and the Bleacher Report guys talking to Tyler Booker.
Oh, we got that too.
Because it's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I was just trying to be relevant with this.
Yes, right? Yeah, hit that.
You had one of my favorite quotes of the entire draft process. You said, quote, "I make guys not love football anymore." What does it feel like to see the love of football leave someone's eyes?
It feels great, like football is a child's game. So like people wake up, be like, man, I can't wait to play this football game today. They listen to their hype music, they take all the pre-workout, they get so excited to play football until they come across Tyler Booker. And then when I'm going after you, quarter after quarter, play after play, series after series, and I start to see that love leave their eyes, like that's what makes me love the game. Like I just really love.
I like that
Yeah, you just got me right. Hey, he got me ready to go. I ain't gonna lie. He got me ready to go.
Bro, I'm gonna play right now.
Let's go. Yeah, he got me hyped. I ain't gonna lie.
All right.
Play after play, quarter after quarter.
Hey, man. Welcome to the team. Yeah. He had me ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Micah wanted Tetaroa McMillan, and when he got gone, he didn't like that until he started talking to Tyler Booker. He's like, damn.
He's a fan, and I'm going to tell you, they've all seen that. Will Greer and Dak talked about that quote. So they've all seen that quote.
Yeah.
And they love it.
Oh, it's amazing. It's the right way to say what Mozzie said.
Yeah.
It's the right way to say what Mozzie said.
It's funny because they gave me that quote. I said, I remember when Mozzie said, I don't like football. I like to hit people. They ain't hit nobody yet. They looked at me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
You said that to Dak?
Yes. I said, you know I'm going to be honest, right?
You said that to Dak.
I said, he ain't hit nobody yet.
Mozzie might catch you in the locker room.
Listen. Go ahead.
Dak on Shador.
Sanders is in the news. It's like people focus on him more than anybody in the draft. Whether you think he's a first-round pick or second-round pick. Just talk about your thoughts on how he's been handled by the machine, I guess, the draft machine.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's machine. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair in the sense of how much people are looking for and towards him being drafted. Because as I stated, it doesn't matter when you get in. I know he expected himself to go number 1 overall, and he would be wrong if he didn't expect himself to be there. So every pick after that has hurt, but every pick after that I know is fuel to the fire. A little bit of that I know from Shador, talking to him. This is only going to make him better. This is only going to push him. And as I said, it's all about when you get into this business. And when you get in, you can handle it. I know Shador can handle it. He's been through a lot. He's had pressure his whole life, so this will be no different.
You in your draft process, you dropped a little bit because of off-the-field stuff, and it had nothing to do with your play.
I mean, regardless, they look at a lot. I mean, they're investing in a big position in this draft, and you've got to respect and understand the business of that. And having been in the league, I do. So I know why I dropped in. For the guys who are dropping, whether it's off the field, whether it's on the field, whether it's he say, she say, accuracy talk, or he hadn't competed against people, it really doesn't matter. You've been playing the best you can with the hand you're dealt in the system that you're in, and that's all you can ever do. So just look forward to whoever it is, and obviously Shador and the rest of these guys is making the most of their opportunity when they get it.
I love talking crap to you and going back and forth with you. I love broadcasting with you. I love the fact that you have the connections to go golf with Dak, not actually golf, just be on the cart for an entire round and make him stop at some point to do an interview.
Not his caddy.
You weren't his caddy?
No.
What a beast. Kevin became a diehard today. Let's go.
Come on, dog.
Let's go.
I was trying. We're going to work on it. We're going to get it done.
5'8" Western Kentucky defensive back went before Shador.
See?
Did you wash his golf balls?
I'm 59 years old, finna be 60. You think I'm washing anybody's balls?
I will wash everyone's golf balls because those little machines are so fun.
I'm not caddying for no girl. I'm not caddying. I always mess with Todd because I say because Todd actually caddied for Romo. That was his guy.
Todd Williams?
Archer.
Todd Archer. I thought you meant Todd.
I was
Williams.
making Todd.
I was like, that's
Romo
crazy.
Todd was Romo's guy. Romo's, so he actually did around, and so we always kid him. I said, you can't even Romo. You was his ring bearer in the wedding and all the other stuff. But that's our little going back and forth. But yes, I would not be caught dead caddying.
Sure. Well, you can't caddy because you don't know the range on his clubs. You don't know how far he hits.
I'm not carrying nobody's clubs. I'm not driving nobody's cart. I'm not your do boy.
Oh, see, I want to drive people's. I want to drive the car for people.
He was driving. I'm riding.
You were passenger princess with Dak? You were
You're
passenger princess with Dak?
Asking questions, okay?
That's amazing. So it's just, 4.5 hours of just bothering Dak while he's golfing.
His brother-in-law was out there, his life, man. He actually he said he had his best round he's ever had.
Yeah.
Credit to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're good not caddy. Not driver.
Best round. He's somewhere between Charles Barkley and Steph Curry. More Steph Curry than Charles Barkley. Yeah.
I saw his swing. Yeah, there's a little Barkley to it. There's a little Barkley. But the ball went where you want it to go. I'll take that swing.
Yes.
I will take that swing. Savion Judge, is 102 the last pick of the round?
Yes.
So we're about to be free? All right. It's got to be Shedeur. You can't not have him go in the second.
To Minnesota?
He can't be a day 3 quarterback.
Minnesota?
Yeah, he's going to take JJ's job. Yeah, he'd take JJ's
He's
job.
officially a day 3 quarterback.
He can back up JJ.
That's crazy. I remember during the season, I thought he was the best quarterback in the draft.
Does
Does
this shake your confidence?
It should.
Could this ruin your confidence, mentally?
Listen.
I think it depends on who you are. Is his confidence, or is his the young, cocky, arrogant, but it's actually secretly super insecure, and I don't know which one it is.
72 hours ago,
yeah,
you thought that you was not going to. You
Deion
thought
called
that
the
you
analyst
would
a
not
hater.
make.
Did you see his setup? You see the
10.
chain, the setup he had for his breath? I mean, he had some drip ready.
72 hours, you thought that you were going to be a top 5, top 10 pick.
Man.
And now you won't go in the first 2 days.
Eric Metcalf just texted me. This Shedeur thing is the wildest ish I've ever seen. I mean, people are texting me left and right. This Eric Metcalf played the league for a long time.
But isn't he one of one? What a unique situation. In today's world, that can't be your backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Not when dad has that big a voice and on draft day is firing shots at analysts for just showing the negatives of a player.
Yeah, and you're talking about a player and a person who's really never known failure, never known struggle. You know what I'm saying? Other than yeah, well, you know what I'm talking about. But he had those 4 wins.
I mean, his daddy
but they was on
number,
TV.
he was just
they
a
was
good
on
college
TV. He was still doing this, and he was still driving a Lambo and all this other stuff. Never really known real struggle, other than that damn pass rush, the offensive line was running for his life. But never known real personal struggle. And so this is really a personal setback he's never had to deal with.
That technically might not be his. He falling on a sword that ain't really his. I think some of this is due to his daddy.
Again, all of that.
Right,
he's
taking on this personal.
You got the good from it.
Yes.
What'll make you laugh and make you cry?
Amen.
What'll make you laugh and make you cry?
You got the good for it. Your number got retired.
All of that. Never has a guy whose number got retired gone in the 4th round or later.
Well, his number shouldn't have got retired.
Well, but it did. So it's still news. It's still history making.
How many quarterbacks have been picked? 6?
5.
I want to know.
6.
I want to know what they're doing at DNVR right now. I bet they're going crazy.
Ward is the first one. Who's the second one? Because I know Dart, Shuck, Milroe.
Tyler Shuck should not go. Milroe should not go.
Gabriel.
They should not have gone before Shedeur. I'm sorry.
I mean, it does if you don't want to have your backup or your starting left guard.
Just wait for what Trump's going to tweet about Shedeur tomorrow.
It's fire.
He's going to pardon
He's
him.
going to be fired.
He's going to pardon.
He's going to pardon
I'll tell you, him.
He's going to add another pick to the end of this round and say,
Eric Metcalf was
I bet
underrated.
he's friends with Deion because they tweet the same. They tweet the same. Like the wording that Deion used on the Orlovsky thing, I was like, if you had just put Donald Trump over Deion's name, you'd be like, yeah, same tweet.
You think Deion tweeted Trump and was like, hey, tweet this from your account for me?
Maybe.
Shoot your boy a solid?
Maybe.
I should say
buy my Tesla.
It was typical Trump words about what he said about Deion. His quotes, I mean, it's like,
yeah,
it's
just
crazy.
Like, shame, bad guy. Like that sort of wording.
Yeah.
Like, man, you didn't even say any words.
Who? Quinn Ewers? That'd be crazy.
What if he goes undrafted? All right, have we hit every super chat? Are we good on? Are we caught up on the super chats? All right.
The fact that Milroe went before him is crazy.
Oh, we've got Milroe. Did we say Milroe?
No, I said Milroe.
Is it Milroe?
I said
So
Milroe.
five quarterbacks?
Milroe, I'm telling I'll be the one on this island by myself.
You can stay there. Because I'm not
Again, I just want to know what Milroe's been. I want to know what Milroe's been doing in that green room for the last 2 days.
I'm sure he left.
He probably going to Shador's house.
No.
He's talking crap.
Shador's in Canton. He was in actual Green Bay or Appleton. You've been.
Do you think they live in Canton because Canton is also the city that the Hall of Fame is in? Because when you say Canton, I'm like, why are they at the Hall of Fame?
How do you not know? You're from here. How do you not know Canton, Texas?
I don't know Canton, Texas, because I don't
It's
know.
on the side of Forney, on the way to Tyler. How do you not know Canton? You're from this area.
Because when I grew up, Allen was the country. You're talking about stuff that is the country.
I know.
Why would I know
Prosper
those?
was the country. Frisco was the country. I remember when South Lake was a 2A school too.
I don't go
and
east.
Plano too.
I don't go east.
Prosper
I'm a north and south guy.
Yeah, Prosper Slaughter. They were like 1 and 2A schools. They were really small.
I don't do east.
I've seen it all. I've seen all of them grow.
All right. You guys ready to go home?
I'm out.
The draft's
That's where Deion
over for the
lives.
day, but we're glad you were here
Yes.
with us. Sign up to be a diehard. Make sure that you hit the like and subscribe button,
It's the
or else not a threat. Remember, you have no idea what anybody's going through. So be cool to everybody. We love you. What if Shiloh goes before Shador? Be easy.
Eliminate the contingencies.